What happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or fester like a sore and then run? Does it stink like rotted meat, or crust and sugar over like syrupy sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load, or does it explode? Hit the music, Ray.
You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather, post-wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.
And welcome to the NWA Podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the only show about getting color in the professional wrestling business. We are back and better than ever here live on Post Wrestling for the September edition of the program. Thank y'all so much for joining us. We have a lot to get into. We have a very special guest this month, so we are not going to delay the proceedings. Of course, I am the Godfather, Nate Milton, your favorite podcaster's favorite podcaster, over 10 years in the game. Ain't a damn thing changed. And I am joined, of course, by the Advocates. First up, y'all give it up for this man. You know him, you love him. He is the Angry Intellectual. He is Mimosa Chris. He is Moderna Chris. He is the Mayor Pro Tem of Los Angeles, California. And for this month, we can call him Coast to Coast Chris because he just returned from the nation's capital. Y'all give it up for my brother, my co-host, and my friend, the Professor Chris Ely. Can we rock? What's up, Doc?
What's up, y'all, man? Yeah, like Nate just said, I just got back from the DMV. I didn't get to see.
Hold up, Chris. Hold up. Time out. Flag on the play. Let's. And I know, you know, we talked before the episode, man. I know why you're a little tired, man. But I just want to clear this up because I don't want that one idiot like from 6 months ago that said this was a low energy podcast to have reason to attack us, Chris. So I want you to tell this man why you're a little tired tonight, brother.
All right. Well, before I do that, my job is to present a podcast. Okay. The guys that expect a lot of energy out of me, I don't dance for you motherfuckers. Okay. So let's get that out the way. All right. I will give you the energy that I'm able to give you. Some guy was criticizing my posture on the last week's episode. I had just gotten back from some medical. It doesn't matter, but yeah. Anyway, so yeah, but my energy is low because of the jet lag, and I got to the DMV to DC. I got there on Tuesday, and Tuesday and Wednesday I didn't really do much, but Thursday and Friday were really busy days for me. Meeting up with a lot of people. And just, doing focus groups, and my wife's had her birthday and all that. Hey. So it was good stuff, man. Good stuff. And then hopefully something comes like with the Kings of Sport. I was talking to a YouTube consultant. So I have meetings, big things popping off on our front. So we'll see what happens in the next coming months.
Okay.
So
good stuff, brother. Good stuff. And yes, we do want to send a special shout out to the wonderful Mrs. Ely, man. Shout out to Chris's better half on these streets. We appreciate her. We love her. She part of the family. But you know who else is part of the family, Chris? the youngest in charge. Y'all give it up for the man that brings you all the news that's fit to read here at Post Wrestling. You know him from Andrew Thompson interviews. You know him from a lot of things. But I know him as my nephew. Y'all give it up for the youngest in charge, Andrew Thompson. What's good, nephew?
What's going on, fellas? My two uncles, man. It's always great to be back on the show. I appreciate y'all making sure that I was able to get some time in last month. During the birthday, it was always good chatting with y'all, catching up with y'all, man. But excited to be on this edition of the podcast, September edition, with featuring our special guest. But before we get to our special guest, Nate, we do got the next member of the NWA Podcast.
You know, you can't have 4 horsemen without 4 horsemen. You can't have the 4 tops without the 4 tops. I kind of worked myself into a corner with this analogy because it's only been so many like 4s, like groups with the name 4 in the name of the group. Well, who was the group in TNA, like the bootleg 4 horsemen? Fortune.
Yeah.
Yes, you can't.
Off for one.
Off. Oh wow, all for one. That's a throwback. But this man is not part of All for One. This man, to my knowledge, does not have any singing ability. But that's okay, because what he does in the booth is what matters. He is our producer. He is our brother. He is our friend. Y'all give it up for the man that has more hits than Diddy, with none of the allegations. 0, none of the allegations. Y'all give it up for the Caitlin Clark of production, a.k.a. Caitlin Dark, Ray Williams, a.k.a. Two-Way Ray.
Come on, fellas. Yes. Let's continue to reiterate. None, 0 of I got a good job, please. But yeah, no, I'm glad to join you guys as always. And we forgot to mention Metaphor, which is a current group.
I do rock with Metaphor.
Oh yeah.
Brother Ely's favorite wrestling program, NXT now. But yeah, always a pleasure to join you guys. But again, as Andrew stated, let's not dilly-dally. Don't worry about me. Y'all know me, but let's get to our special guest.
Yes, we got a special guest. We don't often have guests here on the program because, as you know, this is a very brief show. Like, we don't have time. Like, we only get like 90 minutes a month. That's all John and Way allows us, and we're appreciative of that. But that's all the time they allot us. So we got to get in where we fit in. But we are so glad that this guest decided to make time. She's gonna class up the joint a little bit because me, Chris, Ray, and Andrew, we not demure. We not mindful.
I'm mindful.
Ray may be a little cutesy, but that's about it. But somebody who embodies all of those attributes is a friend of the program. She's part of the Post Wrestling family. Y'all know her and y'all love her. Y'all give it up for Sister Stephanie Chase on these streets. Miss Dynamite T.
Hey! Oh, what an intro. I am not demure.
Not a demure bone in your body.
Anyone who's ever seen me angry after a press conference knows I'm not demure.
Right, yeah. I could attest to that.
Well, here's the thing. I was buttering you up a little bit, Steph, even though we all love you and respect you. But I did that so that way on the back end I can blame you for the reason we were late, folks. So we did start a little bit later today, and it was because we're running on CPT, Chase People Time. So if y'all have any disagreements with us in the comments or y'all feel some type of way that we started late, it's Stephanie's fault. I'm sorry. I had to say it, Steph.
Oh my God. I didn't mean like that. Hey, man, I finished my work shift at 8 p.m. and I was ready to go.
That is true. Like, here's the thing. Stephanie was on time. I just went for the cheap joke right there. We're not gonna point the fingers at anybody for the reason that we started late, because it could go one of two ways, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, so we blaming Ray now?
I didn't blame anybody. Chat, did I blame anybody? I don't think I did.
Where that butt come from?
Hey, we're not always there when you call, but we are always on time. That's what the NWA Podcast is about, ladies and gentlemen.
Right. So the very first time my wife, me and her, we started dating in 2017. By about 2018, she started to know my idiosyncrasies and stuff, some of my interests. And then she
You
comes
came
in
out of the
and
closet
she
as a
sees,
wrestling fan.
yeah, right. Yeah, I did that. Then,
Like, honey, I got something I got to tell you. I got to get it off my chest.
well, it gets better. So to piggyback off of what you just said, we're watching you and Stephanie. This was about 2018.
Okay.
You and Stephanie are doing a recap show, and then my wife comes in and she sees the TV, and she had already met you around this time, Nate, I believe. So, and then she sees Stephanie, and she goes, "Who is that?" And she goes, "Is that a girl talking about wrestling? She's pretty. What the hell?" What you stereotyping wrestling fans for? You think that we just all like ugly and don't look good and stuff? And then she did it again a week or two later when we were watching with Chrissy Love, and she's like, "I didn't know pretty girls watch this stuff." Like, that's my wife. So, and
Wow.
of course, I had to say that to Stephanie when I saw her and Benno briefly in New Jersey. But yeah, great, glad to have you here. Thank you for breaking the stereotypical mode for at least my wife, Stephanie, because she doesn't do that anymore. Well, every once in a while she does that, but she's a little bit better about it. Yeah.
I mean, I will say, like, I've been in the game a few years now, and sometimes I do just think, like, why the hell did I choose the wrestling business? But I think, you know, you don't choose the wrestling business chooses you. And then has like a chokehold on you for your entire life. Like, if you're in it, you're really in it, right?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
But I'm glad you kind of brought up that podcast that Steph and I did, because that was the first time I'd ever done a show with Steph, and it went amazingly. We talked about Sting for like a good 45 minutes of that show because we both love that man, Steve Borden. But I want to use that as a entree to our housekeeping. We do this every month when we do the show, just to kind of let you guys and girls know about what we've got going on, not only here with Post Wrestling, but also with the Kings of Sport. So we're going to do it briefly because we do have a lot of topics to get to. But first off, I want to send a shout out to everybody that reached out to me personally after listening to the Kings of Sport episode that we dropped on Thursday or Friday. I can't remember, but I kind of went into, it was where, you know, we did the excerpt, Chris, of where I kind of talked about my Kanye moment, so to speak, and some of the stuff that I've been dealing with internally and mentally over the past few weeks. And I had some people reach out and send some kind words and positive affirmations. And so I appreciate it, you know, because we all go through little bouts of things like that. You know, I think, Chris, you know, I would classify it as a two-coat Scorpio moment, maybe more so than a Kanye moment, because it was a brief bout of depression. It was a flash funk, if you will, brother. But I'm on the way back. I thought I'd get more of a flash funk, but I'm on the way back. But what I did want to say is, for those that are interested in kind of, you know, helping us build, which we talked about on the episode, I was watching Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Where Art Thou? I don't know why that's so hard to say, Chris. Over the weekend, it's a great movie. Coen brothers, George Clooney and them. If you haven't seen it, but there's a scene in Oh Brother where there's like this big meeting in the town, and one of the villains of the film stands up, or antagonist of the film stands up, and he's like, "I just want to know one thing: is you or is you ain't my constituency?" Well, is you? And so that's the question I pose to our audience: is you or is you ain't down with the Kings? Because if you are, there's a couple things that you can do to show your love and help us build. Number one, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Number two, follow us on Twitter, because as Chris said, he's got meetings this week, and part of the thing that those people look at is metrics. And so numbers, like we need some numbers. We need to boost up these numbers. So if y'all can help us do that, we would appreciate it. The third thing is, and Ray Williams, can you throw it up on the screen? The Kings of Sport Patreon, patreon.com/The Kings of Sport is where you can go for over 300 hours of exclusive content, audio, video, talking about sports, politics, movies, pro wrestling. We have MCU reviews. We've got live watches. Brittany Monet, who I mentioned in our recent episode of The Kings of Sport, hit me up over the weekend and she wants to do a live watch of Josie and the Pussycats, the movie with
yeah.
Rachel Lee Cook, which low key, that's one of my favorite movies of all time. Stephanie Chase,
Zoe Saldana is in it, right?
No, it's
no, right,
Rosario Dawson.
Rosario Dawson, yeah, that's what.
Rosario Dawson, Parker Posey, Alan Cummings, Donald Faison. It's a great cast. Seth Green's in it, because de jour means friendship, ladies and gentlemen. But Brittany Monet wanted to do a live watch of Josie and the Pussycats, and I would love to do that if we can get our schedules aligned. But if you want to hear more stuff like that, $5 is all it takes for like Andrew said, for the cost of a biggie bag at Wendy's. $5 can get you in the door for the Kings of Sport Patreon, and not only does it give you all those bonus episodes and things of that nature, but it helps us out because, like Chris said, man, we're trying to build something. Been in the game for 11 years, trying to get something popping, man. So. Again, thank everybody for all the kind words and checking in on me. I appreciate it. I'm all right. We're going to keep moving forward together. In the words of Kendrick Lamar Duckworth, we're going to be all right, who I believe may or may not have been at UFC last night, depending on what tweet you believe. Because I know Kendrick nephew, and that dude that was in the crowd is not Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, that's definitely was something. But most definitely glad you feeling better. You a strong dude, man. You done gave me a lot of great words and great advice before. So I'm glad to hear that you moving forward, man. And I just want you to keep on strong, my guy. You are a very important piece of what we got going on here at Post Wrestling overall, Kings of Sport. Very, very loved individual, man. A lot of people love you. A lot of people, and I mean that seriously. So glad to hear you feeling better, man. Keep moving forward, my guy.
I appreciate it, nephew. Appreciate it. So let's go from my health. Let's see if I can turn this into a segue, nephew. Let's go from my health to the health of the wrestling industry.
Oh,
what's our first topic?
Look at that. Hey man, let me tell you, it ain't nobody in the business like Nate Milton, man. I'm telling you, the guy's one-on-one. But our first topic of the day, the hour one of our 5-hour saga featuring Stephanie Chase. we got the Motor City Machine Guns officially putting pen to paper with WWE. Nate, you are a longtime TNA advocate, big fan of the TNA product, have been for years. Day one, if I will say. And these guys, Motor City Machine Guns, have been a fixture of that company for quite a long time. But it was first noted in I think it was the latest edition of the Wrestling Observer newsletter that Alex Shelley and Chris Sabin were expected to arrive in NXT imminently. The PW Insider followed up with a report on Saturday night that they officially put pen to paper and they are expected to appear October 1st on the NXT on CW premiere in Rosemont, Illinois. So I just wanted to kick it over to you first, Nate, Alex Shelley, Chris Sabin, officially heading to WWE. Your initial thoughts, and also them going to NXT opposed to starting out on the main roster.
First of all, salute to them dudes, man. Shelley and Sabin, man, they've been in the game for a minute. As you mentioned, nephew, I've been a supporter of TNA for a long time. Some people even called me TN8 back in the day, man, because of my love for that company, despite its many problems over the years. But I think this is a great move for them. I have seen a lot of discourse, though, with that last point you mentioned, Andrew, in terms of, would it be better for them to go straight to the main roster? Would it be better for them to debut on NXT? And I kind of like them debuting on NXT for two reasons. Number one, I feel like them showing up on that debut episode on the CW kind of makes them feel like a bigger deal than it would be just showing up on a random episode of Raw where they can kind of get lost in the shuffle, or a random episode of SmackDown where they can get lost in the shuffle. But also, I kind of feel like the tag team division on the main roster is kind of cheeks right now.
Yeah,
it's a little sus right now.
You ain't lying.
And so like I think them mixing it up in NXT with some of those younger teams and just kind of the blend of talent they have down there. To me, if I'm Shelley and Sabin, right, like if I'm in their shoes, I'm like, if I'm getting paid the same either way, what's going to be more fun? Like, what's going to be more fun? And I think for them at this stage of their career, it probably would be more fun to do NXT because it's kind of like, yeah, it's like TNA, but I'm getting paid big boy bucks.
I'm about to say, Nate, you would think that at some point they would end up coaching at the Performance Center.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Right. And I was kind of thinking when I first saw them and like the news about them debuting in NXT, I was just thinking like it kind of the point you made. Like I'm not a fan of how Paul Triple H Levesque has been booking the tag team division on the main roster. Like I don't think it's been bad, but I think it's just been like a lot of it's like uncertainty
Lackluster.
about lackluster about like the direction in terms of like who he wants to be like the focal point in this. Like even on Raw, like Balor and JD McDonough won the tag titles, and this upcoming Monday is like the first time they're defending the titles since they won them. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not a big fan of how he's been booking the main roster tag teams. And in NXT, I think there's a lot more. I think just with Shawn Michaels, he's just willing to take more chances and see like what guys he can throw out there in that mix, and just like be willing to give different people different opportunities. And it's like the tag team is like the tag team doesn't feel like a secondary portion of the show. Right. It feels like it's a part of the main presentation of it all, especially when you got a team like Nathan Frazier and Oxy, who like they've been fucking killing it when you look at just some of the bangers that they had in 2024. And I'm thinking about that matchup, and I just think it'd be better for Shelley and Sabin to start out in NXT, where I feel like there'll be a focal point instead of, like you said, getting lost in the shuffle. But I wanted to kick it over to our special guest, Stephanie Chase, to get her thoughts about Shelley and Sabin heading to NXT.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting one. I think when they became, free agents, a lot of people would have expected AEW for them to land. So it's a good coup for WWE, for Paul Levesque, to get them over on their side. I don't think the WWE tag division is very good right now, but like after that, in my opinion, just disaster of a tag casino gauntlet on Dynamite, it's like I would have thrown all the money at these two to get them in AEW, because oh my god, like I thought that gauntlet, like, not to go off topic, but like that was shocking. Like that one, like there was no surprise. And then they did it when there was a Grizzly Young Vets FTR match happening like a day later, so they couldn't do anything. And then two people thrown together who, are great wrestlers, they'll have an awesome match with the Young Bucks, like win it. It was just like, hey, if you think our tag division is really shit, it is, because like this is what we've got for you. But I also don't usually like advocate for like Tony Khan bringing in more people. Like I'd rather him focus on guys that he has, like Private Party or Top Flight, that just seem to be kind of floundering there. So, but them coming into NXT, I think is really good. I think they can really help a lot of the teams in NXT. And I'm happy for them to like finally get that payday. Like they've deserved it for so long. So that it's great. And I think like that's kind of like the signing that they are in WWE. It's like these veteran guys that deserve to finally make some money. They're getting it. They can really, really help a lot of people. And with them being a tag team, it's like they're not stuck in any kind of position in a way like a mid-card wrestler is. Like the tag division is totally different. And I think they can, when they eventually go to the main roster, be really good. But I'm excited for what they can do in NXT. And I think that show in Chicago is going to be loaded, and it's a great place to bring them in, because I think a lot of the fans will know them, but especially the ones in Chicago are going to give them a really good reception.
Yeah. You want to chime in on this, Chris? I was going to come back to Stephanie real quick about another point, but Chris, let's get your thoughts about MCMG.
Right, yeah. So did they shake everyone's hands when they got to WWE? Isn't that the thing with those guys? Yeah, I mean it's cool. I think they've been around long enough to where they should have probably been in WWE a while ago, but I mean it's better late than never. And yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with going to NXT first, or even if they stay in NXT and never go to the main roster. I mean, it depends on what they want to do at this stage in their career. But like Stephanie was saying, I do think that just being there and having that stability is going to be a plus for them. Yeah, they, are they still doing the same? Like, is their wrestling style the same, or has it changed? I haven't seen them wrestle in some time, so I can't really speak to that aspect of it. The last time I saw them wrestle was 2019.
So you done missed a little bit, Chris.
Right? Yeah. Like, I read the stuff online.
Former TNA world champion Alex Shelley on these streets, brother.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, that was just like what, last year, nephew?
Right, that's a year ago, I think.
Still here because my mic was kind of.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. Because I was like, my thing was like hearing Chris. I was hearing Chris on the delay, but like Madison and Machine Guns, but they still boo the same. Like, I mean, of course they've gotten older, but like they still are pretty much doing the same thing they were years ago. Like those two, I don't think Alex Shelley or Chris Sabin have like lost a beat at all. Like, even I think the last time I seen them wrestle was like a couple months ago. I know they still been doing independence, like both Shelley and Sabin. I think the last time they wrestled was in August, but like they still been going. But I'm talking about last time I seen them on television was when they finished up in TNA. They had the tag title match. Yeah. They look great. Always have looked great. Like, so
which is remarkable, especially for Sabin, considering all the knee issues and things that he's had over the years, man.
I wanted to ask Steph about this. But before we get back to that, Chris, I wanted to circle back to you. So that second NXT on CW show, that's going to be, it was scheduled to be in St. Louis, but they just moved it yesterday because I'm assuming that they weren't selling enough tickets. Like, they were going to do it in the Enterprise Center, and they were advertising Randy Orton for it, and it's a 17 or 18,000 seat venue, but they moved it over to the factory at the District in Chesterfield, Missouri, which is a 3,000 seat venue. I mean, I think that's just a smart move to make. Because I mean, why the fuck would you have 3,000 people sitting in a 17,000 seat venue? Like, I don't think that's a smart move.
Hey, Tony Conrad.
Damn, she's not wrong.
But I'm about to say, but Chris, like, I just think that's just the better move to make, especially considering, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Monday Night Raw is going to be in St. Louis the day before. Like, I think they're going to be running that same venue. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I probably have to look it up real quick. But besides that, before I try to circle back to that, that's just a smarter move to make in terms of just venue wise and knowing which you can and cannot sell out.
Right. Yeah. I don't. We'll talk about the CW stuff later. But because I don't think NXT is gonna do much on CW. I still sometimes watch the CW, and
you're the one.
It ain't great, Like, I think they All American is still decent.
All American.
All American. I think they canceled All American.
The spinoff. It's done. It's done. They canceled that.
They canceled that. They got no shows there. I mean, NXT is fine there because it's not the CW is not owned by Warner Brothers and CBS Corporation anymore. It's owned by somebody bought them out. I forgot who it was. So they're just looking for stuff to put on the show because I mean people were talking about the CW, like the average ratings of the shows on there. And some of them do okay, but I just don't see like NXT is not good enough to where it's like
it'd be like a weekly touring brand.
Yeah. Like, I'm just like, let's watch the CW because NXT is there. It's not that for me yet, and that's not. And I'm not. Remember when I hated NXT a couple years ago? When they were doing
we all remember that.
We all remember.
Yeah. It's not that bad anymore. It's better.
It's good.
Yeah, it's good. It's
you're not feeling the TNA integration, Chris.
I mean, it's. I really don't like using the word good. It's serviceable.
Watchable.
It's slightly better than watchable because but it's not quite what I would call.
It's not quite good.
It's weekly. It's there. It's not offensive. to watch. Let me put it
He said
that way.
offensive.
It's like that stuff with when they first got there and the swimming with the fishes stuff. That shit was offensively like horrible, man. Like
Damn.
to think that like anybody with like IQ above 4 would want to watch this stuff.
Well, you know who has an IQ above 4, Chris?
What's that?
Our viewers, our watchers. And if you have any comments, drop them in the chat. Ray is monitoring the chat as we speak. So if you have any comments, questions, or thoughts on what we're saying, drop them in the chat. And if you want to cut the line, if you want to be a VIP like Stephanie Chase, there's one way to be a VIP, and that's by smashing the super chat button, because the super chat button lets you hop the line, Chris. Super chat button lets you clear out of the delays. It's like if I'm just throwing out a hypothetical scenario. It's like if I was going to see an AEW show in Chicago, and I had to take a cab to Hoffman Estates. Normally it'd take me about 90 minutes or so, but if I hit that super chat button, it's only going to take you 15, baby. That's the privilege and the perks of the super chat. So we appreciate everybody watching. If you have comments, let us know, and we will address them as Ray brings them up.
There you go. So the night before the NXT Missouri show, they are going to be doing Monday Night Raw at that same venue at the Enterprise Center. So I don't really like, again, I don't think NXT is at the point where it could be a touring brand. Like I don't think that anybody's coming out to see when it's branded as a developmental show. But I think the whole point of them bringing this thing out on the CW and starting off at the Allstate Arena and starting out in just in different places from the PC is to just give it that little to start it off while they're on this new CW network. But yeah, that CW network show, we got Zachary Wentz versus Wesley. We got Roxanne Perez versus Julia for the NXT Women's title. Then, of course, we got Ethan Page versus Trick Williams for the NXT Championship. But I wanted to kick it over to Steph real quick because there was a lot of, you had mentioned AEW, and this had came to mind. I want to make sure we didn't forget about this. But there's a lot of talk and speculation about the future of one Daniel Garcia. And I know Fightful had just reported that Garcia has not signed a new AEW contract as of this current time. There's a lot of things going on concerning his future, and like the finish to the match at All Out when he lost to MJF, but he ended up getting the better hand of him at the end was to sort of leave things open ended, I'm guessing. But Steph, what do you think about sort of the future for Daniel Garcia? Like, what would you think is the best move for him right now?
God, you're about to turn this into like a 10-hour podcast. Yeah, my favorite topic to go off on. If I was able to tell this young man what to do, I would actually say go to NXT, to be honest, because I look at what Sean is doing in NXT and how he's trying to present the show, and yeah, some of it is really silly and not for me, but I think he's trying to put on like a pretty cool product, and I can see Daniel Garcia fitting in there, right? And if you look at what Ethan Page has gotten from being in NXT, and he's older than Daniel Garcia, and I think for sure if they bring Daniel Garcia into NXT, he'll be right up at the top. And I think the reporting on this has been so interesting because we know that his contract's up in October. He got taken out by MJF before Wembley. Then he makes that return at Wembley. So big moment. Big pop for me, but I was like, oh, okay, I guess he's staying. And then I did ask Tony at the Scrum, has he signed a new contract? But Tony did not like that question at all. So there was no answer in that. But I was just like, hey, he's back. Has he signed?
I'm about to say, Steph, I remember his answer to your question. I think he was like, he doesn't want to speak on everybody's contract or something like that.
Yeah. So, okay. So he didn't re-sign then. And then he gets put in the program with MJF to have the match at All In Chicago. And he doesn't win. But he gets to beat up MJF after. But then he reportedly doesn't win because he hasn't signed. And then I know that Ibu of Wrestle Purists have said that they've asked him like at least 3 times when he's been at TV to sign his contract. So he hasn't signed it, which that's interesting that he wouldn't just put pen to paper. Like there's something holding him back. And then Ibu has also stated that Triple H is, to use his words, horny for Daniel Garcia. And I totally understand that. You know, that is an understandable emotion. But for me, why, like, a lot of people, when I say that I want him to go to NXT, will push back on that because they just, you know, they like AEW's product better than NXT and even WWE. And I totally get that. But I like AEW better as a wrestling product than WWE and NXT as well. But the way that his career has gone in AEW so far and the way Tony Khan books people, it doesn't make me optimistic for his future. He brought in Daniel Garcia as like this great technical wrestler, which he is. Then they stuck him in the JAS doing this, frankly, like terrible shit that was put on him by Jericho, because Jericho thinks that like every great wrestler, great young wrestler needs to like find a personality like he did in WCW, but he doesn't. Like he transplants things onto them that just do not work right now in 2024, like in the landscape at all. Like what Jericho was doing in WCW, which I enjoyed, he was doing as a solo act. If he had been doing that shit like within the NWO or something, I don't think he would have gotten as far as he did. But they make Danny do all that. The JS ends like it ends as if we're meant to not remember that it ever happened. And I find that very like sus that he didn't get like a blow off match with him or anything. I feel like Danny was just done with it. Then at the beginning of the year, do you remember all these weird bits where Tony Khan at the beginning of shows would be like, this is the year of Daniel Garcia, like for no reason. And I was like, okay, you're clearly making something up to him, you know, and he had a good showing in the tournament. Then it kind of went like flat again. And the stuff with MJF and Ospreay, it's like, he's always just like someone's little brother and he's always having these insecurities. And I'm like, man, I look at this guy and I'm like, I don't believe any of that. I would present him as a serious technical wrestler. And then the reports of what Triple H and William Regal think of him is like, they're looking at him as a serious technical wrestler. They're not saying, I want to hire Daniel Garcia because of those dance moves. They're saying like, I want Red Death Daniel Garcia. And he's so young that even if it doesn't work out in NXT, he'll be fine. And I would take that risk. When it comes to the main roster, it's harder to predict, but at least it's not Vince. But if I was Danny, like I'd take the chance. But I do think it's interesting that he hasn't put pen to paper, because I'm sure Tony's offered him something good and he put him in this program with MJF. But even the promise of a win against MJF hasn't made him sign.
Like I even remember, what was that? I think it's
That's enough.
I say, Ray, don't get us copyright.
Ray about to get us sued.
Yeah, he about to get us taken off YouTube. Yeah, James Riley, he said, friggin' Hoffman Estates being called Chicago drives me nuts. I can't hop on the L and get there. It's not Chicago. Also, cheers, y'all the best. Shout out to James. But I'm about to say, I'm one of those people. I never like when they say they're like, I'm talking about any company, when they say they're somewhere and then it's like in a different. I'm like, just call it what it is. But T. Anthony said, who you guys had the NTMG first?
Oh, we got a remix. Remix Ray.
Shout out to Ray Ting, man.
Ray Ting in the building.
But he said, who do you guys have in NCMG's first program with? Should they win the tag titles?
Ooh.
As fast as Ethan Page. I mean, I think the one that everybody sort of clamoring for is the Nathan Frazier and Oxio match. Like I'm one of those people that's on board with that. But I think to start off, I mean, I think they'll just give him like a quick 3-week program against a somewhat established team. And I mean, the Good Brothers been taking L's on that show for a minute. So I mean, you know, you might as well just keep on doing that.
Right.
Like, just to give MCMG the Good Brothers, or you can have. You know, I'm pretty sure it's something down the line with Chase U. You know, you got teams like Hank Walker and Tank Ledger who can, you know, be on the be there to help build up wins for Motor City Machine Guns. But I think of course the end game and all of this is Nathan Frazier and Oxium versus Motor City Machine Guns. And I'm pretty sure it ain't gonna be nobody's gonna be complaining about seeing Motor City Machine Guns with the tag titles, especially considering the fact that a lot of people already sort of like I don't really know about them starting out at NXT. I mean, that'd be a quick way to shut all that talk down real quick. But Will Chisholm said y'all thoughts on the Motor City Machine Gun. Oh yeah, we talked. Oh yeah, and the Lucha Brothers going to WWE. Let's kick that over to Steph. Steph, what you think about?
Well, I do want to take the MC that one real quick. I think once we see them debut and have some matches, we'll understand what Triple H or Shawn Michaels' vision for those dudes are. It's hard for me to say right now because I thought the Good Brothers would be like winning some matches every once in a while, and they're there just to they
looking up at the lights.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Chris said they're not the Good Brothers. They the watchable brothers.
It reminds me back in the 80s, like if you ever watched WWF in the 80s, like Coco Beware would be on there and they would just have him team with the most random jobbers on television, and they would just lose all the time. And it didn't matter who the jobber was. It would be like Dwayne Gill, or I forget the jobbers' names at the moment, but it would be that kind of thing. So yeah. So what was the other thing that they were saying? I'll let
they were asking about the potential of the Lucha Brothers coming to WWE. And I've seen some of the recent reporting about that, and all signs are indicating to them starting out on the main roster.
Yeah, as long as they don't throw them in the LWO, I think they'll have a fighting chance. I mean, well, that's the thing. That's the temptation in that company. Point. You know, is if they got something original for them to do, like they should be moving crazy merch, especially with Phoenix, right? I think like they should be like having I do think the WWE machine is gonna be of benefit to them. You know, I think it's gonna help them out immensely. The litmus test I always go by with TNA guys going to WWE is if they will be in the same position, higher on the card or lower on the card. With the Lucha Brothers, I see them being where they're at. They'll be tag champs, you know, eventually. I don't see like Phoenix could eventually be a single star. And then with Garcia, I'm with Chase on that. Like, I think if he goes to NXT, he'll be fine. If he goes to Raw or SmackDown, he'll pretty much be doing what he's doing in AEW, which is not progressing. Like,
they're gonna put him in there with Chad Gable and them boys just to get beat up by the Wyatts every week.
Right? Yeah. It'll be like, I think it's like whatever vision they have for themselves. Like look at Andrade, man. How many matches has that dude had with what's his Carmelo now? Like they had like at 505.
They had a series, a match series, and Andrade just got the win, so he's about to get the U.S. title shot now.
Okay,
but I mean, they were having like at first I was kind of like, I mean, the first match they had was like really good, and then the second match they had was like really good, so you could kind of see the sort of trend that they were going in, and I'm like, I mean, if this is a way, I was kind of looking at that, I was like, okay, if this is a way to get both of these guys on TV, and like, I mean, at least you're getting some substantial out of it in terms of just good solid matches. And then it ultimately leads to something, which it has in that last match they just had, was to determine who gets the next shot at LA Knight. So Andrade got the win, and he's gonna be challenging LA Knight next week. So that's how
he's not beating LA Knight for the US title. I hate to ruin it for you. It's not happening. He's in the same position he was in AEW. So it is like at least you get to wrestle and be around your wife and all that stuff. So. That was the long answer to the question.
But I was saying, going back to Steph's point about Daniel Garcia, like I was kind of thinking about like the way he was being booked when he first got into AEW, like when he was like that young litmus test for like a lot of the the vet wrestlers and stuff. Like I know when they had him out there with Punk and they had him out there with Eddie Kingston and they was in the mix with Darby Allin, and he was like Daniel was like that young talent that everybody was like looking for. It's like, man, that's gonna be the guy in like 2 or 3 years. And I even remember, I think the highlight moment for me for Daniel Garcia in AEW, what was that when he was in Buffalo in his hometown when he had I can't believe I'm blanking on my man name right now, but the dude performed into the ring and he won the ROH Pure Championship that night, and Danielson put the title around him and stuff like that. That was like one of the peak moments right there for me for Daniel Garcia. And I even remember Jericho saying on one of his podcasts when they did like a deep dive into the Jericho Appreciation Society, it was like a sort of a back and forth, if you will, about Daniel Garcia's future in terms of like, would he be in JAS or would he be in the Blackpool Combat Club? And they were sort of like going back and forth and trying to decide what was the better situation for him at the time. And I'm not, see, this is, I like, trust me, if y'all know me, y'all know there is nobody that dislikes giving Chris Jericho credit for anything more than me. I can't stand it. It irritates the shit out of me. But I will say that I think that him being in the JAS sort of gave him, I would say, like more longevity outside of what he can obviously do in the ring. And I think that it worked to a certain extent. But I feel like with a lot of things with Chris Jericho and AEW is that you get dragged into these things longer than you need to be. And I feel like we've seen that throughout the course of a lot of his programs. Like it becomes this thing, like the Jericho Vortex joke. Like he's using it now on television. But it does seem like it's a thing or a pattern where if you're feuding with Jericho, then you're involved with Jericho, then you're in this thing for this long period of time, and then you essentially the only way that you're getting out is when this thing completely, and I mean completely, is done with. I mean, like even with I remember Mike Santana, or I think it was Ortiz, was talking about it, just how they were supposed to win the AEW World Tag Titles, but they were tied up in the Inner Circle, and they were told that it was because of that they didn't want to. West Side Gun, there you go, thank you, Ian. But that's who rapped Daniel Garcia to the ring. But yeah, I remember Ortiz was talking about how they were supposed to win the AEW tag titles, but the reason they didn't is because they were tied up in Inner Circle storyline. So it just seems like when individuals get tied up when these feuds with Jericho, like even most recently with Hook, some people say that thing kind of dragged a little bit too long. So I think that was it was a plus and sort of a hindrance to Daniel Garcia's overall presentation, and then he sort of just got lost in the shuffle a little bit, and then it kept just being like this thing about just relying on the band and that thing. Granted, it did get him over to a certain degree, but like when I'm looking at it now, I just think that the best thing is to get like a fresh start, and maybe that is in NXT. I think if he were to resign, I think that they would take more. They would look at him and try to have more of an initiative to want to present him in a better light. Like I think if he is to resign, then I think that you should probably look at him to be the guy to take the shot off of Jack Perry. I think that should probably be the way you go. But I mean, I don't know. Like we haven't heard Daniel Garcia speak on anything. Like he's done interviews and he's kept it like real professional. Like he hasn't said anything crazy. He hasn't said anything of note that would make you question like where he's going. But I mean, if I was him, I would just be like, maybe I do need a fresh start. But also, I mean, you never know what could be on the other side of you signing that new deal. Like maybe it would be something of substance for you, but that's part of just the unknown of it. So, I mean, I think I probably would lean towards more what Steph was saying, just about let's try something new.
Stephanie makes the most sense with the NXT thing. If he's going to WWE and they get him on the main roster, and he thinks he's going to be feuding with Braun Breaker, he will be, but probably jobbing. So go to NXT, get some reps in. I think that's the best. Like if he was going to sign anywhere, NXT is the place that has the most like of an upside. AEW, it doesn't have an upside, but he's familiar there, and I think he'll be treated well there. WWE, I think he'll be treated okay in the beginning, and then once they get tired of him, he's going to be like what Ricochet was towards the end of his WWE run.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really something that he's got to like think long and hard about. This is going to take a lot of critical thought.
Yeah, I think one of the issues with AEW, and Steph can speak to this, is it's a game of musical chairs in terms of their booking, and it's only but so many chairs. They got like 5 chairs and like 25 people, so everybody can't get a seat in this game, Steph.
Right,
so
yeah.
I'm with you, especially considering the age factor. Like, hey, try it. If it don't work out, man, it's not like the door's gonna be closed. Like, you can always
I was
come
about to say,
back.
Nate, he's 25, Nate.
Yeah, like he's got his whole career ahead of him. So I'm with you, Stephanie. If I'm him, I would kind of take a chance on myself, because like I said, like there's just so many cats in AEW. Like, yeah, you good, but it's like so are those 4 other guys right next to you in that same age range.
And it's so hard to move upwards, like we're past 5 years now, and there's people like, so even Darby Allin, my people think Darby Allin's like winning the world title, but like you had him on one of the first Dynamites. He was like having matches with Jericho, and like he feuded with Cody and stuff. And like, yeah, he's done really, really well, but he's always been in that like TNT level. And then you see like on Dynamite, they have Sammy Guevara wrestling Ricochet, and it's like someone that's meant to be a pillar, and he comes out and they always say Sammy wrestled the first match in the first Dynamite, and it's like, yeah, and what the fuck has he done since?
No, right.
And it's just, I find it like very hard to like break through the ceiling in AEW unless your MJF has done it, obviously from their like completely homegrown guys, but it's very hard to do that. But especially like Danny, it's not just that he has to like try and jump or get up there with like a Hangman or a Swerve, but he also has to jump all the guys in the middle, like your Darbys and people like that too. It's just a lot of leapfrogging to do. Whereas NXT, he can come in and get a really good spot there, and then see what the main roster has for him. But definitely he's NXT first.
Yeah. And then we talk about the Lucha Brothers. Like, I think Chris hit the nail on the head. That's going to be a team they're going to be moving hella merch, especially when you can promote them like that. So I think that's going to be 2 key signings that they can definitely make that happen. Like the Lucha Brothers going to the main roster. I think that makes sense opposed to sending them to NXT. Like, I don't know why. Like, I really can't even explain it to you right now. I just think that just fits better.
I think for me, Andrew, and I want to get Steph's take on this. I think where with the machine guns, I'm like NXT is a better fit than the main roster for me for those guys. With the Lucha Brothers, I think the main roster is definitely a better fit. And part of that is the packaging, the presentation. Ray Phoenix, like there were times, Steph, like maybe a couple years ago on AEW where Ray Phoenix was putting banger after banger after banger out, during his little mini singles run. And it's like, that guy is money. And when somebody figures it out, they're going to make a mint off of this kid. And so, to me, whereas the Motor City Machine Guns are great, one of my favorite tag teams of all time, they don't reinvigorate a tag team division the way dropping the Lucha Brothers in do. Like, that changes the landscape, in my opinion.
I'm about to say, like, Penta and Phoenix, they have a lot more, like, trust me, they got hella substance. Let me say that before I say this. Right. They have the flash. You know what I'm saying? And especially when the people that attend like the WWE events, when they get a hold of the little Cero Miedo thing, that's gonna take off. That shit gonna be like white on rice.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? People they gonna fall in love with that. But I feel like it's MCMG. They're more of like a straightforward in-ring based tag team. You know what I'm saying? Traditional tag team wrestlers who I think will have a lot of fanfare based off of the mileage and the years that they put in over the last 15, 20 damn years. You know what I'm saying? So I think they'll be able to ride on that in addition to what they'd be able to do in the ring. But I feel like with basically just picking back on what you said, Nate, with the Lucha Brothers, they have like a lot of that main roster flash that you would expect from a team. Like just to, you know what I'm saying? Just to be able to have the crowd behind you and generate all that different type of interest and whatnot. So I think that's just the better fit overall for that particular tag team. But
I think when you're looking at signing people from AEW or TNA or wherever, you can't like look at NXT as just developmental, like in that sense. There's a
Yeah.
lot of people on that roster who are developing, but then I think it has to be a space for other people that you want to introduce in a different way. So like with
Mhm.
Motor City Machine Guns, they're like those veterans that can help NXT. With Daniel
Mhm.
Garcia, he's like a young guy to bring in there that's like fresh to the audience. But if you even take someone like Jade Cargill, who does need developing, but like I thought bring her main roster like straight up, because like that's a big AEW signing. And even
Right.
though like they have Julia in NXT right now, and she's, you know, a better, more decorated wrestler than Jade Cargill, but putting her in NXT is a good way to introduce her to like the WWE audience, where
Yeah.
like with Jade you want the impact of like, we've got this person that you just saw on American TV. But with the Lucha
Right.
Bros in WWE, yeah, they're gonna sell a ton of merch. It's gonna be like when Cody, you know, got that fucking tattoo, and in AEW, like they did nothing with it. Now in WWE, it's like everywhere. And
Mhm.
now
Right.
that he's in WWE, I'm like, okay, I get why you
Yeah.
got that, you know, because the branding.
Right.
But
Right. Like, no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
oh, I was just gonna say, like, when it comes to the use of Hispanic talent, Latino talent, like Triple H does kind of group them together, LWO.
LWO, brother. LWO.
I don't know though if Tony does any better, because I think like
Yeah, he doesn't.
one thing to me
You
that like
get Alex Abrahantes.
that's what I was gonna say. Right, that killed their aura. They looked so cool, the Lucha Bros, and then this absolute idiot, and now he's with Private Party doing forward rolls on Dynamite. Like that's so embarrassing. Like this guy has to just go.
Mhm.
But there is like Tony kind of does the same thing, and I think that all companies are looking for their Rey Mysterio, and they can't seem to find it, because they just cluster everyone together like that, and they don't work on their identities. But I do think that Penta and Phoenix being a package, having such a strong look, I think they can make a really great positive impact in WWE. It will be very interesting.
I was about
Right.
to say,
And
like,
then
you good, Chris. Go ahead.
no, with Rey Mysterio, even like look at him when he was in WCW,
Mhm.
and then when he was in WWE, it changed the game for him. Like they were selling merch for him like almost immediately. Like they had these series of vignettes of Rey Mysterio playing before he even debuted on TV, and then when he debuts, all they do is show him in a backstage segment tightening his mask up, and he's getting a huge pop from the crowd.
Yeah.
Like WWE is better with that kind of branding.
Mhm.
And I think that with Phoenix and Penta, it's a no-brainer, man. It really is. But they are gonna have to like fight the instincts to do some of their normal race grouping stereotypical
Put him in an agua
shit.
fresca match.
Yeah, like they always do. Or
I'm never letting that go, nephew. On
Yeah, I
the
know.
same damn show where we had all of our Latino wrestlers in the agua fresca match, and we had our sisters in the match sponsored by the damn fried chicken company. Chris,
The fried chicken.
you can't let them off the hook, brother.
the chicken. Yeah, and then there was one where it was like, it was not malt liquor,
It was
but it was some kind of
Snoop's liquor.
yeah. It's like, come on, man.
With
Like
the Street Profits match.
yeah, it's like it takes 5 seconds to get like a racial diversity like group or somebody to be like, hey, maybe that's not the best idea. Maybe, you know.
I say, Chris, but the money, Chris, the money.
The money.
Right.
Come on, Chris.
Right, yeah. So
Everybody loves fried chicken, Chris.
But even with Rey Mysterio, I remember him saying in an interview one time, he was like, him getting that like the machine behind him was like one of the most pivotal moments of his career, because they started like immediately selling the mask and having all these different merch items, and I think it kind of be the same for the Lucha Brothers. Like,
Yeah.
I'm thinking like I just wonder like what that initial main roster run would be like. 'Cause we thinking about like sort of we talking about like the presentation of like a lot of the Hispanic talents in WWE. Like one thing I haven't been a fan of, bro, is like what they've done with Dragon Lee. Like they've like completely dimmed the light that was on him when he came. Because there was a point in NXT like with Dragon Lee was like he felt like he was like up next, and then he got moved up to the main roster, and I was like, okay, this is, you know, maybe it'll be some, you know, some substantial, maybe it'll be something nice, and then he started out real good, and then it kind of just faded away, and then they put him with the LWO, and then like he kind of went away, and then he's back now. But it's like he's like just a member of this group. He didn't stand out like how he did before. I mean, it's still time to shift things around, but like I just don't want it to be like this thing where you feel like, you know, like of course you want to show that different representation on television, but that doesn't mean that you have to group everybody together. You can have these different variations. You can still have that representation while showing that these individuals are different from these individuals, have different motivations from these individuals, while all still representing the culture in which they represent. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't always have to be they need to be on TV together. But I mean, again,
Hunter just looking at you right now, nephew, like, what do you mean, kid? La familia.
But yeah, man, like I mean, it's definitely gonna be interesting to see how all these things turn out. Like I think that as far as AEW goes, I think it should just be a matter of like focusing on the talents that you have now. Like Steph had brought up Private Party and, you know, Top Flight. Like I will always beat this drum always that I think that Private Party should have won that initial AEW World Tag Title tournament, because like I think that when they beat the Young Bucks, I was like,
right,
oh yeah, like that's how you start the tag team division off like this. Like this is, and then, you know, I didn't have a problem with SCU winning it, but I'm like, you just put these two fresh young guys. I'm talking about, they was fresh out of House of Glory. Mark Quinn and Isaiah Cat fresh out of House of Glory, and you just put them over the team that everybody thought was going to be your first AEW World Tag Team champions. And then like they end up losing and they never won the titles.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I even remember Isaiah Cassidy had said it. It was like in an interview last year. I think it was on his vlog when he was talking about like how Private Party hasn't done shit. He was like the only reason people always talk about us beating the Young Bucks is because we ain't did shit else but beat the Young Bucks. Like those were like literally his words. I'm not paraphrasing or adding on.
They're like Joe Burrow. They're like Joe Burrow, and Joe Burrow, I'm gonna say it because I'm wearing my shout out to Bryce Young. It's always forward Bryce Young.
Out in them streets, man.
Shout out to the nephew. But here's the thing, Andrew. Private Party is the Joe Burrow of pro wrestling, because the only reason Joe Burrow hot on these streets is because they beat the Chiefs in the AFC Championship, lost the Super Bowl, and ain't done nothing since. Like you beat the champs once, you didn't win the big title, and then you ain't done nothing since. And then we love them brothers, man. But it's like, like there was an opportunity, Stephanie, to really do something different. And this is no shade on SCU. Like those are good brothers. Yeah. But if you really want to, and Private Party was green, but it's like if you want to kind of shake things up, that's a way to do it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before about how hard it is to move up the ladder. It's the Private Party, another great example. Like right at the beginning, beating the Young Bucks, we get to now haven't done anything. And I mean, they came in and they, you know, I thought their gimmick was cool. I thought they looked great, and then they end up with Matt Hardy. That was one of the weirdest decisions ever.
Oh, don't get Chris started on the Hardy family organization.
I get putting someone with a veteran, right? And then two, I get that the Hardy Boys were once with old man Michael Hayes. But still, this was a terrible decision because Matt Hardy, in my opinion, is truly awful. But also, you took these guys who part of their gimmick was that they, you know, the parties and like the beginning of their entrance, like, ooh, is that Private Party? And it's like, why would they ever be hanging around with this old guy like that looks like a magician, like a street magician? And that was just so killer for them, I thought.
And they made them idiots too. They were like, Matt Hardy was like, look, I'm taking 35% of your earnings. It was like, come on, man. Like, no, what brother you know better be like, yeah, you know, like if that does happen to a brother, which has happened historically in the music industry, it happens under the guise of night. You know, they don't just come right out and say that to you. You know, it kind of
you got to finesse it like Pebbles did with TLC.
Yeah, like what they should have did was, if they were going to do that angle, have them look at their earnings versus what they should be getting like a couple weeks later and go, Matt, what's going on? You know, not like the stupid shit they did in there. You know, it's and that's the thing with AEW. Is they've got, like, Tony Khan has a lot of toys that he gets tired of playing with fast, you know, and even the top guys in AEW, they really haven't, like, look at MJF, for example.
Okay.
He's doing the exact same thing he's been doing in that company. They tried to turn him into a good guy, and that would have been another layer of him. They did it for, like, how long was it? A month?
No, they did it for a little while. When you talking about,
it was a little while.
When he was partnering with Adam Cole, that was like a little minute they had that going on. MJF was a baby.
No, I'm not talking. Well, okay, so let's put things in perspective. The thing with Adam Cole happened when he was on TV, and then he was off TV for that whole time. And then when they brought him back on TV, he was off. How long was he off TV for?
So he was gone. He left at World's End. So that was December 2023, and then he came back. Yeah. So May 2024.
I think it's fair for me not to count the absence time as a face run, because he's not running, doing anything. He's not on TV. So when he gets back on TV, he's a face for a little while, and then they go right back to turn him into a heel, and he's doing the same "I like you, kick him in the dick" kind of thing. That's not doing anything. MJF has hit his ceiling in AEW until otherwise has been proven. What else is he gonna do there?
Okay, Chris.
There's more life. MJF is one of the few guys. I never say this about AEW guys, because I think a lot of times they're chasing they're chasing a primrose path, wanting to go to WWE. MJF is one guy, I think, if he leaves, he can't now because he signed that contract and got the fucking tat on his leg or whatever. So
yeah, that tat was fucking crazy. I wouldn't have did that. Okay. No, I'm not tatting no company on me, bro. Y'all,
no,
right? Yeah, I'm not doing that either, man. But he got the tat. And
you got the bag from it, so I mean, hey, I'm
saying, like, there was more for him to do in another company. Like, he could actually do the exact same stuff he did in AEW and WWE, and in WWE it'd be fresh because it'd be like a new place he's doing it in. In AEW, it's just the same old stuff. Like, how do you turn this guy into a face again and it matter? Is my question. And that's always the problem with AEW, is they get this talent and then once they hit the pinnacle, they don't know what to do with them after that. Like Swerve, I'm kind of nervous about.
See, that's gonna be interesting. That is gonna be real interesting to see how that.
Yeah. And because Swerve is actually a WWE guy that I count as somebody that AEW did better things with.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But
Swerve is the exception.
Yeah, Swerve is the exception. Pac, he's probably better off in AEW than he was in WWE. So if you just look at the main roster runs.
This is where I count. I think that anybody who was watching 205 Live at the time would tell you he was like the best thing on that show, and I thought that there was going to be a point where he would transition to the main roster. But when you think about who was running the main roster shows, that shit was not going to happen at all. Vince was not leaning into no Pac, but if you go back and watch what he was doing, the same thing that he's doing in AEW, he was doing that on 205 Live, but nobody was just fucking watching that show. So like, he just transitioned it over to the bigger stage, and then now people are seeing, this character work that he was doing. Like, I remember he was one time when he lost the cruiserweight title, and he was walking around, fucking head was all frizzled, motherfucker looked like he ain't sleeping like 7 days. That was great character work that he was doing, and I remember I saw him do that in AEW, and I was like, that reminds me of this. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think I would count Pac and Swerve as two people who
did
the
from WWE. I'm talking
AEW.
yeah.
Uh-oh, another super chat. Hey Ray, you about to get us taken off, brother. You about to get us taken off, brother. Will Chisholm said, I think he may how long y'all think Julie and Stephanie Backer are staying in NXT? I think about a year, 2 years maybe.
Yeah, probably about a year until
I think Julie will be there longer than Stephanie will though. I think Stephanie should be there for like a year and some change. I think Julia will be there for like 2 years because I think they could probably get more out of Julia. But I think with Stephanie, I think it'd be like a quick, she'll be there about a year and some change, and then they'll move her up. But with Julia, I think they'll probably keep her there for about 2 years, and then she'll go up.
I think Julia less, honestly. I just think like she has a great package, like look, a real like star presence. I don't think they're gonna be able to resist bringing her up to the main roster. So I think maybe Stephanie less than Julia. I just feel like the hype around Julia and just how she carries herself, everything. I think they're gonna bring her up quicker. Yeah.
Which I think, me and Chris.
I think I don't know which one they'd bring up the quickest. Julia is probably who I think they could probably use the quickest, but Stephanie Vaquer, the way she was debuted in NXT, it was kind of perfect. I think they'll both be big in a year, and WWE's women's division kind of needs a little bit of freshening up as also. So I could see WrestleMania, it just really depends on what their need is at that time,
I think I think it's kind of hard to predict right now because Triple H hasn't been in charge for long, so we haven't seen what the NXT to WWE like feeder system is for people that are skilled wrestlers, right? We've seen someone, for example, like a Tiffany Stratton go from like nothing to NXT to now she's in WWE, but we haven't really properly seen that process for someone that comes in with a name and how Triple H and Shawn are working together on that. So I think it's kind of harder to predict than some others.
I'm about to say, Steph, I think the only like example we have of that is like Ilya Dragunov. I think that because he was a known person before he got to NXT UK. Then he went to NXT, and then now he's on the main roster.
I will say this though: the NXT system has been better for women going to the main roster than men, in my opinion. Like because Roman Reigns is not a part of the NXT system. He's part of Florida Championship Wrestling. So is Seth Rollins. So are most of these guys. Every once in a while, like Kevin Owens, you can. Yeah,
he was that Triple H NXT.
Yeah, but I don't count him either because he was in ROH. It's like there are guys.
You talking about like people that made their name
in NXT,
like NXT homegrowns.
Well, I mean, Seth Rollins had made his name, and when he was on the Independents out in Chicago, and when he was doing AEW and ROH and stuff
that's what I really don't count. I don't count Seth Rollins. Because he was Tyler Black in ROH, and if you don't. I remember he was kind of like their version of John Cena in ROH because he was one of those people that the fans were kind of turning on. Even though he was a face, he was getting that kind of Cena reaction in ROH, as when he was doing that stuff, man. So I mean, I think like the NXT system, the success rate of that is iffy at best. It's like you like if you this is in the Vince McMahon era, you could be big on NXT, and then when you go to the main roster,
Oh yeah, it's over,
you're a
buddy.
bodyguard.
Man.
Like even
Yeah.
like you think about some of them transitions, like even FTR. I remember when they was the shit in NXT, and then they got up the main roster. Oh yeah, boy,
They're shaving backs.
Yeah, they was. And the thing is, like when you look at it, it's like you like, oh yeah, they won the Raw tag titles, they won the SmackDown tag titles, but they wasn't doing shit. Like they was like in some of the worst spats, and it really wasn't anything of substance for them. But like I do agree with your point most definitely that I think the succession rate is higher for the women's division that comes up versus the men's division that comes up. Because I even like we speaking about it now, like and the reason I think that Julia would probably stay longer in NXT than Stephanie Vacker will is because usually with like a lot of the aces in that NXT women's division, they usually tend to keep them longer because they get more out of them. And like even like I remember people were saying like Roxanne Perez, like people were saying like last year she should have got called up, and you look at her now, she's still in NXT and she's like been able to revitalize herself in this new heel role that really wasn't working for me at first, but like now I feel like she's finally captured the essence of who she is as a heel. So like that's why I think that once they sort of hit all of those peaks and valleys with Julia's on-screen persona, then they'll call her up. Whereas opposed to what I think with Stephanie Vacker, it'll probably be like just a quick in and out type thing. And not to say that I don't think that they'll be able to do a lot with Stephanie, but we just haven't seen her. Like she debuted at the house show in Mexico, but she hasn't been on television yet. So, but I think that's kind of my line of thinking. But I definitely agree with your point. Like you thinking about like the Bianca Belairs, the Io Skies, the Kyrie Sanes, like the people who started out in NXT, Charlotte, you know what I'm saying? Bayley,
all the 4 horsewomen,
all of them. Becky Lynch.
It's like that system was really good for them. I don't know what Vince McMahon's issue is with some of these dudes, you know. Because the NXT just doesn't seem to translate for them the way you would think it would, you know.
No. But the only person I can legitimately think of whose presentation in WWE has remained the same, I'm talking about without any hindrance or any bad transitions, is Gunther. He is the only person I can think of whose character has remained the same throughout his entire WWE run.
Which is shocking.
Which is insane.
Yeah. I'll give you Walter. But
I was trying to see how Chris was going to hedge his bets.
No, this isn't a bet hedge. He did not learn how to wrestle in WWE and UK NXT, whatever the fuck it's called.
I know that, but I'm talking about just somebody who has had that consistent trend. Like of course he didn't. Like he been had a name. Everybody knew who the fuck he was. Yeah. But I'm talking about like just from that being through the WWE, because they changed so much, and it's like it's not saying.
Well, they changed his name. Like they were like, "You're not German enough for us, Walter. You are now Gunther." So it's like they do their things to their people and all that, and and then the feud he had with Damian Priest. It was like that's not German enough. We got to add a layer of classism.
Just a little
classism,
sprinkle a little racism.
Like Gunther was perfectly fine on the trajectory he was on, but you can't blame Vince for that shit. That was Triple H saying, you know what, I tried this thing with Booker T back at a long time ago. Let's do it again. Let's run it back. Because it was so great then, wrestling history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme. And I think that's the thing with the Gunther stuff, which I do appreciate it, but I can't be there's been some seasoning added to that one. Let's just say that. That's all I can say.
Yeah. So we got we spend a good amount of time on that specific topic and all those different topics we just touched on, but the next one we're gonna move on move on to is the WWE Bad Blood prediction that we have October 5th, and from the State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia, where Nate's Atlanta Falcons play. You know, I would appreciate it if our brother Ray Williams joined us. We gotta have Ray for the predictions.
We gotta have Ray for the predictions.
It's not a predictions if Ray Williams is not on this.
Hold on, Ray. I know you've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes tonight. I know you're excited. We got a special guest in the house with us. Zack Sabre Jr. is not a part of the Bad Blood card, Ray. He ain't on this card. Ain't no Tiger Driver 97s being hit. So just focus, brother. Focus.
Hey, Ray, let me tell you something. Whenever we do the end of 2024 show, I need that clip. I'm going to post that clip on Twitter. The world needs to see that. That is one of the, let me tell you, Ray has a lot of great takes that I've heard. But that is one of his comedic moments that will always stick with me. That is one of the funniest fucking moments in the history of post wrestling. I swear that shit was hilarious.
Have you seen that clip, Steph?
No.
Oh, we got to show Steph after the show.
We got to show. Ray was we were talking about Forbidden Door.
Yeah.
And Ray had got like we were talking about the main event, right? We were talking about Swerve versus Ospreay, and I think Ray had got confused.
No, it was the other way around.
No, we were talking about Zach's match.
We were talking about Zach's match, and Ray had got confused about what we was talking about, so he went on this whole rant about Swerve versus Ospreay, and we was looking at Ray like, "Hold on, bro, like we talking about the same thing?" And I'm talking about he was dead ass serious, like he was like, "Oh yeah, Swerve could do this, and Ospreay, and he did a Titan Drive 97," and me, Chris, and Nate was like, "We'll be talking about Zack Sabre Jr. right now," like, and Ray was like, "Oh, well, yeah, that shit was so fucking funny, bro. Ray is hilarious." But yeah, we got WWE Bad Blood from the State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia.
We love you, Ray.
With Nate bum ass Falcons play at. But you caught that straight, Nate?
Look, as I told you before the show, sometimes you got to go through the bad to get to the good. So I'm hoping that through this process of losing, we 0-2 now. Hopefully,
no, not yet, Nate. Not yet. Y'all got the Monday night game tomorrow. Y'all got the Philly.
No, I'm already saying it. We 0-2. I'm already calling it. Kirk Cousins needs to go. Kirk Cousins needs to be out of here. See, Kirk Cousins, you used to play in this area. Everybody knows I live in Virginia. You used to play for the Washington Redskins, now the Washington Commanders. So you was close. You was a neighbor, Kirk Cousins. It used to be mad love, Kirk Cousins. But now that you destroying my team, you destroying my franchise, we ain't got nothing but bad blood, Kirk Cousins.
Look at that transition. Look at that. Brother Nate Milton, ladies and gentlemen. But we got
shout out to the Swifties.
but we got 5 matches advertised in the show.
Oh. You're definitely getting taken down now.
Yeah, hey, Rick.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, chill on that, man.
Vote for Kamala Harris, Lo.
Taylor's taking all your super chat money.
Well,
Taylor, if we vote for Kamala Harris, Taylor, please don't strike us with the copyright strike.
I'm about to say, hey, Ray, look, you could probably get away with the Shane McMahon thing. You playing with fire, doing that Taylor Swift music.
Actually, no. Ray is a genius because Ray knows if it was any other day and he played that song, we might get in trouble. But today, the former president of the United States went on his social media and said, "I hate Taylor Swift." So the Swifties got bigger fish to fry than the NWA podcast on Post Wrestling.
I can't believe that stupid motherfucker got on stage talking about they eating the dogs. What the fuck type of shit is? What are we doing, bro?
I could believe that. See, that's an old racial stereotype from a long time ago.
Yeah.
It started like in the 1800s with immigrants, and then it became pervasive in the 1970s and then the 1980s. And then it was really particularly bad with Asian Americans because they owned a lot of restaurants in the United States of America. So what they would say is like, oh, they're serving dog and cat at the restaurants to kind of like hurt their business and to be racist. And it's always been a horrible stereotype. And then JD Vance went around perpetuating it. He admitted on TV in that Dana Bash interview he did on the Sunday shows this morning that it was a lie, but it's still problematic and sickening. And don't be surprised if anyone runs with those rumors. People want to
already
believe
do.
dumb shit.
I was about to say that. You want to know what's so crazy to me is that when you say stuff like that on a platform in which he has, you enable a lot of like the ignorant motherfuckers that already believe the dumb shit that you say. So you're only encouraging them to believe in these stereotypes even more. So that's thing.
Yeah, they want to believe that, right?
Yeah,
exactly. So
exactly.
I want to believe this Bad Blood pay-per-view is going to be.
Look at him, ladies and gentlemen. The professor at work. He just took y'all to school.
Man, look, they said Nate was the only one that had transitions. Man, look at Chris. But we got of course WWE Bad Blood. I started off and then we could just go like the full. We go Ray and then Steph and then we go Nate and then Chris could finish it off. But we're gonna start us off with Damian Priest versus Finn Balor. The official breakdown of the Judgment Day. I'm thinking Finn get the win right here. I'm thinking Finn get the win. What was you thinking, Ray?
Yeah, I think especially since again, it's always a lot of stuff happening within a month. It just goes by so fast. But with the Bash at Berlin going and the Terra twins getting the dub, I think Judgment Day / Street Trash are going to get involved. And I think Balor is going to pick up.
Such a stupid name.
What you think, Steph?
I think Finn gets the win. They want to keep all this stuff going, so give Finn the win here.
I'm about to say, Steph, you know this shit ain't ending until next year.
No.
Nate?
Nah, why would you end it, man? Why would you end it? It's still got a lot of steam. So I'll make it 3 for 3 so far, or 4 for 4, and go with the Prince on these streets.
Brother Chris?
I'll go with Finn Balor in this one as well.
It's a clean sweep, which
go.
means Priest is going to win.
Yeah.
So next up, we got the WWE Women's World Championship. We have Liv Morgan, the company to the ring by Dirty Dominic Mysterio versus Rhea Ripley. I think that this is, I think this is where Rhea gets the title. I think Rhea wins right here. What you thinking, Ray?
I'm gonna flip it. I think again we gotta I think continue to push this rivalry between the two. Although it is kind of getting stale. It's kind of like what you guys were saying about the tag division. It's like it's only 2 people at the top, and then where everybody else at, we don't know. But I think we're gonna keep this going somehow, some way. So I got Liv retaining.
Steph?
Yeah, I agree. I think they want to keep this going. They haven't set up enough else to take Rhea out of this little Judgment Day universe, so I think Liv retains.
Yeah, I'm going with Liv, nephew, because here's the thing, man. You know, you, Steph and Ray, y'all a little bit younger than me and Chris on these streets. Y'all might not remember a cartoon back in the day, man. Tom and Jerry, right? What? You ain't watched Tom and Jerry to see Tom get Jerry every week. The beauty of the show was in the chase. What's Tom gonna do this time? How's Jerry gonna escape this time? In this scenario, Leah's Tom and Liv is Jerry, which makes Dominic Mammy Two Shoes. The less you read about Mammy Two Shoes, the better.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Chris, for affirming that. But yeah, I agree with Steph and Ray here, because I think that yes, that like it feels like maybe the feud's been spinning its wheels since Bash at Berlin, but you gotta run this through, at least through Survivor Series. I think, I think that could be the culmination of this particular story. But yeah, it's too early, just a smidge too early for me. So I'm gonna say Liv retains, man.
When is they debut on Netflix in January, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't see Rhea not going on being on Netflix as the champ.
Right.
So I do think she's getting that title back eventually. But yeah, it's hard for me because I actually do partly see where nephew is coming from. I really do, because I think that there's only so much of this shit you can do before it gets old. But yeah, I think Rhea's gonna eat the L, unfortunately. But by the time they're on Netflix, she's getting that thing back.
Yeah, I'm kind of my line of thinking with it is that because Finn's winning, I think that you need some type of W for the Terra Twins, and I think it either goes one or two ways: either Damian wins and Liv wins, or Finn wins and Rhea wins. I think, I think that at Survivor Series, whichever, I don't think this will be this is not going to be the War Games match. The War Games match is some shit with the Bloodline. That's going to be the War Games match, whatever that is. But I think that whatever happens at Survivor Series will be the opposite of whatever happens at Bad Blood. So it'll be like no one side will have a definitive night. It will always be either the Terra Twins get a win in one cycle, or the Drew Judgment Day gets a win in the other cycle. Like, I don't ever think it'll be ever a simultaneous thing until 2025, when they officially ready to blow this thing off. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with Rhea.
Okay.
Yeah, Andrew, I was just thinking, because essentially up until like maybe the last couple weeks, it's essentially just been the Terra Twins just ripping through Judgment Day until like Rhea got hurt. I think they jumped her and hurt her knee, and then I think it was a Raw a couple weeks ago where they were standing over top of both of them. But for the most part, since they broke up, it's essentially been the Terra Twins finding a way to just beat down. So I think I think at Bad Blood, I think the Judgment Day do deserve a whole night where they run amok.
Essentially, nephew, because I see what you're saying, Andrew, but I feel like Bad Blood is the Infinity War to Survivor Series Endgame, where the bad guys win this night and you leave like, damn, I don't feel good about the way that ended. You feeling like Tom Holland, Stephanie Chase, I don't feel so good,
making
Mr.
me
Stark.
ready to change my pick. Y'all got me.
And then Survivor Series, you get that triumphant moment where the Terra Twins end the night with both of them holding the titles.
Okay. Y'all made some great points, man. You know, I'm gonna still rock with Rhea.
Stand on business, nephew.
But no, y'all definitely had me ready to switch sides for a minute. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, y'all made some great points. But next up, this one a little interesting. I want to go to Nate first, and then we can just go like the full all around thing. I want to go to you this first, Nate, since it's your queen, Nia Jax. Stephanie, Nate is a big Nia Jax fan. He part of that camp. Nate loves Nia. And let me say this. I will say this. I think that this is the best run of Nia's career. I would say that on the record.
100%.
But so this is what's happening, Nate. Nia doesn't have an announced opponent yet, but what's going to happen is next Friday, it is going to be Nia and Tiffany Stratton versus Bayley and Naomi. So if Bayley and Naomi win, Nate, whoever gets the pin between Bayley and Naomi will win the title shot at Bad Blood. And if Bayley or Naomi lose, whoever takes the pin has to leave SmackDown. So when you're looking at that match, it all predicates on the Nia and Tiffany versus Bayley and Naomi. Where do you think that goes? Who do you think gets the title shot? And mind you, Tiffany Stratton has the Money in the Bank briefcase. So where are you looking at that? And then on top of that, who's leaving SmackDown if Naomi and Bayley do lose? Like, how do you construct this whole thing and then to finish it off, who you think is getting the title shot?
Well, first of all, nephew, I feel like we need to take a pause for the cause and just reflect and genuflect, some would say, Ray Williams, on the magnificence of our queen, Nia Jax, on these streets. Now us Americans, we not used to having a queen. Stephanie Chase, obviously, used to being under a queen. So I'm getting used to this monarchy that we are currently living in, the Nia Jax reign. May long may her reign be. God save the queen and all that. But here's the thing, nephew. That stipulation is a dumb stipulation. Because here's the thing. Even if Nia and Tiffany win, the consequence, you guys got to leave SmackDown and walk down the hall and go show up on Raw. Like, ain't nobody getting fired. Ain't nobody losing their job over this. So it's obviously set up for the babyfaces to win. Now the question is, do we run back Bayley and Nia, or do we give Naomi a shot? I feel like, for me, the more interesting variant would be to have Naomi get the win and run that match. But either way, I don't think Bayley or Naomi, whoever wins that in that tag match, neither one of them are going to beat Nia Jax. The only person that can beat Nia Jax is Tiffany Stratton on these streets, and that is something that we cannot have in modern society. We cannot reward this type of skullduggery. We cannot reward this type of malfeasance. This type of nefarious means. You know, Nia Jax is an honorable, hardworking champion that is an example. Stephanie Chase, an example Chris, an example Ray, an example Andrew of everything we should aspire to be in our lives. Hardworking, tough, beautiful. You know, that is what we should all aspire to be in our lives. And you know, look inside your hearts, viewers and listeners, this week as you're out on your daily job, and see, you know, ask yourself, NJD, what would Nia Jax do in any situation you're faced with, and you're gonna come out on top? Because she's not like most girls, ladies and gentlemen. But long answer
man,
short.
I'm about to say, hey Nate, one thing, not one media outlet or one podcast, Nia knows she got a safe space in.
Always welcome. Always welcome, Nia Jax. Come on home. Come on home. We are your safe harbor in a sea full of storms and raging waters. People that want to tear you down. We're not gonna tear you down, Nia Jax. We're gonna lift you up. But yeah, I say in that tag match, the baby faces go over. I'll say Naomi gets the pin, and then Naomi loses to Nia, and hopefully Tiffany has some sense and does not betray her queen, and Nia can reign forever.
What you think, Chris?
So the loser gets switched there, so they change their home room.
Yeah, so Chris, whoever takes the pin is switching brands.
I don't care. I mean, I'm trying to I don't. The only thing I hate.
It's a lot.
The only thing I hate worse than no stakes are pretend stakes. You know.
You saying it's like a impossible steak, like a plant-based steak?
Right, yeah. This is like I'm trying to get why I should care about this. I did read I did speed watch SmackDown this morning because I didn't have a time to watch it this week, and I guess I'll say Nia and what's her name? Just because yeah, that one. Just because
disdain, the indifference.
It's just I just don't care about this match to the point where it's just with the pretend stipulation on it, man. It just annoys me and insults my intelligence.
I said we go Steph, and we go Ray, and then I'll finish it off.
When I heard that stipulation on SmackDown, I was like, this is so stupid, convoluted, like shit. Tiffany is the person that's beating Nia, or there's no way they would do this partnership storyline between Nia and Tiffany. So I think this is so much more telegraphed than even Money in the Bank winners are. Really. So yeah, I think that Nia and Tiffany win on SmackDown, and I don't think it matters who Nia's opponent is because she's going to beat them. But I think they might make it Naomi to not have Bayley take more L's. But I mean, yeah, I struggled to care because I do just think it's going to be like we're eventually getting Tiffany turning on Nia and that whole storyline. I don't love Nia as much as Nate does. I think that would be
nobody can, to be fair, Stephanie.
But she has greatly improved, and I think she's found who she's meant to be on the roster. She found herself and found a role that fits her, and good for her. And I think this thing with her and Tiffany is pretty good. But yeah, it's per Naomi and Bailey, like they're just in a position where they're interchangeable in this whole deal, I think.
All right.
Ray.
I agree. I agree with Stephanie. Although before I go fully into it, shout out to Pretty Deadly. Yes, boy. I'm trying to see that musical now, and I thought they were going to actually do pretty well because Nate, you mentioned people not honoring the coronation or not honoring loyalty or royalty around here. Well, Pretty Deadly was honoring them during that coronation night, and I don't know what I was expecting when they were doing the numbers, but that was horrible, and it was also very, very exhilarating. I want to see the whole musical. If they sing like that, I want to see the whole music. It was very entertaining. But yes, I agree with Stephanie. I thought initially, they were just going to be straightforward and be like, "Oh, Bailey has a rematch clause. We're going straight to the rematch." But yeah, I think Naomi's going to pick up the dub over Stratton. She's going to get squashed by Queen Nia. All hell. And then I think that would probably start sowing the seeds, not just between Stratton and Nia Jax, but also between Naomi and Bailey, because Bailey really needs something right now. Like she's kind of, since WrestleMania, she's kind of been floating. Like she's had the championship, but she really hasn't made big moves ever since like her big blowout with Damage Control. So
I'm about to say, Ray, that's part of being a babyface in pro wrestling. You get the big moment and then the shit happens.
Yeah, and to my point, like that I made last month, it's like, yes, Bailey is a babyface titularly, but it's like, what did you do to become a babyface? You got kicked out of the bad girls club that you started because the other bad girls didn't want to hang out with you. That does not necessarily make you a good person that we should rally around. Yes, we love Bailey like as a person and as a performer, but in storyline, why should I cheer for you? Especially when Nia Jax is right here.
I'm about to say, and now Damage Control are baby faces.
Yes.
Yeah.
They
and like,
oh
no, carry on. Sorry.
No, you would. That would.
I was just gonna say, like, Bailey's WrestleMania win just felt like a gold watch moment. Like she's my personal like favorite horsewoman, and I think she's someone that a lot of people like a lot. And I think they just wanted to do that for her, which is just so shit when you have nothing to follow it up. Like they gave her a terrible title reign. It was just, even that moment in the, like when Triple H would say things like, you know, Bailey, everyone knows she's great. She deserves all this. And it was just so bad. And now she's just like floundering on SmackDown.
She got the black champion title reign. She got that Kofi Kingston Booker T title reign. Like we ain't got no stories built up for you, but here's a title.
I'm about to say that was one of those moments. You good, Chris? Go ahead.
And people get mad at me when I say AEW's women's division, as of right now, is currently better than WWE's. And it's not because the women in WWE are worse. It's just the storylines in WWE make no fucking sense. Like, I'm trying to like this is hard stuff to follow for just a regular thinking person, you know?
This man got 14 degrees, and he's saying this dumbass storyline is messing with his logic right now. That's what we're just trying to tell y'all.
No, I just need it to make some sense, man. And it's like this reminds me of some of the old guard stuff that used to happen in that company, you know. So it's like I hope they find their way around this after all this stuff is settled, but it's just like, you know, and I can't help but to think that Nia Jax has a cousin in an important position that's making sure she's taken care of.
And that same cousin whose offspring is somehow the commissioner of NXT.
Right, yeah.
Oh.
I'm just saying, man.
I'm
It's
glad
like,
he just called her offspring though.
You could have just said daughter. It was right there, right?
Plausible deniability. I mean, I could be mentioning anybody.
What you trying to say, Ray? What you really trying to say? but now, when I'm looking at this match, like I agree with all y'all. I think it is kind of like convoluted a little bit. But I mean, I was trying to like think about like the potential outcomes. Like, of course, the natural thing to think is like either Bailey or Naomi's going to get this title match and they're going to lose to Nia, and that'll be like the whole thing. But I was thinking like maybe it could be a way to move someone over to the Raw roster. Like maybe that could be.
But to do
like,
what though was the question, nephew? Because they ain't getting nowhere near the title. Because that's tied up with Liv and Rhea.
Not necessarily to do anything, but just to open up another space for a babyface on the SmackDown roster. Like I mean, and again, I don't think that she's a babyface right now, but I think that when she gets called up, she will be a babyface. And that I'm looking at Roxanne because, like, I'm I'm going to assume that she's losing that title to Julia at that NXT or CW premiere show. That's just what I'm assuming as well, unless they end up doing a rematch at Halloween Havoc. Like, but I mean, you gonna beat Julia just to have her win the belt again? Like, you know what I'm saying? I just don't see that happening. So I think that she'll beat Roxanne, and then that'll be the end of Roxanne's tenure in NXT. And then what I think is going to happen is that what I think could happen is that either Bailey or Naomi loses, they move over to Raw. That'll open up a slot for a new talent. And then, you know, so that's just like me thinking of like other ways that this match can. That's not what I think is going to happen. I think there's going to be either Naomi or Bailey versus Nia at Bad Blood, and then they'll end up losing or whatever. But I'm just thinking like outside the box. So like what could happen? So I think that it could be a case of like one of them losing, moving over to Raw, and that opening up a slot for another talent on that 2-hour show. And like, I mean, I don't know what, I mean, the thing for Bailey, like you could try to rekindle whatever flame there is to Damage Control since they're all baby faces now. But I don't know how you necessarily go about that. But I mean, that's kind of, you would be kind of essentially doing the same thing when we eventually get to the whole reunion of the bloodline with Roman and Jay and Jim, like the rekindling of these personal relationships type thing. But I don't know if you want, but I mean, that's on a different show. So I mean, you never know what's happening. But
and it's also a relationship that they didn't make us as invested in as they did with the bloodline. Because the bloodline was like 3 years worth of storytelling versus Damage Control.
Yeah, I know, right? It's always like that with like a lot of the we joked about a lot on this show about like some of the women's storylines going into Mania. It's like they don't give a shit and they just be like, okay, the match is going to be great, so let's just lackluster our way through this thing. Like it was like that with Sasha and Bianca, Mercedes and Bianca. It was like that with Bianca and Asuka. It was like that with Charlotte and Rhea to a certain extent. It's like with a lot of the women's main storylines going into Mania, they just be like, all right, guys, just have a great match, please, so people can forget about this shit booking on the way up to it. And you want to know what's funny? They always do. That's the funny thing. Charlotte and Rhea killed it. Bianca and Mercedes, great fucking match all the time and right there. So, but I mean, going back to the, I think it's either gonna be one of those two things. But I'm gonna just for the sake of making a prediction, I'm gonna say we get Nia and Naomi, and then whatever happens with Tiffany is gonna happen. But next up, fellas, and Stephanie Chase, we got Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns versus the Bloodline, Solo Sikoa and Jacob Fatu. Obviously, they have been building to this confrontation between Roman and Jacob. I'm so glad that they realized that that's the match, not no fucking Solo versus Roman. I do not care for that shit at all. Like I'm glad that you can see that they clearly are focusing in on Roman and Solo eventually clashing at some point. But when I'm looking at this match, I think that I don't know, because I think this one is a hard one to predict, because this Roman's first match back, and I don't know if you want to see him get pinned, and then
it's hard to predict.
I think so, because I mean, we gonna pin Cody again? Cody already got pinned. You gonna pin him again? You know what I'm saying? And then on top, I mean. Well, now that I'm looking at it, I mean, you probably have Solo taking the pin, because I mean, it ain't Jacob taking the loss, but it's still him taking the loss.
Yeah.
But yeah, but man, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm gonna go Cody Roman with the win. What you got, Steph?
I'm gonna go Cody Roman for the win. Solo takes the pin. and kind of like gets pushed down. So like Jacob's like the actual leader that we all know he is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Brother Nate.
Come on now, you got Roman. No offense,
Yes.
no offense, Jermaine in Chicago. I know you watching, brother, but you got Roman on one side with Devontae. Like Roman and Devontae, they've been fighting for 2 years,
Bro,
and
I
finally
had forgot about Solo in this match for a minute. I don't know, but like
come on, dog.
No, I swear when I was looking at it, I was just like, okay, Cody Roman, and then I looked at Bloodline, then I skipped down the line and I said Jacob, and I was like, oh yeah, that's kind of hard.
You thought it was Roman and Cody versus just Jacob, and you're like, that's hard to call. But then Solo comes in, and you're like, nah, can't either.
There's the guy.
It's like I had forgot about Solo Sikoa because like he hasn't done anything, so like I was just kind of like,
which is crazy to say because this whole story up to this point has been focused on Solo, and it's like, and this is no offense to Solo because Solo is a solid performer. I think he's improved. But there is a certain level that I think Solo starts hitting his head up against the ceiling. Mm-hmm. Whereas Jacob is standing on that next floor looking down. It's like, what's wrong, Oos? You can't get up here? Don't worry, I got it, fam. Like we all see it, as Stephanie said. Like we can see who the guy is in this group. So yeah, like, and again, like you don't pin Roman in his first match back. The champ can't take another L, and Cody and Roman being in a tag match is special. Like these two guys main evented your last 2 WrestleManias on night 2, Ray Williams, the real main event of WrestleMania.
Don't start. Let's not.
So like you don't want to cheapen this partnership. Like I think the fun of this match is going to be in just the booking of it, the pacing, the plotting of the match. Stephanie, like I don't know if you've heard my take on this, but in my opinion, Cody Rhodes is the best storyteller in wrestling of his era. He's not the best bell-to-bell wrestler. He's not the best promo, even though he's a damn good promo, and he's a pretty good wrestler. But I think in terms of telling a story through a match, Cody is one of the best of this era at doing that. And so there's going to be little things in this match that I'm looking out for in terms of the way Cody and Roman interact as tag team partners. There's going to be little things that I'm looking for in this match as to how Roman reacts to both Solo and Jacob. And then ultimately, this match is to build up the menace that is Jacob Fatu because he is a menace to society, Ray. And so I think, I'm with Steph on this one. Roman gets the pin on Solo, and then Jacob Fatu looks at Solo and he's like, hey, man, I'm Nino UG Money. Sit your $5 ass down before I make change.
Hey, Nate. Let me ask you this before we get to Chris and Ray. Like, so if they're playing for them, because I'm just going to assume that they're not just going to drop Solo by the wayside. But if the intention for them is to continuously present him as this front man for this new iteration of the Bloodline, how many pins are you going to keep having this dude take before he eventually gets a win? Or like, do you, after this, do you just lean into it like, okay, right after he loses this match, do you just go into he's not in that position no more, you insert Jacob, and then what do you do with Solo Sikoa after that? Because he's not going to have that same credibility that he once had when he first joined the main roster. When Solo first got on the main roster, motherfuckers were saying like this is like one of the best recent transitions for a talent in terms of establishing themselves and having a presence. And it's funny how that's gone away over the last year and a half. Like,
and the thing is, it hasn't gone away because of anything that Solo has or hasn't done in particular.
It's not his fault.
It's gone away because Solo, like to use a sports analogy, Ray, like Solo was killing it in college. Solo was like just putting up buckets. Now you in the league though, my boy. You in the ring with Cody and Roman and The Rock and hell, this cat Jacob is a blue chipper that just came onto the court. Right. And so it's like Solo didn't get worse. The people around him though, like that got elevated. It
was just the dynamic. Cause when he was in the Bloodline, like with Roman and them, he felt like a big deal. And then I don't know what the fuck happened along the line, but it just, his presentation did not. It's not equating to.
In the Bloodline, again, I'm gonna stick with this NBA analogy. In the Bloodline, he was like your 3-point shooter. Like you coming down to the end of the game, kick it out to the corner three, bang, he got it. But your 3-point shooter, Andrew, he might not be the guy you want running point all game.
That's a good point.
And so it's like Solo did something really well. Like in that initial run of the Bloodline, they positioned him as, yo, that's the dude when stuff get crazy. You don't want to mess with him because he's the enforcer. He's the problem solver. Yeah. But the problem solver ain't all. Go ahead, Chris.
No, he's a number one goon.
Yes, and the number one goon is not necessarily the head of the table.
And I'm about to say it is easy to be in that position when you surrounded by Roman, by Sami Zayn, by Jey Uso, by Jimmy Uso, by Paul Heyman. And when you have all these great,
you got all sorts of all-stars around you.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna lean on your basketball analogy as well.
Okay,
it's like,
take it.
But it's as simple as like when you are on a great NBA team and you have that one player who like shows out, like a Jordan Poole. When you have,
nephew, you and I were right there. Ray's Washington Wizards. Jordan Poole thought he was the damn man when he was out there with Steph and Clay and Draymond, and he had Steve Kerr, the wise man, on the sideline. And now he got his own team. He got his own bloodline, and they ain't doing nothing, Ray. They ain't doing nothing, Ray.
Okay. We get it. We get it.
What's your little French man that y'all just drafted for the power forward spot? Alexandre Sarr.
So hey, Nate,
he better be Jacob Fatou.
Hey Nate, I'm telling you, the French will be on your ass one day. The amount of slander Nate has given French people.
I have been throwing slander to the French. That's all right. My Queen Nia Jax will protect me from the French. Sacre bleu.
But Chris, who you got in this tag match, my guy?
Cody and Roman, man. This deserves no critical thought whatsoever.
Damn.
Like, it really doesn't. Like, it's Cody, Roman fighting a bunch of fucking goons. Cody and Roman are winning the match. That's the end of that story. Now, Solo is taking. Yeah, I'm still heating up over here. Solo is taking the pin. Jacob Fatou is a different kind of goon. You know what I'm saying? He's the new heavy. And I think I'm still suspecting something with Rock. And those new guys. I really do. I don't think this is over. I mean, Solo was never I think somebody's gonna come out and say to him, I'm trying to compare it to a movie.
I got you, Chris. I got you. Yeah. Solo was Rodimus Prime. He ain't built for the matrix of leadership. If you know your Transformers, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
Optimus Prime had the little chest, little cabin in his chest. All right. Transformers, the movie, it was like back in 89 or something like that.
Yeah.
Optimus Prime had the matrix of leadership in his chest, and he gave it to Hot Rod, who turned into Rodimus Prime, but it never quite fit, Chris.
Right. Yeah. Have y'all ever seen Casino?
Okay.
With Robert De Niro.
The Joe Pesci classic?
Yeah. So Joe Pesci's character. The whole movie, he thinks he's this heavy.
Am I thinking Goodfellas?
I'm thinking Goodfellas is a different one. This is Casino. But at the end of the movie, the actual heavy came in and showed De Niro and his brother, y'all ain't the heavies, you know? And I see that's where this stuff with Solo is going, you know? Now, does he survive that or not is another story. I think he will, but I don't think Solo was ever, even when he first debuted on the main roster, I don't think the vision for him was ever main eventer. Like as far as main eventer, as far as when they used to feed Hogan all of those like goofy bosses and stuff back in the day, like Earthquake and stuff. He was one of those kind of main eventers, not a main eventer that you actually thought was gonna win the belt.
At least not yet.
No, for me, not ever.
Oh, but, damn.
I just don't see it. I think when you're in a role for a certain amount of time, that role becomes you. You know, so I don't. Yeah.
Harry Potter. Shout out to Daniel Radcliffe on
Daniel
these streets.
Radcliffe. Hey, he did that alphabet rap on Fallon a long time ago. If you ever see that, he did a pretty good job. So anyway, I pass the rock to you, Ray. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Hufflepuff Ray.
Respectfully, Professor, I do think.
Wait. No. Are you going to say that you think the Goons are about to win this match? Before we can, are you going to say that?
Well, I was going. Let me lead it to it. I'm a tease, but I was going to say I do think it does take a bit of thought because I did, as you guys were explaining, our Atlanta expert Nate. Let me know.
Yes.
Cody Rhodes. What is his hometown?
Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, and
I mean, look, it's close enough, like Hoffman Estates in Chicago.
Cody is those people in Atlanta know who Cody Rhodes is. I can say that
They know Devontae on these streets.
I visit there every year, and they know who he is in ATL. So,
and Roman Reigns, he played for which college in high school or college?
Georgia Tech.
Right?
Georgia Tech, which is located in
Atlanta, Georgia.
So after thinking about that, I was like, all right, it's open to shut. But when we mentioned with the Judgment Day and the Terror Twins, where if you consider Bad Blood being the Infinity War and Survivor Series being the end game, we do need something to tie us over. So I do think that Jacob Fatu is going to pin Cody. I think.
Wow. Ray Williams, ladies and gentlemen.
Solo just got another pin. He just got pinned in that cage match. And I think if you want to push Jacob as the big heavy, if you want to push him as the real leader or the real tribal chief behind Solo, then you got to make him look like that dude. And so I think it's a non-title match. I think Cody will be able to go ahead. He'll be able to, like you said, Nate, he's a great storyteller. He'll be able to use that to his advantage as far as getting pinned. But I think it'll also show that, all right, we do need backups now. Like Cody and Roman do need some heavy hitters to help them out. And then, of course, you're going to have to see on your left, Cap, Jimmy come down. On your left, Cap, Jay come down. Maybe, who knows, Sammy might come down. So I think you do need that moment where our heroes are in a dire situation and they do need some more assistance. And that's going to
Ray Williams.
Game. So, and no, I didn't mention Zack Sabre Jr. this time or Will Ospreay.
hey, Ray, let me ask you this real quick. I want to follow you. My boy was just cooking. I told y'all stop playing with my man right there. But Ray, let me ask you this: who you think is gonna be the War Games team come November? Because it's definitely gonna be Bloodline, like affiliate. Like, what do you think are gonna be the two teams? I think you kind of just named 5 right there, but who do you think will be the other 5 on the other side?
Well, I think, if it is going to be 5-on-5, like I said, it'll be Cody, Roman, Jimmy J, and I don't know, maybe either Sammy or Kevin Owens, but yeah, we could go with Sammy. And then on the other side,
Sammy, I think Sammy been in every War Games match since they brought it to the main roster. So I think he likes to sit. So I mean, that could be like a thing they're trying to do with him, like that'd be his thing, being in every War Games match.
We need a War Games match expert.
Yeah, who do you think will be on the other side? I mean, you got 4, but
and then you got 4. Of course, I mean, if the rumors are still true about Hikuleo being signed,
there you go.
You could throw him in there.
So that's your 5 right there.
Tala Tonga.
That's a stupid ass
All
name.
the time.
But,
He the tallest of them all.
but like I'm thinking about this. I'm like the amount of feuds that Cody will have coming out of this, because you already gonna have something with Jacob. Like if Ray's thing is accurate, because I mean they did do that in that.
It's not, but yeah.
I'm just saying if it is. If they end up doing the route of Cody taking the pin, because they did have Solo pinning him at Money in the Bank, I did not expect that to happen at all. But Solo fucking pinned him. So the motherfucker already A1, and he just beat Solo in a steel cage. So it ain't like he he can't beat him 1-on-1 or whatever the situation is. But like I'm thinking like, okay, if that does happen, that'll lead to, I think, Randy not fucking with Cody, Kevin not fucking with Cody, because they're gonna be like, you working with these dudes, you working with Roman and them after what they did, the X, Y, and Z, and I think they'll drag that on, and that'll lead to future opponents. And I think that this is what kind of Cody needs a little bit. Like I said this on, I think it was 2 months ago in the podcast. I was like, all his feuds up until this point, for the most part, have been, hey man, I respect you. Let's go out there and have a wrestling match, and let's go out there and just shake hands afterwards. Like like outside of the thing that he did with AJ when they had the I Quit match, like it's just been respect. But I think that when you have the story of Cody aligning himself or reluctantly aligning himself with an individual who has essentially terrorized a lot of motherfuckers that he's friends with for like the last 4 years, it leads to the questioning of Roman. Like I even remember Kevin, like I don't know if a lot of people quote this, but like it was when he was when they ran that promo leading up to Bash in Berlin, and they had like the list of people that Kevin Owens has turned on over the years. And Kevin, the one person that he did not say, he said everybody on that list deserved to be turned on, except for one person. But it was another person he did not exclude from that was Sami Zayn, and I think it's because Sami has been remains affiliated with Jay. So like I think those are like small little seed plant points for the eventual what I think is gonna come. We get a heel Kevin Owens again. So like that's like a little interesting dynamic, and then to see Cody be affiliated with Roman, who's Kevin has beef with for all these fucking years.
Yeah, spoken like a true narcissist. Kevin Owens, I'm talking about, right?
I thought Chris was talking about me for a minute. I was like, damn, what I
do? Not you, but Kevin Owens. It's like, okay, so you turn on people and terrorize people in wrestling, but you're the bad guy. But I do it, and all of them deserved it. Like, get off your fucking high horse, motherfucker. You are no better than Roman Reigns in this regard, because it's fuzzy wrestling logic. Everybody turns on everybody. Everybody does dastardly horrible stuff. Randy Orton breaking into motherfucking married couples' houses and shit. Or was that Triple H that broke in? Like he kicked Stephanie McMahon.
He kicked the man's wife in the head.
And then kissed her on the lips, that kind of stuff. I mean, it's like wrestling logic is so ridiculous. It's nothing for them to just make it to be. Why can't Roman Reigns just be the good guy and that be it? It's like, oh no, we have to add a bunch of like layers to this shit to make it that is stupid, man. Roman Reigns is the fucking good guy. All right. Cody Rhodes is not any worse than you fucks for teaming with this guy, because y'all have done way worse stuff. All of y'all. Kevin Owens turning on everybody. He had a motherfucker do a whole festival of friendship for him, and then kicked him and put his name on a solo list and beat his ass. It's like, what are we doing here? Like, why are we overthinking this? Like, what is the point of this? Like, maybe I'm wrong. I just don't get it. My brain works different, I guess.
The thing is, though, at least, I'm sorry, nephew. You go ahead.
No.
I actually want to hear you finish this.
Well,
Sound like he's setting you up. I actually want to hear you finish, Ray.
I think because Kevin Owens is actually showing a little bit of contrition, and he said in the past he was like, all right, yeah, most of those people did deserve it, but I'm turning a new leaf, and he's reunited with Sammy, and he hasn't turned on him yet during this last time. But I think the fact that literally Roman came on SmackDown and said some things changed, but I haven't. Like, he's still the egotistical. He's still like this arrogant prick. Like, why should he be a good guy just because these other guys now don't want you to lead them anymore? That doesn't make sense. So I think that sprinkle in when Brandy is like, this a-hole hasn't changed, and you still
Roman Reigns has gone through crucibles this year that the rest of them haven't gone through, right? So he won night one of WrestleMania, and then night two, he went into it thinking he was going to win, and he lost. He lost his bloodline. He had family members turn on him. He had so many different things happen to him on top of happening to him. So from that point of view, it would make sense for him to go home. He got embarrassed so bad he had to go home and retreat, think about it for a little while, and didn't come back until he felt like he could be a better version of himself.
But that's his fault, though. He lost.
It's his fault, but it's his crucible. It's still the same thing. Just because it's his fault doesn't mean that he hasn't learned anything from the last couple of years or so, right? So he's back, and now he hasn't really even claimed any friendship or anything like that. That's what wrestling fans have assigned to him, right? Wrestling fans are cheering him. Roman Reigns never really came back and said, I'm a good guy. He said, hey, this is an uneasy alliance that I got with Cody Rhodes. It makes sense for the moment, and then see what germinates from it. But you got Kevin Owens and these crybaby dorks, like, oh, all this stuff he did. And it's like, you motherfuckers never did anything bad before ever in life. So he shouldn't get forgiven. We should have our own.
And he did the worst stuff to Cody. Like, if Cody could forgive him.
Right, yeah, he did the worst stuff to Cody, and Cody is like, okay, Cody isn't like being a dumbass. He's like, Cody Rhodes got his
I'm about to say, Cody was still talking shit in that segment. He was like, you said it was your WWE, but he's like, it ain't been yours for like the last 4 or 5 months.
Yeah. He's like Roman Reigns is turning into what the WWE wants him to be. He's turning into a good guy. Like, it's not like he's automatically there. He's having to go through this stuff on the way. A couple of those white boys are going to turn into bad guys. Kevin Owens or Randy Orton, or both of them might turn into bad guys. So roles are going to get reversed and switched and stuff. But I think it makes it. I don't think Roman Reigns. I think the way that they're explaining this is like, I really do think it's twisted logic, in my opinion.
I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, I think that we are slowly heading to that Roman official babyface territory. I think they kind of try to squeeze as much out of that as they can before we officially get there. I think it's a lot of that's gonna come with the reunion of the Usos, and a reunion with Jimmy and Jay, and then a reunion with Paul Heyman. And then also, I think that I just saw this on, I think it was Friday, WWE, they just signed Armando Estrada to a Legends contract. And like, there's not a part of me that just believes that they're just handing out a fucking, like, and I like when I was younger, I loved Armando when he was with Umaga. I thought that was a great pairing, but I just don't believe that they're just like, hey, we're just going to randomly sign Armando Estrada to a Legends contract. I think that they're about to use him on TV. And I saw a lot of people pointing this out. Like, I think that he'll be what Paul Heyman was for the Bloodline. He'll be like that for Jacob and Tama and Tonga and Solo. So because especially with the connection with him managing Umaga for all them years, you know what I'm saying? Like that's like a natural fit that doesn't feel forced. Like them seeking out their own personal wise man, if you will. Right. So I can see that coming to fruition. But Yeah, like what Ray's point had got me like kind of intrigued about like who he thinks could win this match. So Ray, I wanted to ask you, like, do you think that in order to protect Cody from from a even a remotely clean win, or whatever however you want to describe it, like, do you think that this is where you debut Hikuleo and essentially have him fuck over Roman and Cody, and then Cody, of course, take the brunt of the ass whooping? That way, you can be like, well, he didn't lose, but I mean, he still lost.
Yeah, as soon as you were kind of setting up that question, I knew where you were going. I was like, yeah, I think that will work out well. You introduce him, and again, you will have that fifth member already set up for when you guys are thinking about building up to Survivor Series.
I just like, I would love something. So I think that Solo, obviously, like, he has to be moved out of this head spot, right? And we're like led to believe that Dwayne put him in this spot. So I don't know if, well, this would really fuck Solo, but like if Solo takes the pin and then that leads to him basically being ousted of that group on command of the Rock's command. Jacob is the guy. They bring in Hikuleo. So then on that side, you've got the Tongans, you've got Jacob, you've got Hikuleo. So that's 4. But the 5th man is Dwayne, if he's willing. And then on the other side, instead of getting involved, like the Kevin Owens and the Sami Zayns, which, I mean, Sami has more claim to it than Kevin, but I would like this to be like strictly bloodline, but with Cody. So you would have like Cody, Roman, the Usos, and this really would fuck him like per Solo, who has to come back and get in bed there because of the other side. Like something like that. I don't know, but I feel like that Dwayne is gonna have to make his presence more felt, like, soon as we get to that end of the year lag and the Netflix starting and WrestleMania season, because because Solo sucks as a leader, but he's not the leader, right? It's Dwayne telling him what to do,
right?
Yeah,
it's like a Mortal Kombat situation, right? Like Shang Tsung, you thought he was the boss, but the real leader was Shao Kahn, and Shang Tsung is actually like a goon, like, and I think that would make the most sense, with Solo Sikoa. Like he was taking marching orders from somebody else, and he failed those marching orders, like.
And I think it's a cleaner pivot too, Chris.
Right? Yeah.
Where, like, you don't have to bring in Sammy, you don't have to bring in KO. Where Rock, basically, to continue this Avengers analogy, and shout out to the comment that was like, for as much as they charge of SummerSlam tickets, the damn Avengers need to show up.
I'm about to say Nate. I'm about to say the Rock ain't working no damn War Games match. That ain't happening.
No, buddy.
No.
But I think that
he'll do like appear on the screen or something like that. Probably
he's gonna hit you with that
Thanos.
He's gonna hit you with that Thanos post credit scene. Like, fine, I'll do it myself. And I'll be the leader. Like since none of y'all can't lead, I'll be the leader. It'll be me. It'll be the Tongans. It'll be Tala Tonga, because he's the tallest Tongan of them all. Which is it's a stupid name, but it's a name I'm gonna love saying every month because it's just so ridiculous. Like he walked into the room, like, what are we gonna call this tall Tongan? Wait a minute. Jamie Noble, write that down. Taller Tongan. Taller Tonga.
But you want to know what I don't understand about that? I don't know why they just won't trademark the name Hikuleo.
Right.
They did it with Julia, and I'm assuming with the approval of her to trademark the name. So, like, why would you not just call him Hikuleo?
Because, okay, so this is how it works from my understanding. If you were using the name before you got to the company, even if they trademark it, you're still going to be able to take it with you when you leave, you know.
Right.
If they just give you a different name, that name stays in WWE. Like Talatonga.
Right.
I mean, I don't know why it matters, because that's a stupid fucking name. But like but it would be
their property.
A property that they own. So
I think
a
they
trademark.
also just don't think Hikuleo fits for what they want to do. You know, I
Right,
think they just like having the Tongans together with like very similar names.
Yeah.
You know, the way you've got like the Usos and the Tongan. I think like Hikuleo is obviously a better name, but I think they just are like, hey, let's not complicate things for our fan base that might not understand this guy's a Tongan.
Our fans aren't smart enough to understand he's part of the bloodline.
Okay, so next up we have the what is expected to be the main event. We're gonna let Steph start us off on this one. We have a Hell in a Cell match. We have CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre, and of course it did get reported by the news outlet they've been kind of like, I'm very particular about who I get my news from, and like who I take seriously in terms of like reporting and stuff. But like I think that they've done like some reputable things like over the last couple of months, so I'm gonna definitely make sure to cite them. It's hashtag PWN. They reported that the what's on the table right now is CM Punk versus Gunther for the World Heavyweight Championship at Survivor Series. That's what's on the table. Okay. So when I'm looking at that, what would that factor in? And of course, just how the rivalry's gone between Drew and Punk. Steph, what are your overall thoughts about the rivalry as it is between Drew and Punk, and who you think is gonna get the win? And then of course factoring in the report that what's on the table is Punk versus Gunther for the world title.
This rivalry's been going on for like a hell of a long time, especially when one of them couldn't wrestle. But I've loved it like so much. Like you guys probably know Punk's my guy. He's my favorite. And I love this, and I love how they've done it. I love how like all this bad shit about Punk, Drew has helped them monetize. Like it's just great. I will say though, my favorite feud in wrestling is Swerve Hangman. Like, but this is my second. I think that I thought this strap match I thought was better than the SummerSlam match, but I did enjoy the SummerSlam match. But it might have been because I was there. But this one, I like. Firstly, like kudos to Punk for like politicking a main event when Roman's on the card. Like that. That is hard to do, and if he's
for real, yo.
Yeah, and also like getting the cage as well, like getting them in the Hell in a Cell. I guess Punk has to win if he is the guy for Gunther. But I actually would prefer Drew winning because it's something I've just liked so much about his character, and if I'm judging them just as characters and not like an attachment I have to Punk, I'm like I like this like smarmy like bad guy character that Drew's done, where he's actually right about a lot of things, and if he got the win, I think that would be really cool. And if he loses, I don't know where you kind of go with him, because he's invested so much time on going after this guy that he blames for his losses, blames for things going wrong for him, like rightfully. But then if he can't beat him, where do you go? Like you're just kind of left. But yeah, I think Punk's gonna win. Punk and Gunther is gonna be so interesting. That's really gonna be Punk's test. Like if you have any concerns about Punk as an in-ring performer, his body holding up and all of it, it's gonna be in there with Gunther, because Drew's great, but he's not known for great matches in the way that Gunther is. And it's like if you flop in the ring with Gunther, that's a problem. But I think Punk wants that challenge. Which I worry about him, like not as much as I used to worry about him when he was fighting in the UFC, but like close enough, you know. He's getting in there with Gunther, like okay. But yeah, I think Punk wins this, and it will be I'll actually be sad for this feud ending, because even though it's probably gone on like a little bit too long, I will miss every week thinking what Drew is going to say to Punk. I'll miss being scared watching the TV that Punk will take something like the wrong way.
Personal.
I know, right?
But I mean, I think out of everything, like they proper just showed up AEW with this feud. I think Punk is in there being like, I'm on my best behavior. He's trying to prove himself in that way. And all the shit he did over there, them not being able to like monetize it by having him and the Bucks or him and Kenny, was just like a real feeling on the part of someone. And to jump to the other side and have someone go on TV and say the things about you that Drew has been saying, or even to go on social media and mention Colt Cabana, or go to Mindy's Bakery, or take a picture with Jack Perry. I mean, I love Jack Perry, but if I was Tony Khan, I would have scolded him so hard for taking a picture with Drew, because I would have just been like, dude, you know, you're doing great as the scapegoat, but we never monetized Punk's drama, and like this guy is just making bank with it. So yeah, but anyway, I think Punk's gonna win. Get off my chest there, sorry.
No, you good. When she talked about Punk taking things personally, I swear I thought the Jack Perry pit. I was like, brother, well, it's been a good couple months, man. I was like, that's gonna be the one. But you want to know what that's the thing about CM Punk. Like, he has that unpredictability factor that a lot of wrestlers swear to their lives they have. Like, no matter what you think about this dude, this motherfucker is a draw. Like that.
He
That's
is.
I'm about to say, Chris. I know Chris has said that plenty of times. Like when reiterating his points about CM Punk. I don't think you should be going around putting hands on motherfuckers all the time. But like, look, one thing you can never ever say about CM Punk is that he is not a draw. That is, and again, like I said, he has that unpredictability factor, and he adds like that extra layer of excitement to your weekly television show. And again, with this Drew program, I think there's a part of me that has enjoyed, like, I think I would have to agree with Steph. Like, I swear with Hangman, that's been so, especially after the match they had at All Out. Like, I know those are the mixed opinions on that, but like I'm like real into like any type of extra violent death match type of matches. Like I love that shit. I don't know why, but I just do. So like I wasn't bad on it. Like I saw like a lot of mixed opinions about it. But going back to Punk, like it's like I enjoy the realism that he adds to a lot of programs that he's in. And like even when we were talking about as Steph was talking about like the opportunities that were left on the table, like with the Bucks and Hangman, like Drew had said in an interview, it was with PW Inside, I think it was like 2 or 3 days ago. He was talking about like how he was initially annoyed that Punk came back to WWE, but he understood business, understood why it was done, and he was like, while there's a lot of real feelings that exist, but within this feud about how I feel about CM Punk, he was like, he understands at the end of the day, he's a professional and Punk's a professional, so they can make some money. And he was like, you know, they can both show what they can do creatively. And I, you know what I'm saying? When you up that mindset and you thinking like that I think that has been able to, you know, elevate this feud, you know, even past the point of one individual not being a part of it physically for like 6 or 7 months until, you know, he was cleared to do so. So like, I'm thinking about it in the standpoint, like, as far as like who wins this match, especially thinking about like the report about Gunther possibly being next for Punk feud wise, there's a part of me that wants Drew to win, because I don't like. I see what CM Punk has reached that point in his career, and he has been at that point for years since he came back 2021. That when he loses, it doesn't hinder Punk. It's kind of the same thing with Danielson. Danielson can lose. The motherfucker ain't did nothing but loss for most of this year, and he always remains in that same top position. And I think for Punk it's the same thing. So I'm like, Royal Rumble. I mean, Survivor Series is November 28th. Between Bad Blood and Survivor Series, you had about a month and like 3 weeks, 2 weeks you have about a month and some change to build up to a number one contender. I don't necessarily think that Punk needs to win in order to solidify a title opportunity against Gunther. I think you can go the route of Drew wins because it adds more to his overall, this whole 11 months of hatred of CM Punk. And it'll be able to give him a little, it'll be able to give him something to hold on to. And whereas Punk, I feel like he can just be like, well, fuck it, I lost, but I'm not fucking doing this shit with Drew no more. I'm done. And then you can just do like you can easily go back to the route of a number one contenders match, and you can have Punk and Drew in that match, but Punk doesn't pin Drew, he pins somebody else, and then Drew will still be like, well, what the fuck, I just beat this dude. But you telling me that he the one that go get the world title shot. And you know what I'm saying? It'll further, be able to carry this thing on, and if you want to carry it on past that point, and that could be your way of getting Punk the world title match while still having a win over Drew, but not pinning Drew. You know what I'm saying? There's different ways to go about that, but I think Drew should win. Do I think he'll win? I don't know. I think yeah, but I think my earphone died. But hold on. I'm about to be right back. Here we go.
Okay.
But yeah, there we go.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, I'm back. I just had to plug my earphones, and this thing had went out.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that you see how quick that was, brother Nate. But
transition.
I think Drew should win, but I think Punk is probably going to win. But I like Steph said, I just don't see where, like, if Drew loses, it's like, what the fuck do you do? Like, his whole thing for the last 11 months has been hating CM Punk.
He loses with Wade Barrett. That's what he does, right?
He gonna start beating the shit out of Wade now because he lost
That's what it looked like it was going to me. Yeah. From what I saw on Monday, it was like he got in Wade Barrett's face. Is that going to lead to nothing, or is that like?
Yeah, I know.
No, I would move if he loses. I'd probably move him to SmackDown. I know he can't get in the title picture, but like it's like Swerve and Hangman in a way. Like they should hate each other forever, and Drew and Punk should hate each other so much that like they cannot just go back to being on Raw together when it ends. Like they at least need a break to be away from each other.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Let's say what you thinking, Nate? And then we go to Chris and Ray.
Before I answer your question, nephew, I want to pose a question to Ray Williams.
Oh, go ahead.
Ray, do you know?
There it is.
The Muffin Man.
The Muffin Man?
Yes, the Muffin Man. We're talking about this Muffin Man, Phil Aloysius Brooks, on these streets, ladies and gentlemen.
That's his real name.
Nah, I just made it. What is his middle name, Stephanie? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
It's Jack.
Phil Jack Brooks. Yeah. I like Aloysius better. Sorry. Phil Aloysius Brooks. Pab is what they call him on the streets. This man, even before you cited that report, Andrew, about the proposed match between CM Punk and Gunther, aka Slim Walt.
Slim Walt.
I was already leaning towards Punk in this matchup because I think this is, unlike some of the matches we've talked about on this card, this is one where I think you can't go wrong either way. Because I think if Drew wins, as Steph has stated, like that, he's made this case for it. Like it proves him right. All these 11 months of griping and complaining, there was a point to it. If Punk wins, then I think Drew still has an out, because it's like, if I am the guy, much to Chris's point about Kevin Owens' narcissism, if I'm the guy that thinks I'm right in every situation, even when I'm wrong, if I lose, that does not change my judgment, because I have shown to this point I'm not self-aware. Right. And so I'm looking at it through the lens of hatred. I'm looking through the lens of, I hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk, I hate the way you dress. Like he wakes up hating on this man CM Punk. And so I could easily see a scenario where CM Punk wins. To Andrew's point, though, that Andrew just made, I could completely see a scenario where Drew wins. And that's the end of this feud for now, because this feud is never going to truly be over. And that is why, if Drew loses, I was going to say we need to ship him to SmackDown, because you can't have these two dudes on the same roster, especially if Punk wins the title from Gunther. Because it's like, who gonna be his first opponent? Drew's like, hey, dog, hey, hi, it's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Shout out to the Swifties. But I think it's going to be a hell of a match, man. It's going to be hard hitting. I'm going to dig it. But I say Punk wins, and then he goes on to face that man, Gunther, and his chest going to be looking like hamburger meat after that match, ladies and gentlemen. Going to be looking like a pot of beefaronis all up on his chest, ladies and gentlemen. Like some Chef Boyardee beefaronis on his chest after that match with Walter. But, yeah, this has been a fun feud. It has dragged on just slightly long, but I'll forgive it just because Punk couldn't be an active participant in it for so long because of the injury. But yeah, Punk gets the dub in my opinion.
Right. I'm with Nate a little bit on the dragging on for too long part. I'm tired of it at this point. Like the minute they like the charm bracelet thing. Here's the thing: the fans have connected with it.
Chris, I was gonna get you a friendship bracelet for Christmas. Now you done hurt my feelings, brother.
Well, I mean, if it, I'll put it somewhere safe, or if it breaks, I'll just, you can just buy me another one, and I'll be fine.
AKA, I ain't wearing that shit.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, like, yeah, but if it's something that's valuable to you, you don't be wearing stuff like that, man. Like I got
to a job where you fight every week.
Right? Yeah. I've got stuff from one of my grandmothers passed away in 2015, and then my other grandmother, she's still alive. They've given me stuff that's precious to me, so I don't just be wearing it all over the fucking place. So it's like if it's precious to you, you keep it at home. With that said, it's not me that matters in this scenario. The fans have connected with it in some way. They care about the charm bracelet bullshit, and that's what matters. I will say, I understand what Stephanie was saying, but I do think Drew McIntyre, I don't think he's right about
I was waiting for this.
Yep. Like, he's got super villain logic. He doesn't have like when you really sit back and listen to the stuff that Drew McIntyre says. He's somebody I could not be friends with a guy like this. It's like you create your hell at every single turn, and then you blame everybody else for it. The biggest offense, of course, is him crybaby and boohooing about winning the world title at the warehouse when the world is going through pandemic. People are getting sick, dying all over the place, stacking up in morgues, but you're mad that you won the belt. You won the belt, but nobody was around to see it. Cry fucking baby. And he does this every single time. CM Punk is back. People are friends with him. He left me in 2013. I'm sad. Like, he's a fucking moron when you sit back and listen to his actual logic. Damn. He's got the logic of a Batman villain, which is you surface level, you understand it, but when you peel back the layers to it, this guy's a dick. With that said,
it's like we understand, Mr. Dent. Like when that half of your face got scarred up, it messed you up. But you ain't had to kill that school bus full of little children and nuns.
It's just like the Two-Face. You can even go to the movie of Two-Face's villain trajectory. It's like, yeah, it sucks that your face is messed up, but now you want to kill every goddamn body. Like, okay, it's like it's one of those kinds of things. But I do think as far as who wins the match, I don't really think it matters. And rewind, if you haven't listened to our September of last year's show, we all said on this show, the minute TK said that fool was getting released, we all said where he was going. We said this fool is going to be in WWE at that Chicago pay-per-view. There was no other place for him to go. He wasn't like I saw these people like
he's going to TNA.
He's going to TNA and MLW and stuff. Like this fool got that release. He's going to WWE. It's the only thing that makes sense. You don't need a PhD to see that shit. All you got to look at is the pettiness of wrestling to see that. And
I was just gonna say, I was there at Survivor Series when he came back, and I was the only media member left standing because they took everyone away for the presser. And I was like, what is wrong with you guys? Like, he's coming, and then he came, and they all missed it.
Stephanie knew. She knew. She was like, wait a minute. Why is there a Mindy's bakery truck backed up to this arena? It don't make no sense.
But it's like CM Punk is back there for the bag. He's winning that belt. I think he might win it now, but he's gonna main event at least night one of WrestleMania.
Oh yeah, he main event WrestleMania. That's happening
next year. I don't know if he's gonna main event as if I were guessing, man, I think he'd main event as champ and lose to whoever the next rising star is at that WrestleMania. And I do think that Steph and Nate bring up a good point about him going to SmackDown, because Drew going to SmackDown because I think it'll make the most sense in this scenario. And SmackDown looks like they're losing Bobby Lashley, so they could use like a muscle guy that's like invincible. So that's my long answer to that question.
Brother Ray.
All right. I'm in agreement with pretty much all of what you guys said. I think CM Punk gets the win. As far as what happens with Drew McIntyre, I think he just goes away. I don't think he goes to SmackDown just yet. I think, especially, and correct me if I'm wrong, I guess there have been rumors about his wife having some health issues, and he's been going through that. And then also with him having the movie coming out, The Killer's Game with Dave Bautista, I think he can afford to go away for a couple months. I think that you do have more stuff in place for CM Punk as far as like in the future, even if he doesn't win, and we know he's not going to win versus Gunther.
He ain't winning that fucking match.
He gonna chop the tattoos off his chest. But I think you still have that Seth Rollins match lingering out there as far as possibly being at WrestleMania. So I think there's a lot more places that you can go with CM Punk, and like you guys said, he's pretty much the cash cow. And by the way,
I gotta pause on this for a second though. I'm gonna let you finish, Ray. I really am.
Beyonce had the best video of all time.
I had to do that. I don't know that CM Punk isn't beating Gunther. I don't know that.
He ain't.
There's a very good chance that CM Punk could beat Gunther. I think there's a good chance.
It could happen. I'm not saying it will.
It's not happening.
Okay, how can you say he's the cash cow and then be like, okay, he ain't winning? The cash cow, you in that company particularly, if you are the cash cow, you usually get those belts.
That's a bullshit because LA Knight been straggling along for years, and they just gave something.
LA Knight ain't no fucking cash cow, dude.
Uh-oh.
You're trying to say LA Knight is CM fucking Punk?
No, I'm not. That's what you said, motherfucker. I didn't say that. That's what you said.
I didn't say that shit at all. I said
that's
CM
what
Punk
you said.
is a cash cow.
What I said is that LA Knight is a cash. I didn't say he was the cash cow. CM Punk is one of the cash cows.
I said the cash cow. CM Punk is the cash cow.
When did you ever hear me say that LA Knight is CM Punk? merchandise wise.
No,
I just
he's
said
not.
that he is
LA
one of the top.
Knight-
What the fuck do you mean? As LA Knight was a top merchandise seller for like 4 or 5 months.
Yeah, then CM Punk got in the company, and that's
It was like that when Punk was in here. It was like that when Punk was in.
CM Punk is the top merch seller right now, I believe. In that
he is, but there was a period when Punk was there for like 4 months with LA Knight.
Once his seasoning got mixed into the stew enough, he became the cash cow.
But
so
you're negating my point of what I'm saying that LA Knight is like. I'm not saying he is CM Punk merchandise selling wise, but he is up there in the top merchandise. It has been for quite some time. I'm not saying that he is Punk.
But by your logic, you are acting like what I'm saying about CM Punk beating what's his name?
Gunther.
Gunther. That's like some out there proposal. It's not. Like if CM Punk won that belt, nobody would be surprised by it. Nobody's going.
I'm just telling you that I don't think it's happening.
Yeah, I understand that, but I don't know. I'm saying I don't know for a fact that it's not happening. I don't. That's all I'm saying. You're saying you're saying it like it's a foregone conclusion.
Shout out to Ray Williams on the production.
The ISO. It is a foregone.
Ray hit it with the Brady Bunch joint.
No, you're saying it like it's a foregone conclusion, and I just don't see it as a foregone conclusion.
Well, motherfucker, we disagree. We agree to disagree. It ain't happening. It's not happening.
So you saying he never beats Gunther? Are you saying
no?
He doesn't
I'm saying
beat
he's
Gunther
not winning it at Survivor Series. That's what I'm not saying that he won't ever. I'm saying at Survivor Series, Punk is not winning. He's not beating Gunther. What is going to happen is Punk is going to somehow circle his way around to that championship. It's either he is going into WrestleMania as champion or he is leaving WrestleMania as champion. The original plan was for him to face Seth Rollins night 1, WrestleMania 40. They were going to main event. That was the plan. Punk got hurt. Shit got all fucked up. They had to pivot and switch and do everything under the sun. And then now they are going to circle back around. And I think that Seth Rollins is going to beat Gunther. And Seth Rollins is going to go in as champion. And then Punk will take the belt off of him. That is how I think it's going to go. Because I think that, again, that was the original plan. And they want to circle back to that. And Ray had brought the point up about how the Rollins match is the one that's lingering. That's the one that's around. Even though that I don't think it will be as great of a feud as the thing with Drew has. The thing with Drew has kind of surpassed all my expectations. But what I'm thinking is like they were just going to circle back around to what the original plan was. Punk versus Rollins is a big time match. That's the reason why the shit hasn't been done yet, and mostly because he's been locked up in this whole thing with Drew. And they've taken Seth off of TV. I think he had some type of like minor injury that he's dealing with or whatever like that. But for the most part, I think the reason that he's been off of TV is so you don't have to continuously have him revolving around this CM Punk, Drew McIntyre thing. And then when McIntyre, if he loses at Hell in a Cell, like I think Ray pointed out, or I think Chris said it, how he goes away for however period of time, then you insert Seth. And then that's when you build to the eventual match. Yeah. But I think that at the end of the day, it'll be
that was
Punk,
Ray
Rollins,
that said that. So I want to make sure he gets the credit for that.
Yeah, shout out to Ray Williams. But I think it's going to be Punk versus Rollins in Vegas for that world title. How we get there, I think that Seth wins from Gunther, because Seth has always been like, to me, especially how Triple H books. And if you know anything about how Triple H books, anybody that was in his NXT, you will be prominently featured.
His draft class.
Balor, Bianca. Who else? Seth has always been his guy. When he was in NXT, wasn't Seth the first fucking NXT champion? Or it wasn't. He was the first NXT champion, right? It was Seth. Like anybody that was in his NXT, you are one of his guys. And Seth has consistently been one of his guys, so much so the motherfucker even worked him at WrestleMania one year. Like I think that will eventually be how we get to that match. But let me just correct. I'm not correct, but elaborate on what I don't think that it is impossible that CM Punk could get the win against Gunther. But what I think is this shit is not going to happen, because Gunther just literally got the belt a month ago, and the motherfucker has had one title defense. I don't think that he's going to take the title off of one title defense. Like I think that he'll at least have 3 or 4 more before he ends up dropping that belt. And I think it'll be to Seth Rollins. And then the top of the thing is, I don't even think that Punk versus Rollins might even have the world title on the line. Like, I mean, it could be, but I mean, just because you were penciled into main event WrestleMania last year, or this year doesn't mean that you're going to get that spot again. And like, I think that I was thinking that shit. Gunther might be facing John Cena at WrestleMania. I think that might be the thing. He'll defend it, and then people will be like, "Oh yeah, you know, Cena's last WrestleMania," and then Gunther breaks everybody's heart when he beat the shit out of them and win and retain the belt. And like, and this is the thing. I think that Cena's gonna get a world title shot in. Cena's probably Cena's winning the world title at SummerSlam 2025. You mark my motherfucking words when I say that. I'm telling you, he is winning the belt at SummerSlam 2025, and he might be the one to beat Gunther to do it. It's no guarantee that Punk and
that
Rollins
is not a prediction, ladies and gentlemen. The nephew just gave y'all a spoiler.
But I'm telling, like, if you think that John Cena isn't getting a world title run off of this, you're insane. He's getting a run, and I think that it'll be him versus Gunther at Mania. Everybody's gonna be on the horse about, oh yeah, this is Cena's last WrestleMania, and he has to do it X, Y, Z. Gunther breaks everybody's heart. Cena circles around, earns another title opportunity, and then he wins the belt at SummerSlam, and then the motherfucker might hold it to somewhere near the end of the year. But I think that somewhere within that, maybe Punk gets a title win. Like when you have all of these pieces, all these moving pieces, it's like the best worst problem to have, because you have multiple guys who can get that belt. You have Seth, you have Punk, you have Cena coming in, you have Gunther, who you've been trying to have been establishing for fucking years as one of your top guys. The motherfucker had the UK belt for like 3 years. He had the Intercontinental title for 2 years. Like, and then now he's having a world title. Do you really think that they're going to take the title off of this dude in 2 months after he just held two of your prestigious titles for years?
If I'm looking, you're looking at different history than I'm looking at, because and it's not false history. I'm just looking at different history. The history I'm looking at is of that belt that they got right now. I don't think that belt is a belt they care about the length of time, the length of time that the champion holds. They about the WWF title, the SmackDown title. They care about that one. This belt is any Johnny come lately that's not Cody Rhodes or Roman Reigns can get it. And I think that's the consolation prize belt. That's how I look at that. And if they want CM Punk to win it, he'd win it. You know, if they want Gunther to carry it, he'll carry it too. But I mean, I don't think that belt is important enough. I think it's just to say, hey, I won the world title one time and nobody cares about it in the pantheon of history.
I think they want it to be important, but I do think more than that, like Triple H, he's not dumb like Vince, and I think he really wants to establish Gunther a lot. And even though he had the long Intercontinental reign, I think he wants to give him a good world title reign, because I think Triple H can see that there are guys on that roster that are old, you know, like your
that are breaking down old. Right?
Yeah, and you need to be really building up. Like Gunther, you know, he's not like 25 or something, but he's been around for less of time, and if you look at all your prospects, like he's one of your best prospects to have around as a strong heel for a long time, especially when like we're not getting like Brock Lesnar back or someone like that.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. Yeah, I say hopefully not.
And Gunther, like Triple H loves Gunther, and he fills like a very specific role, and I think just for him in that role of like that real like badass evil heel that won't turn, I would give him like longer than like a month as champion. And I also think Punk is in a position where he has to say like yes and thank you a lot more than so yes. I think when Paul says, you know, we got to keep Gunther strong, he's like, yes, absolutely. Like, it's not like Punk and Ryback or something.
I'll give you a little bit of kickback, Stephanie. Not a lot, because you're the guest, so I would. A little bit. I think if
how demure of you, Chris.
I think if Punk gets fired from WWE, guess what?
He goes back to AEW.
And he's going to be there. That's how I think this guy's career is going to go. He's like a modern day Sid. Sid, he could stab somebody with some scissors, and
he did,
which he did.
In less than a year, he's main eventing in WWE. So I don't think the wrestling business has gotten that progressive to where it would be a. But I think Tony Khan would absolutely love to have CM Punk back.
Yes, because at the end of the day, he is a cash cow. Like,
right?
If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. Like,
yeah. So I mean, I think, but to your point, Stephanie, I do think he's going to be kissing babies and doing that stuff a little bit more. But he's got a cushion to fall on if it gets messed up in WWE. That's because it's just the trash ass wrestling business. And
I'm about to say, Punk was in AEW for 2 years before he got let go. So he coming up on a year in WWE.
I'm starting to get that itch.
Hey, bro, I know that urge for him to put hands on somebody and be talking to him like the
that Green Goblin mask.
Punk probably
Norman.
He'd probably be backstage fiending for some action.
Ain't nobody gonna bite me. Somebody find a dog I can kick.
Hey, bro, you know what's so crazy? Like it's so crazy looking back at that whole ordeal. But I'm telling, hey, bro, that press conference is one of the most iconic wrestling moments, bro. I see that shit.
The most iconic.
Were you at that, Stephanie? That press conference?
No, I actually wasn't. I was in Chicago, but I was struck. I was struck down by sciatica. Like could not walk.
Oh damn!
But I made it to the show, and then once the show ended, I was like, I have to go. So like, luckily, Mike Mary like drove me home, and I was in his car playing a game on the iPad with his daughter while having this press conference on, and Punk's like going off. But the thing of obviously what he did was bad, right? I always have to say that I'm not like advocating for people to behave like Punk, but it is the most iconic thing that's happened in wrestling, because I do believe that wrestlers are liars. Like in interviews, like shoot interviews, like whether they're talking to the sheets and not giving their name, they're just always lying. But that was the realest thing we've ever seen.
Right, yeah.
He did not need to do that, and he just had to. And to me, we're never getting realer than Punk saying all this shit about his co-workers unprovoked. Like, it wasn't in a book, it wasn't in a shoot, it wasn't through the Observer.
Right next to the boss.
I had to say it, next to the boss. It's iconic. And I mean, who hasn't wanted to just shoot on their co-workers next to the boss? I mean, come on.
Yeah, man. Okay, shout out Ray. We said we got Will Chisholm. He said Punk going to stay right because he wants the NXT job, and HBK seems like cool with it. You want to know what? I definitely think that's what's going to happen. I think that at some point they'll transition from HBK running it to Punk running it.
That'd be cool.
And I think that he'll be running. I mean, because I know people like be having mixed, but he did do like a good job with that early part of Collision. Like I know it wasn't obviously just him. Like he had Tony and there was a group of people around them, but that early part of Collision show was like really solid.
With that in-school suspension roster, the misfits,
the people who fuck with Punk was on the show.
To be fair, like after watching Collision this week, banning Christopher Daniels was a great move. So
and like it was even to the point where Excalibur wasn't allowed to be on the show. Like they had wouldn't fucking Kelly to do it because because they was cool because Excalibur cool with the Bucks. But like when I'm thinking about that, like I'm like again I don't like saying because like I don't want to come off as like this motherfucking CM Punk defender and shit. Like I don't because like this it is some of the shit that he has done that I'm like, dog, what are you doing, bro? But it's like when you like really sit back and think about the shit, it's like, but like is he really that wrong? Yeah. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like because like I'm thinking about it and I'm like, if you know I'm like if you know that there is a subsection of your roster that does not like this one individual because they are linked to the executive vice presidents in your company, why would you go to the lengths of separating your talent roster to accommodate the people that are over here like CM Punk and they're cool with him, and then the people that are on the other show don't like CM Punk and they're cool with the young. They either don't like CM Punk or they just favor towards the Young Bucks, and that's kind of the thing. There is no way that you think of that and you like that's a good idea. No, right. That shit is going to exacerbate things even more. And then like I remember that y'all remember when he showed up on Dynamite that one time, he was like, I'm not supposed to be here, and that 1 week he was there, the Bucks and Hangman weren't there. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you're going to these extra lengths to separate these individuals, and then when they eventually come to a head, it's not going to be good, which it wasn't good when you had the Punk Curry situation. You know what I'm saying? But when I'm thinking about that, I'm like, that wasn't a bright idea. But like I saw it like in an interview when I think it was at the post All In press conference. I think when Tony was like he was like, yeah, you know, Collision's a lot more easier to run these days than X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, I mean, you can say that, but I mean, like, dog, it was your idea to split the rosters. Like, it wasn't like, you know what I'm saying? That was your doing. And then on top of that, the dude was like literally telling you, bro, can you just fire me so I can leave? Like, it's easy to say these things when you can put it into the lens of I was the opposed in this situation, opposed to the opposer. But I'm like, you had the option to either let him go, which I mean I completely understand. Like if I was running a wrestling company and I had CM Punk and I helped bring this dude out of retirement after 10 years, and I'm like, or 8 years or whatever, and I'm like, and he like, oh yeah, let me go. I'm gonna be like, brother, I don't know.
nah, you following through.
But because like Chris said, we was talking about it on NW. I'm pretty sure other people were talking about it as well. But it was just like he leaves AEW. He's going back to WWE, and how much of a big fucking story that is with the history between those two companies. I think anybody would be reluctant to let that happen. But it got to a point to where they had no choice, and he had to get let go. And then now he's back in WWE, and he's having all these programs and shit. And you got motherfuckers like Drew McIntyre talking about, well, you know, hey man, I don't really like CM Punk, but I can do business. Like those are going to automatically draw up the comparisons about what could have happened at AEW when you talk about the feud with the Bucks, potential feud with Hangman, potential feud with Kenny, and all these different scenarios that could have played out had both sides came together and be like, let's do this shit. And like, I'm going to exclude Kenny out of this because Kenny has said in interviews, like he was like, I think his analogy was like he played in sports growing up, and Kenny fought a lot with his teammate. He threw hands with his teammates, and he was like, well, I mean, you know, whatever, like we'll get over it type shit, and then we'll just move on, and you know, we'll keep playing together. And that was his mindset going into the whole situation. He said that him and Punk would have been hashed things out, but he said there was another party he didn't name. He said there was another party involved that prevented that from happening. He said he would have been called CM Punk. I think he said he has talked to Punk since then, and they was good, and like whatever, like it wasn't no thing or no shit like that. So like when you had
his life and design a terrible video game. Hey, somebody had to say it. I will be the brave one that stands in front of America and the world and says AEW Fight Forever is a pyramid scheme. It's a pyramid scheme. Coming up with all these. Why I got to pay an extra $25 to get Swerve in the damn game? He should have been in the game from the beginning.
He's been in the company for 2 years. So yeah. There you go. But yeah, I just went on a whole rant. But like
somebody had to say
it's always interesting to me. Like, cause I don't want to be like, because he, like how Steph said, he does do some off the wall shit sometimes. But like when you like really think about it, you be like, is this motherfucker that wrong? Like
he's wrong and right at the same
time. But the minute you put hands on people, you can't be doing that shit.
No, I'm not talking about that. But of course you're wrong in that scenario. But I'm talking about just in terms of the verbal and the things that
he was working for a guy who did not know how to control people and situations. You know, that's one of the things they teach you in business psychology. Is you have to at some point Tony should have sat down and said, listen, you guys are going to talk to each other because that's just what we do in business, or everybody's getting sat home and just going to be because I don't know the kind of contract the Punk had, I would have had him sit at home
He had a
collecting
dual.
money.
He had a dual one, Chris. He had a.
Yeah, he had the
Yeah, he had
employee
two of 'em.
contract and the talent contract is what he
Mhm.
said. But like, I don't, as far as like, if he would have just been at home collecting checks, I probably would have just did that. It's tough to say, but that whole situation with Punk was telegraphed months earlier. I even wrote an article on a lot of, because I was hearing backstage rumblings from wrestlers that I sometimes talk to, and I was hearing this from like just the scuttlebutt around the internet, and I was like, there's a toxic positivity going thing going on in AEW. It's because people have to just pretend like they're happy all the time, and that's just not realistic, you know. So that's where I'm at with that. And Punk is where he belongs at the moment. I think he respects the business structure of WWE a little bit more than he respects the business structure of AEW, solely because he's been in WWE and he knows that business model. And there's lines he won't cross in WWE. AEW is a startup, right?
Yeah.
WWE is a legacy company. So I think he was in AEW thinking he was going to have more power than he had, you know. And that was, and Tony Khan was probably promising him all kind of things that and promising it to a bunch of people, you know. And Tony Khan just was in it over his head. That's obvious.
Yeah, it's like what Andrew said earlier. Like, Punk is unpredictable. I'll agree. Punk is unpredictable, but he's not crazy. He's not stupid.
No.
He knows in AEW, I can push these lines and this effect will happen. And if it blows up in my face, cool, because, hey, I got places I could be. In WWE, it's like, I know the lines that I'm not going to push. I'm not going to get on national TV and talk bad about the youngsters. I'm just going to sit here, eat my muffin, and smile at Paul Levesque. Because I'm not crazy. I'm unpredictable, but I'm not crazy.
Yeah. Hey, but so I know Steph said she only had 2 to 3 hours, but I want to make sure to get her for the Grand Slam prediction. We got a couple matches for that. But Steph, I wanted to ask you. You know, you are featured guest. What do you think about the? We had that whole conversation that kind of got me thinking, especially talking about Daniel Garcia. It got me thinking about this because I don't think we talked about this on the last 2 episodes of NWA. But what do you think about the future of Ricky Starks? Like, he hasn't been on television, and you know, he said on Twitter, like he said he got tired of people putting it out there that he was like turning down pitches, and he said I never turned down anything. Like, what do you think about that, and what do you see Ricky Starks going forward?
I think Ricky's gone. Yeah. I really do. I think that Ricky, firstly, like, he's a total Cody guy. You know, to the point where he's accompanied Cody to WWE events, you know. He's also very close with Jade Cargill. And you look at the position that Jade is in, and she seems happy in WWE, and she's someone who first had talks with them in the Vince WWE, then she did the AEW thing, and I think they kind of didn't do the best by her. Like, I think they didn't fulfill all their promises to Jade, I'll say that. And then she got talking to Triple H, and it's like a whole different world. So I think if you're Ricky Starks and you're friends with Cody, and who obviously things are going to be like really great for him always, but then you're friends with someone like Jade, you probably see the good things over there. And Ricky's time in AEW has always been so stop-start. There's been times when it's really felt like, okay, we're going with Ricky Starks. Like when he had feud with MJF, and then the next thing they trapped him in the Jericho vortex, and like much like Daniel Garcia. I don't think he was happy with that at all. Like that, I interviewed Ricky before his match with Jericho, and he did not seem like he was happy with what was going on. I think after what he came off from with MJF, and then it wasn't anyone's fault what happened, you know, with Punk. I think Punk saw something in him too and wanted to help him on Collision, because I think sometimes Punk was kind of collecting Vortex guys. And then, you know, Punk blew up, and he did get the great match with Brian. But Tony's just never gone with Ricky in the way that he should have. And I just think he's not happy, and I think he's just sitting it out. I think he thinks really highly of himself, and he should. And I think he's really smart, and he sees that like moving up that ladder is really hard. And when it comes to younger men, you know, Jungle Boy's getting the rub right now. Darby always has it, but it's always kind of been hard to make room for Ricky on a consistent basis. So, man, yeah, that's like I did ask Jade Cargill about it, and that's why, because I just like she said like they hang out all the time, they train together and stuff, and like of course she's telling him everything that's going on over there and where his place could be. So I think if I don't want to make too bold a prediction, but I think maybe if we don't get like a Garcia at one of the first two NXT shows, like we could get a Ricky Starks. Yeah.
Yeah, Ricky is somebody who immediately makes a difference. Like the fact, again, it comes down to management, comes down to roster construction, comes down to management. But like, yes, you've got this musical chair, Stephanie, and we've only got 5 chairs. But it's like, damn, you got to find a seat for a guy like Ricky Starks in terms of not only what he brings bell to bell, but the character work, the promo work, like. And he's a young guy, and it's no offense to cats like DBD. We love us some Brian on these streets. It's no offense to cats like Mox or Claudio or some of these older cats. But it's like, eventually you got to start bringing up your young cats, man. Like, and it's like, how long you want a guy to sit on the bench before he transfers to another team?
Yeah, and like I mean, no offense to all the guys you mentioned, but maybe some offense to Jericho, because like he takes up a hell of a lot of.
You said all offense to Jericho,
and it's like obviously like I do think Jericho has like something to offer, but like the TV time is insane, and if you're a Ricky Starks where they're not giving him good creative pitches or whatever the truth is. And other younger guys, it must suck to be like either not being used, relegated to Rampage that no one watches, Collision that very few people watch, and on Dynamite every week. They're finding spaces for people that are maybe past, very well, not maybe, that are past their prime, you know. It's really frustrating.
Yeah. Like when I'm looking at Jericho, it's like I think over the last year or so, it's been like very evident that a lot of the stuff that he does needs to be relegated over to Rampage. Like, and again, I think that Jericho is like, has always, I think that he's very much in Tony Khan's ear as someone who was that first big signing for him. And I think that he's able to, I think, I don't know this for certain, but I would assume that he's always able to use that, you know, man, look what I did for this company. Like I was the first big, because I mean he was, Jericho was the first big well-known name that AEW had on their roster. He did a lot. Like I would be fucking lying to you if I told you that first initial Jericho AEW, that shit was great. If I say and tell you that it wasn't, just because I don't like him personally, because of that All Lives Matter shit that he was doing in 2020, I will never forget that shit. But that's why I don't like Chris Jericho, for his personal, and his wife was at that January 6th rally calls in hell. So that
1-6 Mafia.
Well, 1-6 Mafia. That's funny as shit. But that's kind of
Jericho sent a super chat.
He said, I love how Ricky Edge got Edge. That post Helwani interview. Yeah.
That was so funny, man. And I'm not like a big fan of Edge, and he's
shots at Ray. Shots fired at Ray.
I'm sorry, Adam Copeland, but like, but to me, like he's like the example of someone that like I just don't think you should hire if you're Tony Khan, right? Because you brought back CM Punk, you got John Moxley, you got Bryan Danielson, you got Chris Jericho, right? I don't think we need to keep like proving that guys will jump, and like some guys I don't think have as much to offer. And like when young Ricky Starks goes up against Edge in a promo and like gets Edge shoot mad.
Oh, I forgot about
funny. That. And I was just like, this is why like maybe don't like send Adam Copeland millions so he can jump off the cage and like land on his feet and get injured. Maybe instead and give some like love to Ricky Starks, so we're not in a situation now where Adam Copeland's injured because he jumped off a cage to like prove himself, where and Ricky Starks is sitting at home because he's unhappy with the company. Like that's not a situation I'd want to be in.
No disrespect to Edge, but it's only one gentleman of an older age that should be jumping off of stuff and going through glass, and that's that man called Sting.
Boy.
Right. But, Sting does it. He did it in a way that was like protecting himself. You know, he wasn't like doing it in a reckless way, like Edge kind of having. Like, because I don't think he liked the offer that WWE gave him to stay. You know,
he did. He wanted to be on TV more, and they wanted to use him in a manner of like how they wanted him on TV sporadically.
They were smart.
He didn't want the schedule of not being on weekly television. Like he wanted like that's what he wanted. He wanted to be on weekly television. He didn't want the.
They saw him for where he was. Whereas Tony Khan is a collector, so he's like, well, I can't have Christian if I don't have my Edge figure. Like, I need.
You gotta catch them all.
You gotta catch
exactly. He's like, it's Pokemon.
Adam Copeland, I choose you.
It's him playing with his new set of toys all the time, right? And he gets tired of them too. You know, it's like if you look at where Matt Hardy was when he first came to the company versus where he ended up being, it just says what he thinks of these guys. It's like he gets them, they're hot, and then they go somewhere, they languish somewhere.
I was about to say, Chris, and you would assume that Bobby Lashley coming in too at some point, and MVP.
Right, yeah. But it's all about how you and I don't think Bobby Lashley's going to be jumping off of any.
No, Lashley ain't jumping off the cages. That ain't happening.
Yeah. Like I think, but it's. I understand signing Edge, but it shouldn't be. You shouldn't have to sacrifice your future talent to get him there. You know.
I think I was gonna say on Jericho, like I think that Tony is really grateful to him for what he did, like rightly, but I think that he's not the same. Like I don't think he has the backstage influence that he used to have. Like I just flat out do not think he has it at all, and I think it's more Tony keeping him around and putting him on TV as like a comfort blanket. But like, did you see this CMLL match?
Yeah.
Like
against Mystico.
I'll just go for like 20 seconds on that because it's not worth any more of our time. But like, like to me, what he's doing on TV, the learning tree, like sucks so much, and it's like a legacy destroying thing because like if he hangs it up, if he has to hang it up tomorrow, like, and that's the last you see of him doing this voice and wearing these clothes and in the trunks, like that is a really bad end to everything else aside. What has been a very good career, like well-traveled, amazing, working in all these promotions, like everything else aside, like he's had one hell of a career. He's out on TV, like doing this shit. And then I watched CMLL and like he does the press conference as a normal person, like a man of his age, dressed in black, speaking in a normal voice. And I'm like, oh, okay. But then on the pay-per-view, he like attacks Orange Cassidy backstage. So luckily, like not wearing a silly outfit, but still. And then he does his learning tree voice and speaks in Spanish. And I'm like, oh no, this is going down. And then he comes out to Judas. He's fully dressed, so he's in tights and a jacket. And I'm like, okay, well, at least he looks normal. And then he gets in the ring and he has to take the microphone and say, hi, guys. And I'm just like, dude, these people have paid to see Chris Jericho. They are not watching Dynamite. And they've just gone through like this amazing main event. They are not watching week-to-week Dynamite to know the silly shit you are doing right now. Please just be Lionheart Jericho. What these people paid for. Don't do your guys. Like, do that. And then by the end of the match, and the match like just wasn't good. Like him and Mystico had no chemistry at all. Mystico seemed pissed off. But by the end of the match, you have the crowd who are just booing like Orange Cassidy because he's running to do an AEW mid-card angle on your 91st anniversary show.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
She froze. I think Steph froze.
And it's like just
there you go.
know your audience, read the room.
Oh, Jericho trying to jam the signal.
Yeah, Jericho got the signal jamming right there by Steph.
Jericho trying like cut it off. Cut it off.
Jericho was like, hold on, man, she cooking. Hold on. We got to silence her a little bit.
Jericho's like not too much on the learning tree, sis.
But before we're gonna wait till Steph get back. But that was like a great 4-way match at that 91st anniversary show. Like I'm talking about, that shit was fire. And then they had the match against Jericho and Mystico, bro, and it was not it. Like I mean,
hey Ray, can you put Stephanie backstage real quick before until she comes back?
Yeah. But
I don't want to do her like that.
But yeah, that match with Mystico was not. It was, and there was a portion of the match when they went for like a little tilt-a-whirl, like when Jericho caught him behind the back and Mystico went down, pulled him down for the armbar. He was like shaking his head, like. But I mean, I don't know what that was for, but I think a lot of people have pointed that to being like Mystico being disappointed in what the match was turning out to be.
It's like you ain't got the juice no more.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and the thing is, like, about I'm gonna go back to the point I was making earlier. I would be a bold-faced lie to sit up here and tell y'all that first initial run in AEW was not great. I love the ROH World Championship run. I loved it. Thor Jericho was fucking great.
The Inner Circle stuff was good.
The Inner Circle was great for a portion of the time. The Jericho Appreciation Society was great. I love when he broke out the Lionheart shit. I love the feud with MJF. Like, but there came a point where he began to drag on television, and he has dragged on television. And I think that, again, I don't know if it's Tony just wanting to pay Jericho back for what he did for AEW to start, or whether it's Jericho being like, hey, man, remember what I did for X, Y, and Z. But whatever it is, I think that Steph hit the nail on the head in terms of it is a legacy hinderer, in terms of like, you don't want this to be your lasting memories of what has been a great on-screen career, an asshole off-screen in terms of like his beliefs. And, you know, I'm telling you, I don't care what nobody's. I would never let that shit go that he was doing in 2020. I will never let it go.
Right, yeah.
But on screen, one of the best careers that you could possibly ask for, and to have it come to this point where people are just like, dude, just get the fuck off the TV. Like the whole, like I wasn't even. Did y'all see the angle when Orange Cassidy and Kyle O'Reilly and them dumped a bucket of fucking pennies, coins onto the Bentley? Oh, yeah. And I'm like, what are we doing, bro? Like, what are we doing? But we gonna Ray, have you seen Steph backstage? Because I wanted to get her in the Grand Slam predictions, but I don't want to. Like, if she coming back, we could just move on to.
She actually dropped off. So
okay, I'm we could come back to that and just wait and see if she comes back, and if we don't, we can circle.
She's setting up that surprise run in.
Yeah. So, Chris, I know you wanted to talk about this, but Sid U.D. passed away, aka Psycho Sid Vicious. I know Chris had brought this up in our group chat, so I'm gonna hand it over to you, Chris. You talk about the late Sid.
No, I wanted to talk about him and pass it because Sid has always been one of my favorite wrestlers. My friend says we met him before. I don't remember meeting him because it could have been one of those passing just kind of things, but I always loved how crazy and unhinged he came off, and also how much sense he always made as far as his character is concerned. Like, I'll tell you this, I became I was like a Hulkamaniac probably when I was a little kid. And then by about the 90s, I was starting to fall off of him. And that year that Ric Flair won the Royal Rumble, I want to say it was, 91? Maybe 90. Yeah, 91. I was rooting for Sid to win it. And then he tosses Hogan out the ring. And then Hogan does his bitch shit and pulls him out the ring and stuff like that. And that was like the first time I became a fan of Sid. And then after that, he just started going crazy after that. Like when he when he went to the barber shop that Brutus Beefcake had. And Beefcake I've met before, and I didn't like him. I don't know if I still wouldn't like him, but
damn, so much slander towards the booty man.
He was not the nicest
brother
guy.
Brutai.
Yeah, he was not the nicest guy when I met him. But so it cracks me up even more when Sid Justice does his little thing where he wrecks the barbershop and Brutus Beefcake, they had him run away. That was the end of taking Beefcake seriously for the rest of his career. The stuff he did with Shawn Michaels, him getting more cheers than Shawn Michaels at that Survivor Series, is just a bunch of different stuff like that. And I don't think he ever got the credit that he deserved for being as over as he was, because like he definitely was one of those guys where if he burned a bridge in one company, he could easily go to the next company. He was not a guy that loved wrestling to like the extent that some other people do. And I don't think there was anything wrong with that. Okay, so now I am remembering this now because we did interview him on the Mike Knox show. I don't remember meeting him in purpose, but I do remember this now. And Sid in the interview when Knox asked him about having the belt in WWE and how much of an honor it was, and Sid responded by saying, yeah, it was cool, I guess, but all it was extra luggage for me to carry around. Like, like he was about getting his money, man.
Yeah.
And playing his softball during softball season. And then his kid was on that season of Big Brother. So I don't like the problems that wrestlers seem to have with Sid. I don't what Andrew was saying earlier about CM Punk. I really didn't see the big deal with Sid outside of the Arn Anderson thing. The less said about that, the better. But I really don't think that you should have to like eat, breathe, and sleep wrestling if that's not something you want to do. You know, if wrestling is your job, and you do it well while you're there, that's perfectly fine. Like I remember he always would like main event in a company, and then all of a sudden he'd be gone from that company. It was the weirdest thing. Like WrestleMania 8, he did his match with Hogan. By next year's WrestleMania, he's back in WCW. Did that goofy shit in the summer at the bash at the Beach Bash or whatever they were calling it,
Beach Blast.
Yeah, goofy stuff. Main evented with Shawn Michaels at Survivor Series. Did 2 main events. Main evented with Undertaker at the WrestleMania that year. Bounced. You know, that was his trajectory, man. So I think of all the misunderstood wrestlers. I think Sid is probably one of the most misunderstood, but I understood him from the standpoint that, hey, give me my money and I'll go the fuck home. Yeah. And I get it. I understand that better than anybody.
Look at those beautiful words from Chris, man.
I think when you talk about Sid, man, I echo a lot of what Chris said. Sid was a dude that whenever he showed up, and he wasn't going to stick around long because that wasn't in this dude's DNA. But whenever Sid showed up, you was like, oh, something about to pop off, because he did always have that connection with the audience whenever he showed up. Looked like $1 million, was an instant upper mid-card of the main eventer whenever he appeared. He was kind of like, for a while, the ultimate mystery opponent or mystery partner.
Right.
Like
and taking Ultimate Warrior's place a lot too, you know.
Yep, because we know Ultimate Warrior was also somebody who was around for a good time, but not a long time in some of these companies. But my favorite thing about this man, Sid U.T.B.M.L, aka Sid Vicious, aka Psycho Sid, aka Sid Justice for the people, was he was the innovator, Chris, of a promo style that not a lot of people have used, and also not a lot of people have mastered it the way Sid did, which is the whisper to scream promo.
Loud. Yeah, and sometimes it'd be scream to whisper too.
Yes, every now and then he hits you with the razzle dazzle and goes go scream to whisper. But Andrew, Ray, y'all might not have seen a lot of Sid promos, but he hit you with this. Mean Gene be like, Sid, tell us what's going to happen in this match. You'd be like, let me tell you something, Mean Gene. There's a lot of people around here who think they know what's going on in the world, but there's only one ruler and master of the world, and his name is Sid Vicious. like my brother just modulating all over the place.
I'm about to say, 12-year-old Nate was probably jumping up at the TV, like, hold on now.
Like the way he came out with it, because again, I don't know how much of this was something Sid thought about, or if it was just like, that's what I'm gonna do because it's gonna be different from people. But because I'm whispering like this on a show where everybody else is screaming, it makes you pay attention to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Ray Williams, like Stephanie Chase, just popped up on the screen, and she knows about Psycho Sid because he's the master and the ruler of the world, ladies and gentlemen. And like that whisper scream promo is iconic, man. And Sid was a dude, right? Like you said, Chris. You don't have to love an industry to be good in an industry. We see a lot of athletes that don't particularly love the sport they're in. We see you, Zion Williamson, but they're good at the sport. Zion caught a straight tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
You ain't even had to go there, bro.
My bad, Zion. My bad, dog.
And there was a lot. It was Sid. There's a lot of jealousy for guys like Sid because you see him with these like natural gifts. And the fact that he was so nonchalant about it, about staying in a company for a long time and all that stuff, it did spark a lot of jealousy out of people. Ric Flair in that first book he came out with, he didn't have a lot of nice things to say about Sid, but the complaints he had about him, when you really read them, it's like, he stayed in one company for a long time and got as much money as he could and didn't give back to the business and left. Here you go. And then
the duck.
You ain't got the duck. We see you, fam.
Shout out to TV.
That's we're ordering food right now. So,
hey, bro. Hey, Chris, you not about to breeze past that. That was hilarious.
The duck.
Hey. It's my night to order the food. So
okay, what y'all having?
Like Dave and Buster's, just the delivery version.
Okay, little D&B.
Hold on, when the fuck Dave and Buster start ordering? When they do that? Hold on.
They've been doing it for a while. Like so, they've got it to where you could just order it on the Grubhub. So
shout out to Chris Ely. I ain't now I'm put on. I'm there. They better bring me some fucking games too while I'm here.
Real quick, I was going to say real quick, Chris, because I know Steph and I had talked earlier before she came on the show tonight. She is not too familiar with the work of this man, Sid U.T.B.M.L, but I know you, Sister Chase, you are an aficionado of the style, the fashion, the pastiche of the 1980s. What would you say about that man, Sid Vicious' glorious, flowing, voluminous locks? The look of Sid Vicious, what does it say to you, Stephanie Chase?
He had beautiful hair. Like it was a strong look, like such a big tough guy to be that blonde and curly. It was a strong look.
Like he just came from
But no, like I can't say that I'm like the biggest like Sid aficionado for sure, and he's not someone that like I've gone back and watched a lot of the work of, but I more know him from the like new generation era, obviously like him versus Undertaker, and all the promos that you just see on the internet as a wrestling fan. But yeah, like memorable character, strong character, and I definitely agree with what Chris was saying. Like, there's a lot of that idea of someone that, yeah, is just kind of has like natural gifts and like gets by, and no, you don't have to really love the business or anything like that, or to be great at it. And I think like for Sid it was like the stuff about Sid that wasn't great that still made him great in a way too. And the promos being an example, you know.
Bro, when she said
Yeah.
the memorable promos, like I immediately started laughing because I was thinking about that one joke that he did with JR. He was
Yeah.
like,
We're live, pal.
he was like, we're live, pal. He was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Hey, bro,
Yeah.
and I see so many like Sid memes, like some of these the funny stuff that he's done and said over the years, bro. Like I even remember like he did a virtual signing. I think it was like last year, bro. And I was like, usually when I cover these virtual signings for posts, like I always try to go into it with like, okay, I'm probably gonna get like some type of news out of it. But like I purely watched, like I knew he wasn't probably gonna say anything like a newsworthy, but like I watched it purely just to pop myself because the things that I've heard about Sid. This dude was funny as shit for like the whole hour 30 minutes. That was probably one of the most enjoyable signings that I've gone through, like listening wise. Like he always had, it was always like just some like snarky or like some comedic, some funny shit that he was saying. So yeah, that's kind of like what I remember Sid for, and like of course seeing all the stuff on Twitter and the clips and shit like that. And it was cool seeing like a lot of people who did get to watch him like praise him, even his colleagues, the people that shared locker rooms with him, talk about like how great he was and all this other stuff and X, Y, and Z. So, but also I think it's like you know when you see like the topics of like whenever somebody like passes away, it's like, you know, should they be in the Hall of Fame or X, Y, and Z. Like, I think that's it's very important to give some of these non-controversial older legends the flowers while they're still here. You know what I'm saying? Like let them be able to experience the love that and the admiration that a lot of people have. Because when I saw him when he passed away, bro, I'm seeing some of these wrestlers. I was like, I didn't know all these people thought this highly of Sid. Like they was like coming out talking about like how he was one of the most like innovative, or like but more so in terms of like his look and like the presence that he had on television and stuff like that. And you know, that stuff was
he's
cool.
the reason. He's the reason why we got Harlem Heat on the national stage too.
Talk to him, Chris. Talk to him.
Don't know that story. Sid was the one that got Harlem Heat signed to WCW. And in their very first WCW match, they main evented that War Games match. It was Sid, Vader, and Harlem Heat going against the Shockmaster. The less to said about him, the better. The British Bulldog, Dustin Rhodes, and Sting. And yeah, that was what is
he said, "Oh, we giving love to Sid, the master and the ruler of the world." Hell yeah,
master and the ruler of the world. You're damn right. We're giving him love tonight, T. Anthony.
And then like and then just like I always thought I loved his WCW NWA stuff, but I really do think he was built for New York. Just the kind of character he was. The stuff he did in that company, that the Psycho Sid music is very iconic with the Psycho theme going, and then Jim Johnston adds his little remix stuff to it. So so I just wanted to give a shout out. If you're judging these Hall of Fames by the people who are already in it, then Sid should have been in a long time ago. But I think, you know, there were people did not like Sid because Sid would come and go, you know, and that's kind of like that's part of, whether you look at it as fortunately or unfortunately, his ability to leave a place was part of his legacy, man. And I don't think it's a bad thing because there's a lot of wrestlers who don't know how to leave and who are subservient and will kiss as much ass as they can to stick around. And Sid wasn't that kind of person. And
to another point to branch off of that, Chris, that might be one of the reasons why Sid was still here with us as long as he was, and so many of his contemporaries weren't, because they were so focused on the business. So focused on, I got to do this and all this that comes along with it on the road. And Sid was like, yeah, I'm going to come in here, get my little wrestling matches on, but I got to play softball, dog. I got to take my kid to school. You know, I got a other part of my life that does not involve this sport.
Yeah, T. Anthony, he said my favorite Sid promo wasn't even a promo. And he said it was when Brett was slowly turning heel and was called out. And called out Sid after Sid won the title from Brett. Sid walked out and quote on the mic, yelled, I ain't no shit, crybaby. But you know what's so funny?
That was funny.
I just saw that clip. I think it was like last week or something like that. People was like kept like quote tweeting. I was like, let me watch this shit. That shit was hilarious. That was hilarious.
The one promo I think everybody needs to see from Sid is Sid Justice on the barbershop. You have to see that before you leave this earth. That is you have to see. Of this dude going crazy on Brutus Beefcake to the point where this guy runs away and he's got shaving cream all over his face. And
Chris with this anti-beefcake agenda.
Well, I'm just saying. Have you ever met Beefcake, Stephanie? Is she still here?
No, I've not. I have not met the Beefcake.
Yeah.
I like how she put respect on his name, the Sir Beefcake.
The Beefcake.
Respect
Lord Beefcake Esquire.
Yeah, I don't like to plant seeds for people, but me personally didn't have the greatest experience with them.
Yeah, Chris said Beefcake ain't coming to NWA. He ain't coming to Kansas Sport.
I let him come on. See, now that I'm older, I can look back at
put
this.
The beef aside.
Maybe it was
put the beefcake aside.
I met him in 2009. I was 28.
So you both grown.
Right, yeah. So maybe I can understand. Now I can look back. Stuff I got mad at.
They so bad, bro. That was so bad.
We gonna have a beer summit like Barack Obama. You and Beefcake just bringing it together, man.
That's hilarious, dog. But
all
right. Slim said I was the biggest HBK fan in 1996, and I couldn't deny how badass Sid's entrance was. The Survivor Series '96 against HBK, dude assaulted an old man with a camera and was the biggest baby face.
Yeah, like people say he was a heel during that match, and that's like the revisionist history. He wasn't a heel. He was a good guy. He got cheered by that crowd. They cheered him when he beat down Jose Lothario with that camera. is very interesting stuff.
He always got cheered, which is crazy.
Right. Yeah, when he turned on Hulk Hogan, that was the start of Hulk Hogan's boos that followed him into WCW. Like that year he started getting booed regularly at shows, and then when you go to WCW shows, if you were like in a real hardcore NWA place, even in I went and saw them in Inglewood, and him and Sting were tag teaming, and every time Sting was in the ring, he'd get cheered and Hogan would get booed. Sting is a local guy, though, so that's probably
never changed.
Yeah, so it is what it is.
All these years later, hardcore NWA fans don't rock with Terry on these streets, so it's come full circle.
Something.
And the NWA don't mess with Terry. Look at that. Full circle.
All right, so all right, R.I.P. to Sid. Yeah, so what's left? What's left? We got to do.
So we got. I was going to talk about.
Sid said he got Dave and Buster's on the way, nephew. Let's pick up the pace. I said Sid. No. Chris said he got Dave and Buster's.
The food, the food I got is fine.
That damn pasta from Dave and Buster's about to be cold as shit when Chris gets it.
No, I ain't getting no pasta. I'm getting the pretzel.
She's trying to sneak back through. She cracked the door.
What?
Forbidden door.
Oh, is Steph still here?
Yeah, Stephanie's still
okay.
here.
I know, 'cause she was staring at the screen. I was like, oh, she paused again. I was like, but I was talking about, but Steph.
She was thinking about what she wants to order from Dave and Buster.
I was like, I can't believe I got silenced just for trying to talk about how bad a Chris Jericho match was.
Yeah,
Like,
the Jericho stands cut off your mic, Steph.
What did you call it? The 1-6 Mafia? They came.
1-6 Mafia. They was out. Insurrection on your camera.
I remember this, Stephanie. I remember listening to you on YouTube one time, and you cut the funniest promo. It wasn't a promo; it was part of the show, like on Peter Rosenberg, and you were talking like about how much of a shill he was.
Damn.
Like, yeah, fuck that guy, something like that. I don't know if you remember doing that, but it cracked me the hell up, man.
I can't remember the exact thing, but like I fucking hate him and Sam Roberts. Like, oh god.
What's weird about Rosenberg to me is like when I listen to him on Ebro in the morning, he actually has a lot of political takes that make sense. Like when you're talking about the overall political scene in the United States of America, Peter Rosenberg, out of the hip hop guys, he's actually one of the like smarter ones in my opinion. But when you get him talking about wrestling, he like the rules he has for politics, like for wrestling, he turns into such a fucking shill, and I don't understand it, you know. I just don't get it, but you know, him and Sam Roberts is another one. I met Sam Roberts at the first Wale Mania. I stopped I didn't like him when he let
trying to imagine Sam Roberts at Wale Mania.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, it was the infancy of Wale Mania. I didn't like Sam Roberts because he let that one dude call onto the in his show and start calling Virgil the N-word and stuff. And they're just laughing at it like it's like funny stuff. I was like, why didn't you just kick this dude off the call, you know? But
that's like a whole other conversation right there about racism that I think that a lot of people sort of gloss over. It's like it's like when you if you would have let something like that happen, like how Chris just said, it's like you ask him like, oh, I'm not racist, but you're okay with people being racist to other people, like, and you're in that space, exactly. you're allowing it to happen. It's like,
right, yeah, you're just not saying nothing about it, you know, and that's what really gets on my nerves. That's like what, like, and I'm like, even working on this stuff, like, we were able to put down so many, like, I wasn't the leader of any of these, but I was a part of the Geeks for Kamala call, the Black Men for Kamala call. I'm friends with the woman that put together the Black Women for Kamala call. One of the guys that one of my colleagues at the school did the White Men for Kamala call. So I was over here thinking, oh, this would be a cakewalk doing wrestling community for Kamala Harris call. That's the dumbest thing I ever thought. Because wrestlers are afraid to stand up for anything, man. The wrestling community,
I was about to say, Chris, ain't most of them ain't gonna stand on that shit,
right? Yeah, they don't. They would rather go in the world and believe everything is neutral and everything is happy-go-lucky. I love
Republicans buy WrestleMania tickets too.
Right. Yeah. Like I love Chris Van Vliet. He I don't know him, but we like in passing, I guess when I had brain surgery, he sent me his well wishes and followed me on Twitter and stuff like that. So I'll always respect him for that. But I didn't understand. He was interviewing Jesse Ventura recently, and Jesse Ventura said he would never fuck with Hulk Hogan again. And CVV is too nice for his own good because he's like, well, maybe one of these days you guys will get along. It's like, why are you trying to encourage this man to be friends with this racist fuck, man? This racist and sexist fuck, you know? And that's a part of the wrestling business I don't think I'll ever understand is like, why these like obvious fallen heroes who aren't what they used to be, or maybe they are what they used to be, but it's just now you see them in the light. Why you think that we have to like these people still have to be put on pedestals, you know? Like Hulk Hogan is not worthy of anybody's friendship, just based on his recent comments, you know.
Like I try not to comment on other individuals. Like I try not to comment on other individuals who are in the wrestling media coverage space, but because I feel like if I am going to say something about them, I feel like those conversations are more reserved for me to say it to you in person. But I do remember there was one time, I think it was something, it had popped up on my Explore page on Instagram. I think it was around the time when Jericho had interviewed Donald Trump Jr. or he had posted something.
It was Donald Trump Jr.
I think it was either that or it was something around the time of 2020, like when all that stuff was going on with the Black Lives Matter movement and X, Y, and Z. And I remember Jericho had posted something, and I remember I saw Chris like had commented like a fire emoji under, so it was some shit that annoyed the shit out of me about Jericho, and I was kind of like, but again, I feel like just with me, I feel more comfortable saying it to when I'm in front of you.
Stephanie's trying to say something too, so let's see.
Oh no, are you finished, Andrew?
Oh yeah. Go ahead, Steph.
Well, I just want to say, like, I'd be a complete fraud if I don't say that I don't fuck with Chris Van Vliet. Like, I made that very public earlier in the year, and a lot of people
I remember
still hate me over it, but like, you know,
we don't hate you over it. So
he interviewed Hogan himself. You know, he interviewed Hogan at the end of last year, still like platformed Hogan. He was like still gushing over Vince McMahon before the lawsuit, even after the other stuff. But yeah, he interviewed Hogan, platformed Hogan. He platformed Ric Flair. He platformed Velveteen Dream to get his side out there. And he platformed Matt Riddle as well in a wonderful interview about like how great a dad Matt Riddle is with everything there. And like, so when it comes to someone like him, he's like, he was doing it for clicks and also like this, when it came to Dream and Riddle, this, you know, like getting their side of the story on like these canceled people. And he doesn't need to be doing shit like that for clicks because he's got more subscribers than like most people can dream of. So I think that like the wrestling business is a very like dark, dirty, dodgy business. And I think if you reach the great success level that Chris Van Vliet has, you should have like some integrity. And I would not interview Hulk Hogan, and I know he's got a deal now with WWE, and like we should call that out. But just because like they're having him on their TV or whatever, it doesn't mean that he has to do a sit down with someone like Van Vliet. And I don't know. I just like I don't fuck with Chris Van Vliet because I think that he uses his platform badly to promote bad people. And Hogan's like. There's no need to interview Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan has said everything he can possibly say. He's lied about everything he can possibly lie about. So there's not even any good reason to interview him other than the fact that you're just platforming a flat out racist that doesn't need to be given this status by the wrestling community anymore.
I agree. I concur.
That's the thing too. And like I've never like had a conversation with Chris, but he does kind of remind me of like his interview styles. If I was going to compare it to anybody, it'd probably be more like a Larry King type. And Larry King, when he used to do interviews, his interviews weren't really about confrontation. They were more about just being conversational and friendly to people, which is fine if that's your stick. I'm more on the Stephanie Chase way of thinking on this, but I'm not gonna knock it, but I didn't understand him trying to encourage friendship between Ventura and Hulk Hogan. Ventura told you how this guy burned him, you know, and you're like, yeah, maybe one day y'all will be friends again.
Isn't that just like a thing that Republicans that aren't going to publicly admit they're Republicans do this whole thing of like, well,
right,
we can all just, you know, like, let's all just be friends, like these political.
It's like the I don't see color people.
Yeah.
I hate
it
that
is
shit.
like,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so I mean,
bro, it's even like with recent memory, like with Logan Paul. Remember when he tweeted that stuff out before? I think it was like right before SummerSlam. He was doing the transphobic stuff he had tweeted out. I think it was either before or after SummerSlam.
Yeah,
and like
with the Olympic
with the Olympic boxer and stuff like that. And it was just like, I think it goes to show you that when it comes to it shows you how a lot of different companies view certain people and how, you know, certain individuals would not be able to get away with tweeting their beliefs. Like even with Sammy, like he has to be like sort of like reluctant or like very subtle about his about supporting Palestine. Like even when something about like wearing a wristband, like he gotta like subtly like, you know, show it off in a picture or like something like. But like with Logan, he could just let it fly on Twitter and Instagram about X, Y, and Z. And it's like, you know what I'm saying?
And that would be an issue I wouldn't even trust wrestlers speaking on, just because it's easy to say the wrong thing when it comes to an issue like that. And Logan Paul is not a learned individual. He's a bit of a dumbass. Like I consider myself like a little bit more knowledgeable on the Hamas stuff with Palestine and Israel and all that. And even me, I'm like, that's a nuanced conversation. That's not something you can you could just go run away with a narrative and expect people not to come at you for your opinion. So I would be careful with that. And this goes for anybody, no matter what side of the aisle you are on with that. But yeah,
super chat. Hazy said racism is going to get worse. Shout out to Hazy for the super chat. But he said racism is going to get worse with the Shields and fans being overly excited with Moxley's new Romper Stomper expired gimmick. What's that? Which Romper Stomper?
Romper Stomper.
Wow.
What's that?
I haven't heard that reference in ages, Steph.
Yeah, so Moxley's character in AEW is allegedly inspired by a movie called Romper Stomper where Russell Crowe plays a Nazi.
Well, okay then.
Yeah. As in like his promos, I guess, and like the way I think maybe his first promo had some like actual lines from Romper Stomper in it.
Yeah, like I was only made familiar of that film from when I was up in Boston. And one of my friends in Boston showed me the film, and I'm like, this is crazy. So I guess the easiest way to translate it for you, nephew, and you, Ray, is he's basically Remy from Higher Learning.
Okay.
I had to translate it.
Okay.
For the Nubians in attendance.
I love this like the generational thing in the interview that could be sent back both ways. That shit is hilarious. But I did. That's my first time hearing the Moxley
that's a tough
thing.
movie to watch.
Okay, damn.
I'd say I'd recommend it, but I watched it.
I ain't watching that shit now.
I ain't never watched it again.
Damn, Mox. Couldn't find a better inspiration to take from.
Well, I mean, if we going down this path, ladies and gentlemen, because I feel like Saraya's not doing the exact same thing, Steph.
Oh, here we go. Let's get into it. Let's get into it.
She kind of trying to play with stuff right now on these streets.
Hey, Ray, I want you to ISO Stephanie Chase right now. ISO Stephanie Chase right now. Let's get it.
Okay, so Saraya's boyfriend, Ronnie Raddick, if you're not familiar with him, he's the singer of a band called Falling in Reverse. He's tattooed himself with pure black ink completely. And he has like many allegations against him, and he was kind of involved in a murder too. But anyway, he's like a truly horrible guy, and he spends his day on Twitter just finding people in the LGBTQIA plus community to bully. So I know, like what we were saying before about like Logan Paul, and maybe people like not speaking on things, like this is like not what Ronnie's doing. He actually seeks people out, like people especially that use they them pronouns. He seeks them out to call them like pedophiles, and everything like that, groomers. Like he just finds them. These people don't even tag him in tweets, but he spends his day doing that. He declared himself a racist last week as well. So there's like a ton of shit about him. And Soraya, being his girlfriend, she seems to just like completely support everything he does, like to the point where there was a person on TikTok that made a video about how he bullies the trans community. So Soraya went on TikTok and made a video towards this person, like just to send hate towards this person because they said this about Ronnie. So a lot of like fans are mad at Soraya and like have brought like trans pride flags to shows. Oh, and also Ronnie also like uses a lot of awful language in his tweets as well, like specifically the R slur. He says that like at least 10 times a day. So people are mad at Soraya for this. And now she's made this character where she calls herself the unproblematic icon, because obviously people have been saying she's problematic for a long time, because she is. So she's feeding into this like actual tension that exists between her and the LGBT community. She's feeding into this as part of her gimmick. And after Wembley, she did the post-show press conference, and she did this promo, and she said like, I'll beat anyone's ass, he or she or even they them, because I'm inclusive. So that was just totally going off what Ronnie does online, which is specifically attack the people using they them pronouns. And because I've talked about this quite a bit on Twitter, for the people that are like, well, it's Ronnie, it's not her, like what's it to do with Tony Khan? Like Tony Khan's using his music plays every time Soraya comes out, so I presume he's paying him. But if he's not paying him, he's at least platforming him. But her doing this specific gimmick is connected to all this stuff with him. If she wasn't dating this guy that was harassing people in the LGBT community, like calling people slurs, all this sort of stuff, she wouldn't be doing an unproblematic icon gimmick. So yeah, I think the whole thing with Soraya is really gross. Tony seems to be burying his head in the sand about it. Like as far as I can tell, it's definitely something I've well, I know that the company are at least aware of this, but whether or not that has passed through the channels or not to Tony, I don't know that part. But it's not something that they've addressed in a way where they've like either taken her off TV, stopped her doing this gimmick, or changed her music to something else. It just seems like they're letting it fly, and it's crazy. And I think some of the stuff, like if she was in WWE, she wouldn't be getting away with it just because it's more of a mainstream company, like especially the TikTok she made. But I mean, that's what's going on with Soraya.
Yeah. That's interesting, man. And it's indicative to the what I say about the wrestling industry at least once every other show. And I hate that I always have to go back to this, but the wrestling industry is a trash industry.
Put it on a t-shirt, Dickie Bird.
Yeah, it's because of stuff like this, man. It's like you gotta like, if you want to be like mainstream and be like you, because I think what's going on right now is these people are picking who they want to be their fans, right? They see like basketball is too woke for them. Football is a little too woke for them.
I hate that fucking word, woke.
Baseball is and all this other stuff. So like what TKO is purposely doing is trying to appeal to these like the bottom feeders of society, the people that like hate everything and everybody, all these people that like have these grievances against groups and stuff like that. And it's just a constant cycle of that. In if because I mean if you look at TKO and the way Dana Wright runs UFC, I mean it's in they're part of WWE right now, right? So I mean, like I don't know what the line is for the company, because it's so blurred at the moment. Like I just see them forgiving all. I'm not 100% sure Hulk Hogan won't be back after what he said about Kamala Harris. You know?
Oh, he'll be back. They bringing him back.
Yeah.
They bringing his racist ass back. They love him some Hogan, boy. I'm saying, like, even when I remember when they tried to trot him out there with Titus O'Neil,
with Titus, yeah, man.
And like even when he showed, I remember he showed up on Raw. I can't remember when. I think it was at Raw 30 when he showed up, and they like suppressed the boos that he had. Then they like put in the crowd noise, and like you could tell the crowd was like booing the shit out of him, like a half of the crowd. But like it's so crazy to me, like how a lot of people are willing to like. Whether it's with Hogan or with Ronnie Radke or Logan Paul or anybody like that, it's hilarious to me how people are like willing to like put to the side a lot of like the shit characteristics that a lot of these individuals have out of the respect that they have for the work that they do. And I'm like, but are y'all like okay with these people just being like you openly supporting these individuals? I mean, you can't change everybody in the world, but I'm talking about you throwing your support behind these individuals and people. But with Hogan, people always bang, oh man, you know he did X, Y, and Z for my childhood and all this shit. I'm like, I'm about that shit, man.
There's another layer to it too, though, nephew, and I'm sure if you watch this video after we finish recording tonight, if you watch it sometime later this week or next week or later on in the month, if you scroll down in the comment section. You will see not only us being accused of being woke, we appreciate it, but you will see people saying like, well, what's the big deal? Like, I don't want politics involved in my entertainment.
I hate oh my God.
When people say that,
I'm gonna let you finish.
When people say I don't want politics involved in my entertainment, what they're really saying is I do not care about folks that are different than me, because Black Lives Mattering in terms of law enforcement, that's not a political issue. LGBTQ rights, that's not a political issue. Women's right to choose, that is a political issue, but it's a personal issue before it's a political issue. And so when they're like, hey man, I like the character of Hulk Hogan. I don't care what Terry Bollea said. What you are saying is I don't care who else this person agrees, as long as it doesn't affect my entertainment. And I have that luxury, I have that privilege, because I'm not one of these groups that is being aggrieved. And so to me, like all of the people that we talked about in this particular segment, in this particular block of the podcast, to me, if I'm running a company, they are not part of my company. But as Chris said, and as you're going to see, maybe in a month or two, from a t-shirt you can get at chop-tees.com, the wrestling industry is a garbage industry. Put it on a t-shirt, Dickie Bird.
But I even remember I think it was the 2021 NFL. I think it was the 2020 NFL season when it had started. And this was like 4 months after George Floyd had been murdered. And like this was, and there was like a whole bunch of shit that happened during that time, like with other black people getting killed by the police and shit like that. And I remember during the NFL, I remember when it first started, I remember Chris Collinsworth, when he started, this was the first fucking game of the season before the season he started. This dude, like, because this was when some of the players were kneeling. Yeah. They were kneeling. And I remember Chris Collinsworth said, this was the first fucking line out of his mouth, bro. He was like, oh man, well, I'm just glad we can move past all this political stuff. He was like, this shouldn't be in football. I'm like, what are we talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that just goes to show you like a lot of people's mentalities when it comes to even just racial, whether it comes to homophobic or transphobic, and their feelings regarding that, and them expressing that. It's like I will never understand how people be having such strong feelings about stuff like that, topics like that, and then you try to pull it back when it comes to the things that you claim to love, like whether it be football or basketball or pro wrestling, and they be like, oh, I don't want any of that in my thing, but you constantly express your dislike for these things, and then you get upset when it comes into the space that you, like I said, that you love. Like I wouldn't, that shit like always baffles me, like to see people have those type of takes, and then and the thing is like the call any of that politics. I'm like, I never understood the correlation between calling that politics and the actual definition of the. I don't think any of that is politics. I just think that you wanting to remain, especially when they always hit the line of, well, you know, I miss how things were in the old days. You maybe you can just be like racist and like nobody will check you on it because that was the norm of what was going on in society at the time. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is like amazing to me. It really is. Like people, like delusional people can be.
Well, that was Hogan's thing too when he was doing all that stuff, and everybody was getting mad at him, like the New Day and Titus and those cats. And Hogan was like, "Oh, this is the brotherhood of wrestling," because I think back in the day, people would put up with that stuff from him because that was just the standard protocol, you know. And it's like that's not how things are anymore. You know, people don't feel the need to have to put up with you saying this stupid stuff, you know. And Hogan drew his line in the sand a long time ago when he didn't apologize the first time, but then when he when he embarrassed himself at the RNC, and then at his little Hogan's KKK race bar or whatever, where he said that he wanted to elbow drop Kamala Harris, calling her the wrong name.
Try the supremacy salad, brother.
Yeah, it's really quite.
Hey Nate, he talk about supremacy salad. All right,
serve next to a bed of white rice, dude.
All right, man. We gonna go ahead and go into the next because we only got 2 more topics left after this. We got we could just breeze over this. MVP's first WWE media appearance. I got the highlights. First and foremost, MVP is gonna be returning back to the ring for Josh Barnett's Bloodsport on November 24th. And you know he talked about a number of things. I got the list right here. He first put it out there, and it's been since confirmed that Cedric Alexander's had a new contract with WWE. Talked about the Hurt Business and told the public to stay tuned. Talked about how Vince McMahon was a big fan of the Hurt Business at first, and then at some point he started turning on, and it was like, oh, you know what? I think it's just Lashley and MVP. And then he was just like, you know, well, I guess that's what y'all just going to have to take. That's how I view the Hurt Business, so that's what it is. MVP was against that. They did not want to split the Hurt Business up at all, but that's what Vince wanted, so that's what happened. And you know, he also talked about like how the whole thing with the Street Profits and like how it was supposed to be a thing where the Hurt Business was supposed to get back together, and they had been told that they had been made shirts and all that type of stuff. And then that's when Bruce Pritchard had just randomly called him and was like, "Hey man, we're going to put Lashley with the Street Profits." But he told him that after the fact, and MVP said he was very salty about that because they were told that the Hurt Business would get back together, and he just would have appreciated the fucking call before. You know, he just saw on TV that plans had changed. And then like probably the most newsworthy thing out of it. He also talked about Omos and how he felt like, you know, there was a lot of things that he wanted to show Omos, but like there were a lot of things that Omos can show in terms of in-ring ability, but they want him to scale back and be sort of the big giant, but he can move around in the ring and do a lot more than what we've seen so far. And he talked about this was like one of the craziest comments that didn't make sense to me was when he said that Paul Levesque came up to him and was like, "Hey man, we don't want Omos to be another Big Show." And like I'm like, what was hilarious to me about that is I'm like, okay, so you don't want Omos to be the next Big Show. So what you're telling me is Paul White has had a 25+ year career in wrestling, has main evented WrestleMania, has had multiple world championships, and is even though he's not able to do anything to this day, this motherfucker still getting the bag. Still getting the bag. He's still getting the bag from Tony. Paul literally went on a podcast last week and said Tony Khan is paying me a shit ton of money to wrestle. He has wrestled like twice in AEW. A shit ton of
And
money.
one of those matches was with QT Marshall.
And one of those matches was with QT. And then on top of that, he said that Tony and him are actively planning for a run for him in AEW as Captain Insano. Like that is a like I'm if anybody think I'm bullshitting, you think I'm exaggerating.
No, I saw that a year ago. Or
you saw it. Go on Post Wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
It was an article I posted like last week. It was a new interview he did because they was promoting Down Under Grand Slam in Australia.
Yeah.
He literally said verbatim. He said that him and Tony Khan are waiting to pull the trigger on a run for Captain Insano because Tony Khan paid for the IP for Captain Insano, and I'm sure that's I'm sure that's a lot of money that he paid for that. So he said that Tony's trying to get the most out of it, and when Paul White gets healthy and when he gets recovered, they're going to go on a full run. Him as Captain Insano.
We're going to be a while if we're waiting for Paul White to be healthy.
And that he said the way that he was speaking sounded like this was happening, and he said that he was hoping it will kick off by February, by like when they're Grand Slam in Australia. So I hope y'all ready for that Paul White Captain Insano running.
As much as I slagged off Tony for bringing in Edge, like Paul White is one of those, and also like Mark Henry too, but. And he's gone now, and he'll do his thing on Busted Open, slagging off Tony that gave him a bag. But like him paying Paul White is completely insane.
Insano.
What a absolute waste of money. And if you're gonna put that Captain Insano shit on our team, like after what we suffered with MJF and Adam Cole, like where they used Captain Insano in that. Remember he was like floating in the sea.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Sorry. You good stuff, but it's just the funny fact that he said Tony Khan is paying me a shit ton of money. I was like, bro, why would you say that?
Yeah.
But yeah.
And that's why you're gonna lose Ricky Starks.
Yeah.
There you go.
And Daniel Garcia.
But that was kind of a confusing thing. I was like, so you telling me you don't? But like, this is what I think about Omos. I think that in today's wrestling landscape, the days of the big man ruling the spaces is like slowly fading away. But you still have your I think there's a space for Omos, but I think that I think that you just gotta you have to find it somewhere. But I can't even tell you what that space is.
Or create it.
Or create, like I don't know. If you ask me, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I know what you do with Omos. If you ask me right now, I don't fucking know what you do with him. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I really
Omos
don't know.
Punk night 1 of WrestleMania.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. That is not happening. But nah, like we run Omos Cody. There you go. That'll get the people on their feet.
I bet you Cody get a good match out of Omos.
He get a good. I think he get a good promo out of. Look at Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Don't do it, Chris.
I'm not gonna. I can't pretend that Omos is some wrestler that he's not. Man, it is what it is with that brother. I don't want him getting fired or losing his job or anything, but I mean,
this man opening up schools in Nigeria for the kids, Chris.
That is very nice, man. I'm glad he's doing that. Like, because I know a lot about the Nigerian community because I used to date. I dated a woman that is Nigerian, but it's like, I mean, as far as Triple H has always had an issue with Black talent. Now, this isn't me saying Triple H is a card-carrying member of the Klan. I'm not saying that at all. But there is something, like, I do agree with MVP. Like, when you guys decided to boot Lesnar, why couldn't Lashley
take that spot?
Void. Yeah, it's like it really was like a 1 + 1 = 2 situation, and it didn't happen. And I do think there has always been some kind of professional jealousy with Lashley and Triple H, because I don't think Triple H, like, remember hearing stories. I don't know how true it is, but I remember hearing stories when Lashley first got there. Triple H wasn't a big fan of Lashley because I guess he thought that he couldn't work that well. I really think it was more so a thing of Lashley is a muscle guy, and Cena's a muscle guy, and I'm a muscle guy.
Mm-hmm.
So
Too many muscle
I
guys.
yeah, because he was like because I mean he was trying to derail John Cena back in the day too. When Cena beat him in was it 2005. He wasn't a big fan of Cena back then either, but Vince McMahon saw something in Cena, and they stuck with Cena, right? But with I don't know what it is with Triple H and these this black talent, but I do think that he has less creative thoughts for them than he does with other wrestlers. That's just how I see it,
Yeah.
And Chris, let me read this thing real quick from MVP. He said it made the rounds that MVP said that Triple H is racist. I never said that word. I never said that. You showed me a quote with a caption or the soundbite where I said that somebody made a comment on my social about how he books a black talent, and I just said, you see it. I didn't say he was racist. I never said that. It was never anything I said. So I want to make that very clear. If you're watching, you got that soundbite here first. I'll go more into it on my podcast later on. But I didn't say that now. My opinion on how he books talent of color, that's a different conversation. But I never said that man was racist. Hulk Hogan is a racist. He said it himself. And he went on about some other stuff, but he was like, but as far as Triple H, I don't know that he is, and I don't know what his motivations are, but I never said he was racist. But I do kind of notice like a pattern about like how Paul Levesque books black talents, and it takes them like so they go through this cycle with him. It's like they go up and then they go down. But I mean, I think that's what a lot of talents. But like I always notice it with black talent because I'm trying to see how their trajectories in WWE. And like the thing, it's so interesting to me how Lashley was. What is hilarious to me is how Lashley was like sort of better booked under Vince than Triple H. Because when Triple H took over, I'm thinking like, oh, this is probably going to be like the reunion of the Hurt Business or something along those lines. Like and again, it could have come find out that was the actual thing that was happening. Then it got scrapped. And then just for Lashley to be, the thing is with the Lashley with the Street Profits, I didn't have an issue with it at all. But it's like you can clearly see they were trying to shift Lashley off to the side, and I'm like, dude, he still got years left of his career that you can get something out of him. And then like the crazy thing is they was acting like Lashley wasn't fucking over. Like I remember it was a period of time when like I think it was a year ago or 2 years ago. Like I think it was a while like after Vince had stepped down after that first set of allegations came out, the hush money allegations. Lashley was over as fuck at that time. Like he was like you still over. Like Lashley was getting some of the biggest reactions. Like I remember I talked about it on this podcast a while ago at that Hell in a Cell pay-per-view in Chicago. I think it was 2020. It had to be 2022 because it wasn't 2020. It was 2022. And dude, he got like the biggest reaction of the night, other than Cody that night. And it's like the thing. Like MVP had said something on the podcast, and he was like, he understands that Triple H wants to like roll with the youth of the show, or you roll with the youth on the roster. But I'm like, dog, you got plenty of older guys on your roster you giving a lot of spotlight to. You got Randy Orton, you got Kevin Owens. Cody ain't no fucking spring chicken, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? He's relatively on the older side. You got Punk,
Black Belt Crack.
You got all right, Nate, but
I knew I was gonna get you on that one.
You knew it, but it's so many people.
Hell, we just talked about Drew and Punk. Neither one of them are young cat.
Yeah, and then you look on the other side, you got Jericho. You know what I'm saying? Like who oldest? He like 50, 52, 53. Well, I think Lashley younger than Lesnar. But see, the thing that's so crazy to me about that whole situation is that MVP brought up, and I'm like, you keeping Brock Lesnar on your roster when they're keeping this dude paid when he got these allegations against him, and he was named in that Wall Street Journal reporting of the Janelle Grant sex trafficking lawsuit against Vince, WWE, and John Laurinaitis. And I'm like, you so willing to stand behind Brock so much. Like they even in interviews, like I've seen like Nick Khan and Paul Levesque talk about, we just waiting, Brock just being Brock. He's in Saskatchewan and whatever the fuck he's doing. He's always a part of WWE. But I'm talking about like, you can't find a place for Lashley, but you can find a place and keep time for your roster, keep space up on your roster for somebody who got whose name is connected to a sex trafficking lawsuit, and
Right.
he was promised. Now, let me say this slow. He was promised a woman to sign a new contract with them. Not money, not new money. He was promised a woman to do whatever another human being was promised to him that he could do whatever he wanted to her if he signed a new contract. Do you know how it's what like I'm trying to think about like why wouldn't you just like, okay, yeah, we cutting ties with anybody that has anything to do with X, Y, and Z with that particular situation? But we didn't went off about that enough. But like it's insane to me how like they are so willing to like be more open and forgiving to the idea of Brock Lesnar's name being cleared in this particular situation, this particular lawsuit, versus, okay, we got this guy who is 48, but this dude looks like he's 38. He physique probably like on the same level as somebody else on the roster. He's over. It ain't like we gotta go put in all this work into building him up. He has a lot of equity within him that we have built. Right. In addition to the stuff that he's done outside, like, he wasn't like last year just some random dude, but he literally got started in the company. So it's always hilarious to me, like how those things sort of pan out. But like how like just hearing him how like he speaks about Brock, and then like I remember he got asked about Lashley in an interview. I think it was Alex McCarthy who asked him when they were doing the London WWE announcement or whatever like that, when he was like, oh, you know, people come and go all the time and X, Y, and Z, you know what I'm saying, that bullshit. But I'm like, that stuff is funny to me, bro. But like it's for Lesnar to be so like and again, Lashley is like him and Brock are like the same in terms of like what could their presentation peak be. But the thing is, one has the machine behind him, and the other had the sort of had the machine behind him. But it's like he's like the option B, opposed to this other guy who they clearly think is higher than Lashley. But that, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Hopefully, like I'm assuming that him and MVP and Shelton are going to land in AEW. Like again, we just had a whole conversation about like adding on talents to the roster, and when you have people that are waiting to have waiting to move up the card, like it's an interesting thing to talk about. Like,
it's a balance and it's a dance, and I think like I don't mind AEW necessarily hiring Lashley or any of those guys.
Because real quick, Chris, I think Sheldon was already supposed to come in, but I think he was supposed to do something with Will Hobbs, but Hobbs got injured.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so but they could bring him in, and if they got a plan with these guys, that's always what it comes down to. It's like if you're gonna bring them in and just be spinning their wheels and all that, like what are you doing? You know, it's like you bringing these cats in and you're just adding to the roster because now you're just hoarding talent. And WWE does the same thing. You know, it's like they sign these people, and then they just kind of stay in this limbo position and don't really move up the ladder the way they should, you know.
And they've got like twice as many chairs, twice as many seats at the table than AEW does, if you're looking at just numbers.
Yeah. And even them, it's not like guys in WWE don't get lost in the shuffle, because they do.
Yeah,
it's like AEW, they get and both companies, people are getting lost in the shuffle. So I don't really like. Stephanie, what do you think? Because I'm like with the Lashley stuff. I think Lashley doesn't belong on the sidelines. I really do believe that. But it's just like, how do you like
bring him in without like hindering the other talent as well on the up and up?
Right.
I agree that like Lashley doesn't belong in the sidelines, and he's definitely could have had a much bigger career, like akin to Brock, if WWE had always been behind him. But I can't see where Lashley would fit in AEW as they are now. Tony doesn't have to just stop like hiring people, but he does have to let some people go too at some point, which is like never the nice thing to do. But yeah, he's got too many toys. And I can't see where Lashley would fit in, because he's too big a name and a presence, I think, to have mid card, lower mid card, and then the top of the card is like so tight. But I would 100% hire MVP.
Yes.
I would hire him like today, and I think there's many different uses for MVP. Like he's obviously getting in the ring for Bloodsport. And that's cool that he wants to wrestle again, but I think he's a great mouthpiece and he's a great mind as well. But honestly, when I was watching that gauntlet on Dynamite, like I convinced myself that MVP was coming in either with Bobby or Sheldon, but like probably Bobby, and I was just ready for MVP. So that's maybe like a bit more why I was disappointed. But yeah, Bobby deserves something. Maybe he deserves like another strong TNA run. And I think that Bobby likes WWE more than than the people that think he deserved better or he was hard done by them. If you know what I mean? Like I think he probably has less hard feelings than people do on his behalf. So I could see him having like a strong Impact run again, even though that doesn't, it's not as prestigious or whatever as going to AEW. But MVP, I would really love to see come in to AEW. I think there's a lot you can do for him, because there's a lot of guys that could have his help if he was to form a new stable or manage people.
Imagine the learning tree segment, Stephanie, and the only change I make is I plucked Jericho out of that equation and I put MVP in it. How much better are those segments?
I'm about to say that
is that after MVP punches Jericho again?
Yeah, I was about to say, he made that story about him putting hands on Jericho.
Right.
That'll be interesting if they have to work together, like in the same company.
Yeah. I always love how Jericho doesn't tell like the full story of what happened between MVP. That kind of signals to me that he probably lost whatever little fiasco they had.
I still go back to Shane McMahon when it comes to
he coming
Bobby
in.
Lashley and those Hurt Business guys. To me, it would make sense if Shane McMahon was coming to AEW to establish dominance. The person he would bring as his heavy
Captain
should
Insano.
be Bobby Lashley. It's Captain Insano. It should be Bobby Lashley. And there is precedence for that. That
should it happen at all? Should we have
Bro, you might know it's crazy. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Shane McMahon coming into AEW, there is a portion of me that thinks it makes sense. And the only reason I say that is because like I saw people like the connecting the potential dots of him being behind the Danielson beatdown. And I mean you do have history there with them doing the dual general manager thing. Like if people remember that, I don't know if people remember that time, but Danielson and Shane, they used to be like bickering like a lot. Like I think he even suspended Shane one time. It was like a lot of this between them. So I mean, if you do choose to go that route, and I'm calling this shit now, Shane McMahon is showing up in AEW at World's End. You ain't gotta believe he's showing up at World's. Stephanie, December 28th is happening. Get ready.
I completely get like the novelty, the fun, the craziness, but to me, it's like. It's like very short term. It's like Shane walks out on AEW. It's like, now what? Like, now what? And especially with Tony, like, you have to ask now what, because he doesn't always have like all his chapters written yet.
He really doesn't. Yeah.
But I also think like Shane we don't know what Shane's relationship is like with his family, right?
Oh, buddy.
Him going to AEW to me makes that company part of like a McMahon inter-family like war or something, because if all was good, if your dad hadn't done what he did and got ousted and will probably be in like federal prison, this would not be happening, because Shane would always find a way back to WWE. And if I'm Tony Khan, I'm like, why would I want to in any way put myself anywhere near that mess. Like family mess is messy enough when it doesn't involve the stuff the McMahons too, but you've got Shane's brother-in-law running WWE.
Yeah.
You've got Vince, in the entire history of Vince McMahon running pro wrestling, and I think that like if you're setting up another company, like the alternative that challenges WWE, like the first company to properly do it, is it really a huge W to take to bring in Vince McMahon's son? Like, I'm not sure that it is. I think the better win is to just stay out of that shit completely.
Yeah, I agree. But
I was about to say,
the only problem with that, Stephanie, is you are applying logic and reason, and the wrestling industry doesn't sometimes operate on that.
Short supply.
I'm with you on that.
I'm about to say what's going to happen when let's say Shane let's say Shane does show up at one of these AEW pay-per-views, right? Let's say I think he's going to show up at World's End just to fit the pay-per-view theme name and all that stuff. But let's say that happens, right? He shows up at the press conference, and the first question he gets asked is, "What do you think about your father's sex trafficking lawsuit?" That shit is going to damper anything that he does going forward. It's done.
You can't bring him out in front of the media at all, I don't think, because of this. I think no, you just can't. But I mean, with how they're doing press conferences now, that probably won't happen.
It's like if the media. No, I will say this: if the wrestling media does that shit, and then they continue to go to Triple H's press conferences and ask a bunch of fucking softball bitch ass questions, then that will say something about the wrestling media, you know? Because because I do agree, if Shane debuts in AEW, he deserves some of those questions. But Triple H deserves a lot of that shit too. And all they've been doing is playing tiddlywinks with them ever since that last awkward press conference that he did. They've all the media people that attend those things have kind of fallen in line, and they ask the dumbest questions too, man. Not you, Stephanie, but they're asking fucking shit like kayfabe questions, like stupid stuff like that. So I mean, the media, like, if they do need to figure out what their balance is going to be in these press conferences if Shane does go there, because I don't think it's fair to hit Shane with that kind of shit, and then with Triple H, you're asking him about Logan Paul's next fight with whoever the fuck ever, you know.
Shit, but I mean, Triple H, he does get asked about it. He just dodges the shit out of the question. Like he is.
He did in the again.
The thing with, like, I remember even last press conference, I was like, when they asked, I think they had asked Cody about it. They had asked him about the Janelle Grant sex trafficking lawsuit.
Cody,
and the thing that was like, I don't think that Cody was I don't think that he was expecting a straightforward question that he was asked. Like, I think the guy had asked him, he was like, "Do you believe Janelle Grant?" But that's such a like one way answer that you can't dodge. Like it wasn't like any extra thing around it. He was like, "Do you believe Janelle Grant?" And Cody was like, I can't. Like the thing that was like kind of stupid that he said was like, "Oh, well, I don't know enough about the information to speak about it." But I'm like, but he literally said earlier, he was like, "Oh, well, I'm learning it day by day, just like how everybody else." So I'm like, you do know about it. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of ridiculous how a lot of them.
Yeah, I do. And Cody is better at.
Slim said, shout out to Slim for the super chat. He said if Shane comes in, that Harvey Weinstein comment from TK, what age is about as good as the last time he publicly mocked Vince right before hiring Flair.
Right, yeah. It doesn't, it's like it's like in the Cody did, like when he was asked that question, he did I still think that non-answer he gave was better than Triple H.
He definitely do it.
Answer and stuff like
Triple H.
And I think that to like, he's not gonna be answering, "Do you believe?" He's not answering that shit at a press conference, man, because that will put him in the middle of any kind of subpoena or anything if they choose to subpoena him. You know, that's just 101. I think a lot of journalists know he's not answering that shit. You know, you can ask that in a way that in a different way.
But I'm like, even with Triple H, I'm like, Brad, like, if y'all haven't had any indication that this man is not saying shit about this, like, I mean, you definitely should ask about it. But I'm like, he is not changing his tune about it. Like he's not saying anything that he never will. Like he never will.
Right.
Like, and again, even the initial comments that he was asked about, like, he hasn't read the lawsuit. I'm like, dog, that is your father-in-law. It is no fucking way that you have not peeked at that lawsuit and read
somebody told you.
Or somebody told you. That is your wife's father. Like, I'm pretty sure that you have heard something about this lawsuit. And like,
he's heard about it. I don't think he's read it. I really don't think I think he wants to be ignorant. I think he's one
plausible
of
deniability.
Ignorance is bliss people, right? And I think that if he as long as he doesn't read it, he doesn't feel compelled. If he reads it, he might feel compelled to answer questions about it. You know, I think he's probably better off not reading it from his like corporate stooge point of view. You know.
Triple H it's been interesting to see him in this role because he's not very good at answering these questions. He kind of just says like the most wrong thing, like just saying, you know, I haven't read it is so dismissive, and then saying like he said something at the time like I'm not here to talk about that, we just had a great night, and like those are just like such bad optics to say those things. And it's like when he was asked about now I forget his name, but the guy with Ronda Rousey.
Oh, Drew Gulak. Yeah, I remember that.
And he started like calling out dirt sheets like Fightful and stuff. And you're just like, someone needs to take him aside and have him handle himself better, because it must just be something in his personality, because Cody is actually better at answering.
Yes, so much better.
But Shawn Michaels is too. Like Shawn Michaels
is good.
does a way better job, which is wild to think about. But it must be something in Paul's personality type where he like maybe it's that he's maybe too much of a meathead or something, that he just goes in with this aggression that just isn't good.
Yeah, because I judge these people, and this is a dumb litmus test, but I judge them based on their wrestling promos, right? Shawn Michaels was always very articulate and good with delivery. Triple H was never a great promo, in my opinion.
What do you mean, Chris?
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Come down here in this very ring and say it to my face.
Right, yeah. So it's like I expect Shawn Michaels to be better.
So you high push black talent.
Right, yeah. So anyway, what else is there, Andrew?
We'll be we're gonna try to pack this thing up before the
real quick, because you mentioned MVP. Shout out to Stephanie Chase, the MVP. She said she was gonna give us like 2-3 hours. She here with us to the very end.
Once I started, I couldn't stop. Like, keep the party going.
That should be the slogan for the NWA podcast. Once you start, you can't stop. Put it on a t-shirt. Dickie Bird.
I would say Martin Bushby must not be awake yet, but you know,
I'm getting ready to go to work.
No. Matter of fact, you know what? I just remember Martin had told me this. Martin is in the U.S. right now. He's in Orlando.
What?
Martin is in Orlando. Yeah,
Martin is in Orlando. Right, shout out to Martin Bushby.
Shout out to Martin Bushby, man. That's my guy.
He sleep by now.
Yeah, I know. Martin probably knocked the fuck out.
Martin went to bed at like 9 o'clock. Had read a good book. Had some chamomile tea. Called it a night.
But yeah, it was just some quick thoughts about AEW All In and All Out stuff. I know you was there at All In, Wembley Stadium. What would you think about the show? What did you think about the press conference afterwards? The very short press conference. Oh, no, what was that? That was All Out.
That was All Out.
All Out. I'm sure. Yeah, All Out. What did you think about the very short press conference at All Out? What did you think about the violence that took place, and also about Willow and Stat stealing the show?
Well, I went to both All In and All Out, and I just love the contrast between them. I've decided I'm not into stadiums at all. So
you and me both.
Yeah, I don't get from like, oh, we're at Wembley Stadium, what other people get from it. I'm kind of like, oh, I'm trapped in this big place and everything's far away. But I did think that was a really good show. I thought it was way better than their show last year at Wembley Stadium, and it ends on this like amazing moment with Brian, and then what we got just 2 weeks later in Hoffman Estates, not Chicago, was just like this great contrast that it made me like, it gave me that like the feeling is back with AEW, but I don't want to go that far. But that show that they put on standalone was awesome, but to put it as a contrast to the Wembley show made it even more awesome. And yeah, I thought that Ospreay and Pac had an amazing match, like pure wrestling match. I think it's because I had pretty good seats. They did give the press good seats, and it was one of the best matches I've seen like up close. Thought that was tremendous. When Willow and Stat came out after that, I just thought like, oh, they've put these women in such a hard spot, but they delivered so much. Their match was so fucking awesome, and both of these women are such great talents, and Willow especially has something so special that I hope AEW fully capitalize on. And
they don't pull a Ricky Starks.
Yeah, and not only that, but like I'm not gonna dunk on Mercedes too hard, but I don't think that she's delivered, and you have a Willow there that is Willow's completely AEW's, and I would just be pushing her to the moon and not like really making sure that she doesn't get sidetracked by anyone that might be a bigger name, because I think you can make Willow, like, she's got that Bailey quality, like what made Bailey so great, but then she adds to it this kind of like what she can do in a hardcore match like that. You know, you wouldn't have seen NXT Bailey do that, and like Willow can, and make it believable, and all these, the way they've shown her with these, like her friendship with the conglomeration and stuff, and like with Ishii and everything, they've positioned her in such an interesting way. She's just great, and Chris is one of the best women they have as well. So I was so delighted to see that they had such an amazing match in a really difficult spot on a card that was difficult to stand out on, and to see that like their match was critically praised. Like people were coming out and talking about that match. Earlier, Chris, you were shooting on MJF, and I'll just shoot on him a little bit. Like, I think his match with Garcia was good, but I feel like Tony has put like all his eggs in the MJF basket.
Yes.
And that is not what I would do. And I think that MJF to me is someone who's just not as smart as they think they are. Like, he needs someone curbing his ideas and like molding them. And I don't think Tony's like up to that job. So I think that his match on both shows were good, but there's other parts of him that just like lets it down. And if I had to like put all my eggs in one basket, it would be Swerve's basket. Like, I think that I think that like, Chris.
No, I agree with you. I'm like Swerve and Ospreay is the guys I'd go with.
I think
because
No, continue. Sorry.
No. I think you've exhausted what you could do with MJF. Like, I don't know what new thing he could do as a babyface or a heel. I think it's going to be more the same shtick for the next however many more
4 or 5 years.
Yeah. I think with Tony's booking and how reluctant he is to like move people about the card, I just think that the biggest threat to Swerve is MJF. Just with how much Tony seems to have like faith in MJF being the guy. Brian and Jack Perry like wasn't wasn't great. It was still a Bryan Danielson match. I think I like Jack Perry more than other people do. Like I like the character. Like I like him as a character. The angle afterwards was just completely shocking. Like I wasn't, in any way like offended or like thought it was too much or something. It's just something that I absolutely didn't expect them to do on a wrestling show live on pay-per-view that I was at. It was
it the plastic bag thing?
Yeah, the plastic bag.
Yeah. Okay,
yeah. It was like highly uncomfortable to watch live for sure, because it looked like some guy was being suffocated.
Right.
And the audience were definitely shocked by it. My biggest critique of it is just, I don't know why the hell you would do that angle right before Hangman and Swerve. Like everything that Hangman and Swerve have gone through and everything that they promised from this match, to do a suffocation angle before it made things, I think, very hard for Hangman and Swerve. Like both of them should have just been coming out with a plastic bag, and it should have been like a fight to who got it on the other foot. Because like they've just seen how to completely incapacitate another person. And yeah, Hangman Swerve, like I said, it's my favorite story that's happening in wrestling. It might be one of my favorite storylines of all time. I loved it from day one when Swerve called out Hangman for the opportunities he's gotten, and how they've built everything. Like I did think at the time Swerve doing the home invasion on Hangman was silly, but like they've
you weren't captivated when he dropped that T-shirt on Hangman's baby stuff.
No, but they've retconned that into
drop some fresh merch on his young ass.
They really, really have, and I loved the house being burnt down as well. Like it was a lot, but to me it worked in their storyline. And I think AEW would work a lot better if the tone was fully serious on Dynamite, because I know some people didn't like Swerve's acting when his house got burnt down, but it is way better than some of the other acting we see like on the shows. Like when Mercedes had Camille banned, like she acted like she'd gone through something worse than Swerve did, and Swerve just watched his house burn down. But to me, Hangman is the main character of AEW, like the romantic lead of AEW, like from the beginning. Everything to me is the company is his journey, from him losing the initial match to Jericho to everything with Kenny winning the title. So to me, like when he is in the promotion just feels better. But Swerve is like a character that entered in like season 3 that just like got everything back, like that just brought a new life into the series. So now to me, like they are the two main characters of the promotion, even if they're not working together. And to see like Swerve's title reign, him lose it to Danielson, and then have this match with Hangman, he's just a guy and Hangman's a guy. And I thought the match was great. Not in a technical wrestling match, but in like, it was just a really like dirty, disgusting fight between two people that really hate each other. And there are bits of it that people will really not like and be grossed out by. But like, if these two had some kind of great technical match or anything else, it would have been dumb as fuck. Like they wanted to kill each other, and like that's it. Right. And bro, I think some of the spots, like we can debate whether or not they should be done, but I don't know how to feel about that, because I'm not going to turn around to like Swerve Strickland and be like, hey, you shouldn't have done that. You know, like he knows what he can do, and he probably hopefully knows the consequences of anything he tries. I think the only person that maybe should say something sometimes is probably Tony Khan, who, they're doing it on his show. But I loved the match, and I'm not scared of needles, so I thought the ending was fine. I think it should have gone further. Like it was kind of not botched, but I don't think it worked the way that it was in their heads. Like I think the needle probably should have come the full way out.
Yeah.
But I thought it was great, and just Hangman Swerve, like they're the guys. I'd let go of everyone else and just have the show them every week coming out and doing shit to each other.
But this is my thing about the match. When I saw people like trying to go in on it, I'm like, and it is very much what Steph was saying is what I was saying. I'm like, have y'all paid attention to this story about like what has happened between these two individuals? They went to, bro, if you're going to the lengths of saying, hey man, this match is this AEW World Title match is essentially the end of the pay-per-view. Whatever these two dudes who are about to come out next, whatever they do to each other, it's not on us. If they get hurt, it's not on us. If they do some crazy shit, it's not on us. This is not an AEW sanctioned event. If you're going to the lengths of telling people that, hey, if you don't want to see what is about to happen, you can go home. The show is over from our standpoint. They're just about to go out here and try to kill each other, and we just have a referee out here. That is it. What would be the point of going out there and doing some lackluster, bullshit ass cage match where all you getting is a little bit of blood, you get a couple moves, maybe a suplex off the top.
Let's fight with Marcus of Queensberry rules.
Some shit that we've already seen before.
Yeah,
that needed to happen. And again, I have a bias towards death matches, bro. Like back in 2021, and even in 2020. Like when the pandemic was happening, I started going back and like watching Big Japan. Like I love like all the glass and all that shit, syringes and motherfuckers falling through ladders and falling through the ring and all that. I have a bias towards that, and I'm aware enough to recognize that I have a bias towards certain hardcore matches as long as the story it makes sense. And a lot of things in these Big Japan death matches, like there are some stuff like it wasn't always easy for me to follow, but there are things that make sense into why they do what they do, even though that's the basis of the whole promotion. But like with the Swerve and Hangman thing, if you don't think that what they did in that cage called for the story that it's attached to, you are insane. I don't know what you watching. It's not gonna burn down this childhood home. Imagine if somebody burned down your childhood home. What would you do? You know what I'm saying? Again, it's a story, but like it just that to me it made sense in terms of like what was supposed to happen. And like even going back to the Willow Statlander match, bro, Willow has a baby face like likability that I have not seen in a long time.
Yeah,
like, I'm talking about somebody that's just naturally lovable. Like, and she come out, the crowd go crazy, and they start doing a little clap thing that's part of her entrance. Bro, people love Willow, and I hope that AEW they don't get her to the point where they can just feel like, okay, we can just coast with Willow, and we don't have to like give her any big time push. Because I think that you are hitting that window. I would say you probably got until like Double or Nothing 2025 to strap Willow with something. Like you got to put her with something. Like, but why is she held gold in every company except for yours? She held the CMLL World title. She's the NWA Strong Women's Champion. Like she holding everybody else's title, but the company she worked for. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I think that at some point you got to kind of give her something to be like, hey, we want you here long term. Because the thing you don't want is you don't want a Daniel Garcia situation or a Ricky Starks situation where you put a spotlight on these people and then you build them to be stars, and then by the end of their time they're like, dude, we aren't happy with what we're doing, like we want to go somewhere else. And I don't think you I always say this, you can find more replaceable dudes than you can more replaceable women. I don't think that. I think just in wrestling, when you have like a star talent in the women's division, it hurts more to lose that than in some cases, not all cases, but when you lose somebody in the men's division, in terms of like, depending on how you rank things and how you position things, how people are presented in X, Y, and Z. I don't think that losing to Willow Nightingale would be a great thing. I wouldn't want that to happen. But I think Willow, I could see her being a lifer, but I just don't want it to come to a situation where it's like, okay, we're just going to keep coasting off her just being an over baby face, opposed to actually padding her stats and her resume of what she can do in the company. Like, I think Willow should be AEW Women's World Champion at some point. She'd probably get that. Willow was TBS champion, right?
She was TBS.
Yeah, she did.
I forgot about
she
that.
won the MEAC title.
Yeah, it was a short reign. I'm not like, I don't know how that slipped my mind, but yeah, Willow was TBS champion. I don't know, I forgot about that, but she came in and she dropped it to Mercedes.
She lost to the Mercedes.
Yeah, lost to Mercedes. That slipped my mind, but yeah, go ahead, Steph.
She should have been the one to beat Jade for the TBS championship in my mind, because like they were doing this series where she couldn't beat Jade, and then she ended up just not beating Jade, and that obviously Jade's title reign wouldn't have been as long as if they'd put it on Willow, but they didn't seem to have like proper plans for Jade as champion anyway. And when Willow was really taking off like early, I think they should have put the TBS championship on her then. But then she ended up winning the New Japan Women's Strong Championship because Mercedes got injured, and that was just kind of weird because you were watching like this journey of this young new character that you liked basically trying to get like a big win, and then because of like happenstance it happened in another company that then Willow's all of a sudden got a championship belt, but it's not an AEW one. And then even the CMLL one that she lost, like she basically got that because Stephanie Vaquer vacated and they went with her. So like she has these like weird outside of AEW championship reigns where she's not like the first choice, but something happens where she gets it. And I think that the world title would be a lot better on Willow right now, and her or Chris deserve to get that title before the end of the year, I think.
Yeah, I'm with you. But yeah, like in terms of like Mercedes' presentation, I understand the thought of wanting to get the bang for your buck, because I'm assuming they're paying her, you know, pretty well. So you will want to get the most out of it that you can. In terms of like has her run in AEW delivered? I think that there has been definitely moments when it has delivered, and then there's been moments when it hasn't been the best. It seems like they're sort of getting the grip of things, but I think it just sort of just remains to be seen of like whether it'll be like this consistent. Like even the Brit match, I was not a
why did they Men in Black flashy thing that match from our minds, Andrew? Because they don't talk about that at all.
You want to know what's so funny about that, Nate, is that match, Steph, that was the same week as the match he had with Momo Watanabe, right? And the Capital Collision in DC, bro. If anybody has not watched that match, it's hilarious because it was the same week. She went and had the match with Britt, and I was not a fan of the match with Britt. I'm not gonna go long. Like I know everybody's saying it was terrible. I'm not gonna say I didn't think it was terrible, but it was just like it didn't feel Wembley Stadium to me.
Underperformed.
You know what I'm saying? It underperformed like a mother. Like it was just not it. And then she went and had the match in Capital Collision in DC with Momo Watanabe, and they fucking smoked it. And I'm like, what happened at Wembley? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know what it was. And like Britt, hey, let me tell you something, bro. Britt ain't gonna be on TV until they had that Pittsburgh show in October. She ain't gonna be on TV. They gonna trot out for Pittsburgh. That's gonna be it. Now that's probably gonna be that for the DMD. But yeah, man, I don't know about like Mercedes and run so far. I've kind of been like up and down on it, but I do look forward to a lot of her performances because of the expectation that I have for her as a wrestler, and like she's definitely shown that in instances that she, you know what I'm saying? Like when I watched the match, I keep bringing this up because I enjoyed it a lot. The match she had at Capital Collision, I was like, there she is. She's back. That's what I wanted to see. She's here now. You know what I'm saying? And even the match she had with Stephanie at Forbidden Door, I really like that match. Stephanie Vaquer at Forbidden Door, I really like that one. So yeah, I'm gonna try to just give it like a couple more months to see if we can, you know, get back to, you know, not get, but more so just I just want to see more of that consistency in ring matches that I expect of Mercedes in terms of the quality of what I expect from her as great a wrestler as she is. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And even I know we're gonna talk about Grand Slam next, but I'm thinking about like who she could face at that event, and I'm like, yeah, I'm probably leaning towards Anna Jay. That kind of makes sense to me since on short notice. Like, I mean, I know she's coming back from that run she had in the 5-star Grand Prix and Stardom, and I think that'd be like a good showcase for her to see what she has learned during her tour of Japan, to be testing that up against Mercedes. I think that'd be like a nice little thing. Like you want to know what it would be, and like if AEW did like they did like house shows, because it'd give people more chances to. I mean, you don't need, everybody doesn't need this, but I think sometimes with certain individuals, it would be good for them to like, you know, get a feel for each other beforehand before doing that on a big stage. But I mean, you know, that's not a here or there. That's besides the point. But when I'm looking at Grand Slam, I think I can see like Mercedes and Anna or Mercedes and Thunder Rosa or Mercedes and Deanna. I know Thunder Rosa dealing with concussion right now, so I don't know if she's gonna be back by then. But yeah, that's what I just went on like a whole fucking rant. But yeah, there we go. But that's my thoughts on All In and All Out. What you think, Nate?
Yeah, I think when it comes to Mercedes, it's a mixed bag, because I feel like she had a great debut in Boston, right? Like they tried to replicate the magic of the Phil Brooks reintroduction, and they got it a little bit, but it wasn't quite right. Shout out to Kevin Undergarmo and the production team with the theme song, making that on the fly. But I feel like the transition from the babyface character to the heel character, which suits her better, it was kind of wonky. And then the matches have been solid, right? Like they haven't been great, but they haven't been terrible. They've been watchable, to use the Doc's word. And that's something you don't want to say about somebody who we all know is extremely talented, bell to bell in Mercedes Moné. I feel like, matching her up with Camille, that was an interesting wrinkle. The Brit match just never, it didn't quite hit. It just was kind of off. And then in terms of what is next, honestly, I think they're spinning their wheels. They're spinning their wheels with her because the ultimate end game that we paid this money to bring you in for is to, we need that Beyonce Marilyn Monroe match with her and Timeless Tony Storm. And so the question is, how do we get there? And how long is it going to take us to get there? To use a Simpsons turn of phrase, Chris, when are we going to get to the fireworks factory? Because right now, we done seen a lot of the countryside. We done seen the parking lot of the fireworks factory, but we ain't been inside the fireworks factory yet. And so it just hadn't set right with me. We talked about it before her match with Willow for the TBS title. Right. To me, that was a match where I think TK booked himself into a corner he didn't need to by putting them in there against each other. It cut kind of the legs off of Willow's run and the momentum she was gaining. And it really hasn't done a whole lot for Mercedes.
Yeah, my bad, Nate, but I had just remembered that Julia Hart, she got hurt. So I think that's why they strapped the title to Willow. But I was like, still, even then, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Because I remember, Nate, you was even saying it during the time when we was recording. We was like, I don't know about this, man, because it's Willow's going to lose that match. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't no thought about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all I got. I mean, my bad to interrupt you, Nate, but you go ahead, brother.
No, that was all I was going to say, is that I feel like, to me, and to Steph's point, like I feel like we all know how talented she is. It's just when, TK would be the greatest ideas man in the history of movies. Because, everybody's in the boardroom. We got a big white board. Everybody's throwing out ideas. TK throwing out some killer ideas. Then what we going to do next, Tony? I don't know. And it feels like a lot of AEW is, hey, we're going to hit him with this great idea. A lot of AEW, and I'm not alleging any type of substance abuse or anything like that, but it's like when you out late, like I'm only going to speak for myself, Stephanie, Chris, nephew. Like I've had times in my life where I've been out with the boys, been out with a friend group, and we'd had a couple of adult beverages, and I'm not talking about aqua frescas here. Had a couple of adult beverages and come up with some great ideas. And if you ever went back to think about those ideas the next day, half of them were terrible. The other half was semi-decent ideas that would need a lot of follow-through to land the plane. And I feel like with TK is great at first impressions. But then what are you going to do after that? Like, what you going to do on the second date, the third date, the fourth date? We getting married now, and I still don't know what the hell you doing, Tony.
Dr. Ely.
Oh, no, I'm actually more bullish on Mercedes than
I am shocked.
I think, see, this is the litmus test I judge by Mercedes off of. I do think AEW would be missing a lot if she wasn't on that show. I think she brings a great deal to the show. I don't think it's always great, but it's definitely, she's a compelling figure, and I'm always interested in seeing what she's gonna do next, the Willow stuff I understand and get, but I mean when they signed Mercedes, I mean she was gonna be
Yeah.
running through the women's division. That's just the trajectory of these things. And once she's kind of like the high of getting her has come down, she'll that won't be happening as much. But yeah, I ride with Mercedes, so I'm cool with it. But I understand the points of view.
Yeah. So we got the last thing on the docket, as I lied 20 minutes ago about us wrapping up before 5 hours. I'm sorry for lying to the people.
Yeah.
You lied. You lied.
But we got AEW Grand Slam, September 25th, Arthur Ashe Stadium. The next Grand Slam will be in Australia, Dickie Bird country, which I will not be at. I'm not going to Australia. We'll never go to Australia. That country will never see me. Ever. It's like, no. We love Australia out here. But we got 4 matches currently announced, so we're going to go with this one first. We got Hook versus Roderick Strong for the FTW Championship. That is what we have. And it's funny that I just pulled this up because I had just remembered this. That slipped my mind. I remember this was about 5 months ago. SE Scoops, they had reported that Hook is interested in exploring his options in free agency as his contract is up in late 2024. We talking about people going to NXT, man, that need a fresh start. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I think Hook need to go to NXT. Like I think this FTW Championship, this is the ceiling of what this man's getting in AEW. Like this is it. I'm saying if Hook don't leave, Hook will be a 17-time FTW champion. I promise you. He's gonna keep winning that belt and keep winning that belt and keep winning that belt and keep losing that belt, and it'll be just a cycle. Like I think at some point he'll get something like he'll get something different, a TNT, whatever it may be. But I think for a fresh start, I think Hook probably need to explore his options. But I think Hook's probably gonna retain. I don't think they're gonna take the title off of him. What do you think, Steph?
Yeah, I think Hook should go to NXT. I don't think he's learned much in his time in AEW. Like genuinely, I think that the feud with Jericho was bad, but I don't think he put in a good performance. It wasn't like I was watching, Ricky Starks, like, please get him out or of this vortex. I don't think Hook delivered in any way. His promos are especially terrible. And after Wembley, like, Tony dragged Hook out for the press conference, and like, he did not do right by that young man by making him talk to me. It was not good. But I think Hook retains and he leaves AEW with the FTW belt one day, and Taz one day soon.
I think that Hook in NXT, they would either make the Hook character better or just start from scratch for that young motherfucker. And give
That'd be his new name. Y'all give it up for the young motherfucker. The YMF.
Because I do think like there's like the handsome devil stuff, I get it. But if you ever watch like 90210, Luke Perry was only a mystery guy for like the first 4 episodes, maybe, and then eventually you start peeling off the layers of him. He had issues with his dad. His mom was kind of stupid. He had the love triangle with Brenda and Kelly and all that stuff. So I'm just saying, Hook, they're not revealing any layers to it. Stephanie is 1,000% right. The feud with Jericho was garbage, but it wasn't like Hook was really trying to do anything different. Like, they got this dude like eating potato chips and hanging
Hey, Chris, the fucking beanies like slip slowly over the eyes. That shit hurts my fucking nerves.
I'm not a fan of the rapper that does his theme,
Action Bronson.
Not a fan of him at all. But that's another conversation for another day. But I think in WWE, he could, and not in WWE, but the NXT portion of WWE, he can find some layers. So get the fuck out of there once. And I said this months ago when they started that feud with Jericho. Like you deserve better than that, my dude. And this comes from someone that isn't even a fan of you, my guy.
That means it's true.
He said they gotta be potato chips.
Yeah,
like I don't even like you, my boy, but you need to leave.
Well, I get it with the like when you're trying to do like a heartthrob and you're trying to do like a James Dean type of guy, and he doesn't talk a lot. He's supposed to be for the ladies. I get it, but eventually, if you look at the folklore, these fucks have to talk and communicate. You've got to start peeling back the layers to them, man. One of my favorite movies to watch in film school was when I was taking film class was Rebel Without a Cause, and I understand the appeal of James Dean, because as the movie progresses, the layers of him come off, and Hook doesn't have any fucking layers. He's got that garbage hair.
Damn.
And like
I'm
waiting
chips.
for the layers and his chips. And Action
So first of all, R.I.P. to Shannon Doherty.
And Luke Perry.
You brought up 90210. She recently passed. She was one of my favorites. But let's talk about this man, Hook. So Hook is an interesting case because this goes back to what I was saying about TK being a good idea man, but there's no follow through. Because I think the presentation of Hook, the music, the hook signal, the look, it like there's a reason why he connected with the audience. He was somebody that like the audience immediately latched onto. Like I didn't, because if y'all remember on this podcast, I was like, yeah, he's just kind of a dude. But
Shout out to Slim for the super chat. He said Hook recently evolved his character. He switched from Lay's to Doritos.
I mean, that's a big switch right there because Lay's they got the salt and vinegar. When you go to Doritos, you get that triangular shape with the nacho cheese and/or Cool Ranch. It elevates your game. But I think with Hook, he'd be an interesting case study for a guy going to NXT because there's nothing about Hook as currently constituted that tells me, oh yeah, in 2 years, this dude gonna be one of the biggest cats over there. Because from an in-ring standpoint, he's all right, he's good, he's solid, but there's a dozen dudes in NXT that got him. That they wash him when it comes to in-ring. The physique, like the physique ain't really like physiquing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're talking about a body company in the WWE. Even in NXT, you got to have a body. And I'm not body shaming the young fella. I wish I could get slim and trim like the young brother Hook. But you ain't going body for body in NXT. And then as Steph mentioned, on the mic. No, not good on the mic. So Hook retains his title here, Chris, but I think they would have he's a bigger project than your man Brian Pillman Jr. on these streets in terms of making that transition. So I think they would have their work cut out for them to make Hook something special in NXT.
And Brian Pillman Jr., he said in an interview that he wanted to go to NXT, and he wanted them to start from scratch with him in NXT. That's what
he said he needed that structure.
Yeah, he needed the structure. He needed the tutoring and all that. And that's not something you're going to get in AEW. My question for all of y'all is, if he goes to NXT, do you keep him Hook or do you just start from scratch and give him a different character? Like, because I don't really see the benefit in keeping him Hook. I understand why you do it, but I don't think he's a guy you have to do that with,
No.
I think Hook is a really cool name. I like the name.
They changed his name to Henry Hook.
I think I would introduce him like the Hook we know, but then immediately like do what you were saying, like peel back like the layers, like get him something, like make him more of a three-dimensional character. Definitely like teach him promos, but out of all the people we've talked about tonight, potentially going to NXT and whatever, like he has the least chance of success to me just by watching his prior work. You know, I have a lot more faith in Garcia, but I don't know how much cachet the Hook name would have, but I do think it's a cool name.
Especially if you like, as much as Chris doesn't like the song, I think that song adds a lot of mystique to the Hook character as well. And if you ain't got the song, you just got a dude.
Yeah, I always say it feels like when he speaks, it feels like somebody that's trying to present the idea of what he thinks this character is, and it's like it doesn't feel natural. Like it never felt natural. I remember there's one promo that I can remember that he cut where I was like, that sounded like the most natural that he ever sounded. And I honestly think it was with Jericho. They had some segment, and dude, that was like the most natural throughout his entire time at AEW, where it felt like, okay, maybe he found what he's supposed to sound like. You know what I'm saying? That's what it sounded like, Nate. And I'm like, throughout most of his run, it just feels like he's trying to present this idea of this stoic / go hard character.
He ain't his daddy. Like his daddy had that on lock.
You know what I'm saying? And also,
he really did. Yeah.
And I think that has a lot to do with the inflection in your voice and how you say things. It's kind of like how Ricochet is in a way. Like Ricochet, he's one of the most like talented in-ring people I ever seen in my life. But like when he speaks, it's certain people like, and it's not his fault, but I just think a lot of people, you just have that certain bass in your voice, and you set like when you turn it up, you sound. Here comes the money. There you go. Ron Bandit. He said, thanks for the show. Like always, fun fact, the show is longer than a charge for my Bluetooth earbuds. Shout out to Ron, he had to switch headphones just like I did. But yeah, we'll Hook. Shout out thank you, Ron, for the super chat. But Hook is just he just doesn't have that inflection in his voice that makes you believe in the shit that he's saying. You know what I'm saying? But I think that when you compare him to Ricky and Daniel Garcia in terms of going to NXT and finding success, he is third. But I think that distant third, and I think that him being in NXT and them sort of helping cultivate the next iteration of what he could be as a wrestler, I think that it might benefit him. Now, if you're talking about, do I think he's going to succeed on the main roster? I can't call that. But if he goes to NXT, I think that there's a chance that they could revitalize his presentation and help him become the next version of himself that maybe he'll be able to take onto the independent scene and make some money off of.
He gonna join the family with Tony D'Angelo.
Jesus fucking Carl, Chase U. There you go. Can you imagine Hook Chase U? He said they could call him Taz with 3 Z's. but yeah, Hook. I was laughing at what Steph said. She talking about he gonna take the LCW title and Taz with him. So yeah, Taz signed off from AEW. But next up, we got the Young Bucks defending the AEW World Championships, World Tag Team Championships against Kyle Fletcher with Ospreay. Fletcher and Ospreay won the Tag Team Casino Gauntlet, and they earned the title shots. I ain't gonna lie to you. I would not be surprised if they double belt up Ospreay right here. I would not be surprised at all if they do it. But I think the Young Bucks will retain. What you think of, Steph?
I think the Young Bucks retain. I think Fletcher turns on Ospreay, and then they do that to like further hold off Ricochet. But yeah, I see the Young Bucks retaining.
Dr. Ely?
The exact same thing Stephanie said, man. It's just this is so kind of predictable that I'd be really surprised if Fletcher didn't turn on Ospreay. But yeah, the Bucks win it.
So Ray Williams, when you talk about Zack Sabre Jr., Ray is like, I ain't even on the screen and you gonna disrespect me like that. But I think Young Bucks, as everyone said, even though this match is predictable, including the turn, that doesn't mean it can't be enjoyable. You know, that doesn't mean it won't be a hell of a match. And like, I'm looking forward to Ospreay and Fletcher. But yeah, there's no reason to take the belts off the Young Bucks. And as I've said for months, like, they need to keep adding stuff to the Elite for me to buy them as this threat, and not taking stuff away from the Elite. Because what is the big villain if you ain't got, if you don't have any weapons, if you don't have the armor, if you, like, Thanos was so formidable, nephew, because he had all those Infinity Stones. If Thanos just walks up with a mitten on, yeah, he big, yeah, he buff, yeah, he bad, but he ain't taking down the Avengers. If I'm to believe that the Elite are taking over AEW, then they gotta stay strong.
Nah, I think that I would even go so far to say is the benefit that the Young Bucks have in this particular scenario, this wrestling scenario, is that they are the EVPs. So you can just like bullshit your way around to get another title match and fucking over Kyle and Ospreay if you want to do that moment. I feel like it's gonna be something like, I mean, you have the Danielson and McGinnis on it, but I think that there's gonna be something on this show where you get some type of big moment. And I think the Young, like, again, they have the benefit of doing the whole EVP thing, so you can just, oh yeah, we get another title shot and just, fuck them over at some point, like a couple weeks later or whatever. But I think the Young Bucks are going to retain. I was interested to hear about the Ospreay Fletcher turn. That would be an interesting thing to see how that play out. But I was trying to think about which one we should talk about first, but I think we should talk about Jon Moxley versus Darby Allin. So the thing is, Danielson, of course, had the plastic bag angle, and they're going with they don't know if he's going to be ready to compete at Grand Slam. They don't know yet. It's not official that he'll be there, but Nigel's still calling him out in XYZ. Darby has somehow got into this position where he has put aside his world championship opportunity because of the uncertainty around Bryan Danielson to put that same world title opportunity up against Jon Moxley, who just came back. And now it's going to be whoever wins this match will get the shot at Danielson at what I'm assuming will be Wrestle Dream in Tacoma. So that'll be the match. I do not think Moxley's losing at all. But then at the same time, you're kind of holding off on this Darby run. Like, I know a lot of, like Steph said earlier, like a lot of people were thinking Darby was probably going to win the world championship. I remember even seeing reporting that there were the intention or the expectation was that Darby was going to win the belt at Wrestle Dream because he's also from Washington. So it wouldn't be like he's getting Danielson in his home state going up against Darby and some other, you know what I'm saying? Darby's from Washington too. So, I mean, that's a decent thing. But I'm looking at it and I'm just like, why you giving up your world title shot? Like, what the fuck is up with this shit?
Like father, like son. Stephanie Chase knows. Sting, as much as we love this man, there were points in his career where brother was just too gullible. Brother was too naive. Brother was acting against his own self-interest, and Darby is following in his father's footsteps. It makes no sense, man.
Like, what I'm thinking is, like, especially since Mox and this new group is into the fold,
the Romper Stompers,
the Romper Stompers, like that. Their Mox is probably, I can't call it, bro. Like, I think he'll take the title off Danielson. That's what I'm leaning towards, but I just don't know because I don't know what Danielson is doing. Like, Danielson said that he's supposed to be wrapping up at Wrestle Dream. Like, that's been his thing this whole time. But like, shit can change. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what he got planned up his sleeve. Like, wrestlers always say they step, and it's not like this motherfucker said he was retiring from wrestling. He just said that he
explicitly said he wasn't retiring.
Like, again, that's the thing. Like, Danielson never said I'm retiring from wrestling. He said, hey, I'm just not going to be full time. That doesn't necessarily mean that he can't still appear on show. I think he's going to be wrestling at Wrestle Dynasty in Japan.
Still be the champion.
I'll still be the champion. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I think there's plenty of stuff for him to come. I think that Moxley's going to win. That's going to put Darby's thing to the side. I would not be surprised if Mox take the title off Danielson. I just wouldn't be. I think that's probably would end up happening. But yeah, I think Moxley wins this match. But what you think about this whole shebang stuff?
I thought this was really weird on Dynamite, but I think you could believe that Darby, being a valiant babyface and learning it from his dad, Sting, would, want to test himself against Moxley, since Moxley was saying some shit and whatever. He got goaded into it. But then it all made no sense when when Nigel's actions happened. Like that, just any logic went out the window there. I think the whole like booking of this Grand Slam, this switcheroo that they've done and everything, it's all feeling kind of confusing about like why they're doing it in this way or what plans might have been. I I don't see Danielson losing at Wrestle Dream, even though like it's in Seattle because it seems too soon. Like I would have kept him champion till World's End and like had that end of the year like definitive like break, and then we start again in January. But Moxley doing this character can't lose, so he has to beat Darby. But then I can't see Moxley then being able to even lose to Bryan if you're gonna go with this wild, violent heel taking over character. So it'd be interesting to see how it pans out, or if they book themselves into a corner, or if something's changed with Danielson, because it's like it felt like Danielson had so many challengers lined up, and now it feels like we're like speed running through stuff. I mean, Christian's got the Money in the Bank too. Like, don't forget. But I'm taking Moxley for this one, but it's very weird.
And I'm about to say, and then you have Claudio in the wings as well. You don't know what's gonna happen with Yuta yet. Like, yeah, it's a lot. You good, Chris?
If this is another one where I would not be surprised if Darby Allin wins, and I'll tell you why, what my reasoning is. I could see a scenario where Darby Allin like does a flute pin to Jon Moxley, and he just snaps even further and like just bloodies this dude, just beats the ever loving hell out of him after the match to the point where he's like stretchered out and they bring the electrodes out and do that kind of thing to him. I could see that. But I do think that Moxley will probably win because he's trying to get this character over. But I still maintain a better way is just to have him snap even further, and then after that start winning matches. And that's how I would do it. But
like Chris, you thinking more of the lines of like Darby gonna be so beaten down from Mox that he won't even be able to get to the title opportunity.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
And then Brian's like, "Hey, dog, that won't right. Fight me."
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Something along those lines, because the guy is crazy and unhinged right now, and I think him losing makes him even more crazy and nuts. So I don't necessarily mind that, but I think I've given this more thought than TK's given it. So like for that reason, I think Moxley will win. And status quo stuff go on.
I mean, the TK special is come up with the most convoluted start to a match and then go for the simplest finish. And it's like, no, you probably should flip that. Go for the easiest story building up to the match, and then give me a complex finish with twists and turns and things that I'm like, oh wow, I need to think about that. That was excellent storytelling. All that being said, it's gonna be a hell of a match. These boys is gonna go out there, beat each other up. Darby gonna act like he ain't got no damn sense and jump off of something or jump into something, or be thrown into something or thrown off of something, because that's what your man Darby Aloysius Allen does. Sting named him after his best friend CM Punk. I'm just creating some lore here. TK, feel free to use it.
Who you got winning this, Tony?
Mox, come on, man. Mox is going to take it. In terms of the match in Seattle, that's a tougher thing to call, because I could easily see, like Steph said, my initial thought was Brian was going to hold it to the end of the year, but you might not want to stomp, no pun intended, on the growth of this character for Mox.
There you go. So then, of course, what I'm assuming will be the main event, Danielson versus Nigel McGuinness, the big match. I ain't gonna lie, Brian. I am like, I'm. This is happening. Like, if Brian's cleared to wrestle my ass, this is happening, and this shit is I'm about to be amped for this shit. Like, again, I don't think it'll be what their matches of the past have been. Like I even like I think it was Saturday, or now it's fucking Monday, but Saturday I had watched WXW Germany had uploaded a match that Dan and Nigel McGuinness had from like '08. That shit was fire. I enjoyed it. I think it's a lot of like I'm just interested to see what the 2024 iteration of this match looks like. Like I don't have these great expectations for it in terms of like, do I think they're going to be like, they definitely ain't doing the shit that they used to do, but I'm optimistic and very excited for it in the best way. And I think it's going to be a lot of like nostalgia in this match. So yeah, I'm excited for it. And of course, Danielson's fucking winning this match. That's happening. But Nigel getting his way to this match by being a hater is the funniest shit ever. Like he been hating on Brian for like damn near 2 years now, or a year now since he came. I think he came in as Super Card of Honor. What was that this year that he came in, did the commentary. But yeah, we definitely gonna see how that all pans out. But yeah, Danielson's winning this match. What you think, Steph?
Yeah, I think Danielson's winning. They got to this so fucking weird. I wish that Nigel had just asked the Bucks for the match and not Tony Khan, because it made Tony look so bad that he's given this if he's cleared to wrestle match out for his world champion. Like, so stupid to have basically heel authority figures, but yet you go to the baby face. Like, dumb. I don't think this is going to be like anywhere close to what people want it to be. And, I'm sorry, Nigel, but I think I know he wants to do it really badly, but I think it's going to be like, leave the memories alone. Like, yeah. I could see this being where Christian tries to cash in at the end and Christian just losing, and then we don't have to deal with him having money in the bank anymore.
Nagin?
Yeah. So I met Nigel for like 5 seconds last year. I didn't go to WrestleMania last year, but when it was out here, Nigel did this stand-up thing. And it was pretty cool. So I mean, I like the guy. Yeah, but I mean, Danielson is winning this match. It will be interesting to see where Nigel McGuinness is gonna be at with his wrestling, though. At this level, because I'm intrigued by it. Even though they got there in a stupid way. I'm still intrigued. So I mean, it's a match I haven't seen in a long time. So
I think first of all, we all need to take note and applaud DBD's edges. Like, the brother's crisp. The brother is crisp on these streets. The hairline looking nice. In terms of the matchup, though, like, obviously DBD is winning. But the more interesting thing, to your point, Steph, and your point, nephew, is everybody's got this idea, this picture, this match that these two had years ago. And can this top it? And the answer will be, from a physical standpoint, hell no. Because that's not how human bodies work. That's not how aging works. I can tell you, as somebody who's going through the aging process now, that's not how aging works. But what you do gain with age is wisdom and nuance, and maybe being a better storyteller. And so I think that, Daniel Bryan.
That's what I was getting at. Yeah.
Like, Daniel Bryan could get a good match out of me. And I ain't never stepped in nobody's wrestling ring to wrestle. Right, but he could get at least a 2.5, 3-star match out of me.
Right.
So imagine what he could do with this man, Nigel McGuinness. Like, I think the two of them are going to put together a match that hits all the emotional beats, hits all the nostalgia beats, without hitting the physical beats, if that makes sense. Like, I think it's going to be a good bookend to their match, back in 2008, but it's not going to top it because it can't. There's no way it could possibly top it. So it's going to be a hell of a match. Brian wins, and then he loses to the neo-Nazis. Hooray.
To the end. Like,
the end.
I think Brian is going to drop that title before the year's over, because I think that he's going to be challenging Zack Sabre Jr. for the IWGP World title at Wrestle Dynasty, Wrestle Dynasty, that co-promoted show that they're doing. the Tokyo Dome. So I think that's going to happen. But I don't think he'll be AEW World Champion for that. I think that'll be part of his part-time run. But he's dropping that title before 2024 is over. Probably the Mox. So there you go. But yeah, but after 5 hours and 37 minutes.
Hey,
Yeah, Jesus.
ladies and gentlemen, we did it. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. As a wise woman once said, Chris Ely, once you start this podcast, you just can't stop it. So we want to thank everybody for joining us this evening or joining us in the future. Ray Williams, come on out on the stage, brother.
Yeah, I say, come on, Ray Team.
Ray Saber Jr. on these streets. And I will send you that clip, Stephanie, because that'll be the best laugh you have all day. Watching this man, the prognostication of one Ray Mondo Williams. Yeah, we want to. Hey, Ray, how many people do we have watching still at 2:30 Eastern? Damn near.
We have a total of 564.
That is insane, bro.
That is Captain Insano insane. We appreciate everybody. 500 some people watching at damn near 2:30 in the morning. Just we appreciate the love. We appreciate the support. We appreciate the super chats. But you know what I appreciate even more than that? Well, I'm not going to say even more than that because that makes it sound like I don't appreciate the listeners. But you know what I appreciate as much as that, Ray Williams?
What's that?
Our special guest this month, Stephanie Chase, ladies and gentlemen. She came in, like I said, she said she was going to give us 2-3 hours, stayed the whole time. Y'all give it up for Stephanie Chase. Steph, anything you would like to promote, anything that you would like to let the audience be aware of? And again, we appreciate you for making time for us, fam.
Oh, thank you so much for having me, guys. This is the longest podcast I've ever done. I didn't think I'd go 5.5 hours, but you know, when I listen to your shows, it's this long, and I was just as entertained, like being part of it. So it was great. It was great to spend this time with you and talk about so many topics. Subscribe to my YouTube at Stephanie Chase Wrestling. I put up a Willow interview a couple of days ago. I've got a WWE one this week. And then I'm started doing live Dynamite reviews on Thursdays, so you can join me for those. They're not 5.5 hours. I try and keep it to about 90 minutes, but yeah.
Okay.
And I'm on Substack as well. Just find me at Stephanie Chase and on Twitter at Stephanie M Chase. But thank you guys again. It's been so much fun.
Hey, thank you. And you definitely have an open invitation whenever you want to swing back through. Ray Williams, the super producer, the man that behind the scenes. Ray, anything you would like to promote before we get out of here this month?
Indeed, just real quick. Actually, in a short 10 hours probably, I'm gonna be recording Spinning Blackfist episode with our girl, the maestra herself, Chi Okafor. We're gonna be recapping not only UFC 304 from last month, but also UFC 305, aka UFC Noche from last night.
Y'all gonna talk about Kendrick Lamar being in the front row?
I don't know about that. We might it might come in, it might slide in there, but we're gonna talk about
that wasn't even Kendrick, that was like Fendrick Lamar, his cousin and them.
Somebody in the chat said Cendric. Cedric. But yes, we're gonna talk about that event, which crowned 2 new champions in the UFC. And it was.
When you gonna start making picks on that, Ray, so we can get some of this gambling company money, like Ray's lock of the month?
I mean, we had our picks, but yeah, you don't want to follow my picks. I've been horrible over the last 2 pay-per-views, but yeah. Yes, the event emanated from the Sphere, which, as John put in the post show for the UFC card, he said that the Sphere is actually going to be the location for the 10th anniversary of post wrestling. So we'll see if we can all gather the money to put together for that, because I believe it costs the UFC about at least $20 million to run that show.
We got that easy.
Yeah, we gonna do that post wrestling cookout outside the Sphere. I had when I was in Vegas for my birthday, I had went to that joint. It's nice up in there. I was like,
Sphere.
it's a nice venue up in that jump. I say 20 million, yeah. That post wrestling cookout about to be nice outside the venue. You can do that shit right out front. Right out front.
Man, some I don't trust something about the Sphere, man. I see y'all, you Ray and Steph might be a little too young to remember this film, but Chris remembers a documentary from the 90s called Biodome.
Oh yeah, of
Paul
course.
showing them. Like I feel like they trying to set us up in a Biodome situation with Brendan Fraser in them. Was that Encino Man? Might have been Encino Man. They trying to set us up. Don't fall for the tricks. Where can people find you on socials, Ray?
You can find me on both IG and X/Twitter at MondoDondo1.
Okay. Ray Williams, nephew Andrew Thompson. Where can people find you on these social media streets so they can tell you how woke you are?
They can find me on Twitter and Instagram at @ADThompson__. Check out the YouTube channel, Andrew Thompson Interviews, and then also check out the new soon to hopefully possibly returning podcast.
There it is, Andrew Thompson Interviews
that I had with Nate Milton up on their Cases for Patreon feed, podcast feed. Man, it's soon to be hopefully possibly returning. Shout out to my boy Oscar from SP Graphics, who will be cooking up these graphics for me. That's my man right there. But yeah, that's all I got. And make sure y'all follow and check out my work over at Post Wrestling.
Yep. One thing I can promise from Andrew Thompson Interviews on the Kings of Sport, we will not be interviewing or platforming Terry Bollea. Sorry, folks.
Yes, you most definitely can never expect that. You want to know what's crazy real quick? I real quick. I remember when I was at the Charlotte at the Gathering, the dude had asked me he was like, you should interview Val Venus. I was like, I'm not interviewing that motherfucker. You crazy? I'm not interviewing no goddamn Val Venus. If you've seen anything that he tweeted on Twitter, I don't think anybody want to speak to him. Yeah, so fuck Val Venus. But good, you went over the Dr. Nate.
Yes, I almost interviewed Hulk Hogan like 5 or 6 years ago, and I messed it up. I messed it up because of my mouth. Because all right, so quick story. So I was on a show called Pipe Bomb Radio with Felix Olmedo, and he was out in California, and he always got a lot of these legends on. Like we talked to Harley Race, we talked to Jimmy Boogie Man Valiant. People of that ilk. We talked to one of the Harts. I think it was Bruce Hart. It was one of them Harts. And he said some inflammatory things on the damn show.
It was Bruce.
Okay.
Inflammatory stuff. It was Bruce. He'd gotten contact with one of Hulk Hogan's peoples because this is after the scandal, and Hulk was trying to, talk to different spots and, get his name back up. And so he's like, hey, can you hop on a call with me with, one of Hulk's representatives? I'm like, sure. And so, they're like, I'm letting him do most of the talking. Because in my mind, the way my mind works, ladies and gentlemen, the whole time I'm thinking about, we're going to have to ask him about what he said on that tape. We're going to have to ask him. And so I had no control over the brain to mouth conduit. I had no control over it, Chris. And so they talking for about 15 minutes. Finally, I say, so can we ask him about what he said about black people? And she was like, well, I'll have to get back to you guys on that one. And suffice to say, they ain't never get back to us because they didn't want Hulk Hogan talking to my black ass because he knew what time it was going to be. Look here, brother Nate, everybody's a little racist, dude.
No, I say Nate, he was going to do you how you did that lady, the one with the beer sponsorship.
Yeah. He wouldn't have talked to me anyway because I wasn't tall enough in his eyes. If you know, you know. Chris Ely, somebody who always knows. Professor, tell these people what you're doing out here on these streets besides teaching 37 classes a day, brother, and where they can find you and all your hard work.
So I did promise my wife I'd only be on for 4 hours. And
damn, that Dave and Buster's about to be ice cold.
So, yeah, I'm about to say that pasta cold and shit right now.
Dave ain't even in the building no more. You just having Buster's for dinner.
I don't eat pasta, and I'll be when I get off of this call, I'll be fighting to save my marriage. And
we'll be sleeping on the couch tonight, brother. Chris got a nice couch though. He's got the best couch in town.
I'm about to say thank God.
Yeah, we do.
The new stem cells. Get ready for that couch, brother.
Stemmy Butler.
Yeah,
tell him we said we're sorry, Chris.
Oh yeah.
It was Stephanie's fault.
Anyway,
She just wouldn't stop talking, babe. We were trying to wrap up 2 hours ago, and she just had to keep talking about how much she loved Tony Khan.
So yeah, I mean, if you guys just Google me, Chris Ely, I'm sure all the shit will come up. And yeah, the book is doing well right now. I do think we're looking at maybe a spring release because I had to rewrite some stuff. Originally it's supposed to come out in October. And then after the Democrats pulled their shit, I had to add some stuff to it. So we'll it's coming. So just be on the lookout for it. And I actually want to thank Ray and Andrew on this episode. Ray asked your prediction. I'm still because it did get me animated, and I've been comatose for the last couple days. So I appreciate that.
Chris woke up for that one.
Yeah, but that I just don't see a planet where a team of Roman Reigns and Cody ever lose. But that's just me. Yeah, the Gunther CM Punk stuff. All I was saying is think CM Punk will beat Gunther is not like thinking R-Truth is beating Gunther is all I was saying.
Caught a stray.
I still think Gunther is likely going to win the match. I just don't think it's a far-fetched prospect that CM Punk could win is all I was saying. So, but I still appreciate the conversation and
the robust discussion.
Yeah, the wake me up because I definitely fucking needed that. I really, really did. Because my wife has been like, I've been so like lackadaisical for the last 24 hours since I got off the plane, and she wanted to know if I was still alive. So,
Chris said I got a lot more left in the tank.
Right. Yeah, so
go ahead and put that salmon jacket on, Chris.
Yeah. I appreciate that, fellas.
Much love, Chris.
And thank you, Stephanie. Yes, thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate you coming on too. I was really looking forward to talking to you. You've always been just someone I love listening to, and that kind of stuff. And I really do. I don't say this about a lot of people in the wrestling industry, but you are definitely a real one, and I just really gotta say that to you while we got you here. And you always have been. So that's what I gotta say. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Salute to Stephanie Chase, man. Like,
Slim said, "Oh boy," he said, "You're telling me." He said, "Wait, you're telling me you all haven't forgiven Hulk Hogan the same way we've all forgiven Chris Benoit?" That's a
dark note to end on.
Yeah. I didn't read that.
It's those
Thank you for the super chat, though.
They gonna keep the podcast going the extra 30 minutes. We ain't even
we ain't going. Yeah.
Nate,
hey, we appreciate it though. But as for me, again, I shout out to everybody who hit me up with kind words this past week. The excerpt from the Kings of Sport where I talk about my Kanye moment and talk about dealing with mental health struggles and things of that nature, that's available now. The full episode will be out tomorrow. Again, we got 500 some people watching tonight. If y'all want to help us out, man, subscribe to the YouTube channel. We really appreciate that. Hit that follow button on Twitter, man. Like, those two things cost you nothing. The Patreon, though, that costs you something, but it only costs you $5, baby. $5. Get you over 300 hours of audio and video content, talking about sports, politics, pro wrestling, all of that, man. The money that we get off of the Patreon, we put it back into the show to build this, man. Because like I said, we've been around 11 years, and we ain't stopping no time soon. Me, Chris, Ray, and Andrew all got pink salmon jackets on. We got so much left in the tank to talk to y'all about, especially in these times that we living in, where you need rational voices to kind of cut through the BS that's out there in the media space. So if you got $5 to spare and you want to help us out, we'd appreciate it, man. And if you don't like it, try it for a month. If you don't like it, we ain't gonna yell at you, man. you can say, hey guys, it was fun, but I'm gonna take my $5 back now. We'll be like, okay. Ray will be like, okay, because Ray will be a little bit more despondent about it, but I'll be like, it's all right, Ray. It's all right. We're gonna be all right, as Cedric Lamar said at the fight last night. For me, at end of the number 8 MOZAIK at Nate Mosaic, that's where you can find me. And again, check us out on TikTok too, because if we don't promote that, Chris will yell at us. But that's going to bring it into another edition of the fastest podcast in pro wrestling. You ain't never seen a podcast as brisk as this. Shout out again to John Pollock and Wei Ting, the proprietors of Post, for allowing us the platform and allowing us to speak freely here about these topics, man. Shout out to Righteous Reg for providing the theme song for this podcast, and salute to Austin James for the artwork for the NWA podcast. And again, one more time, salute to Sister Stephanie Chase, one of the hardest working people in the game, for making time. Always good to catch, even though she don't go by this no more, but I still always call you Miss Dynamite T. Mama called her Miss Dynamite T. I'm gonna call her Miss Dynamite T. But yes, and most importantly, you, the listener, the viewer, whatever you may be at whatever hour of the day you may be tuning into this, we appreciate y'all so much, and we're gonna be back here next month to do it again one more time. So, for the super producer himself, the Caitlin Clark of producers, aka Caitlin Dark, give it up for Two-Way Ray. For Stephanie Chase, follow her on all platforms, because you're gonna get some good information, some great content. For the youngest in charge, the nephew Andrew Thompson, and for the professor himself, Chris from LA, I am the Godfather, Nate Milton. And remember, the revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted. R.I.P. Sid. We'll see y'all next month. Hit the button, Ray.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather. Post-wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.